This is Audible.
Core of Stone. Alastair Stone Chronicles Volume 5. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Chapter 1. In the end, Aubrey was the reason Alastair Stone didn't do it. It's harder to kill yourself than you might realize. It's not just the big things like contemplating what your friends might think when they find your body, or wondering if you'll just cease to exist, or if there really is some sort of afterlife waiting for you on the other side. Those are the classic big questions, with capital letters, and a whole lot of words written by a whole lot of people trying to make sense of a subject there's no real way to make sense of. Nobody's come back yet from that last frontier to give the rest of the world a thorough report, so right now, speculation is all anyone has. But when people think about killing themselves, they rarely focus on the details until they're pretty sure they're serious about doing the deed. Especially when they're trying to be logical and dispassionate about the whole thing, instead of ending their existence in some spectacular, overblown display designed to cause the maximum amount of pain to the maximum amount of people who'd done them wrong. Nobody had done Alastair Stone wrong. If you got right down to it, he hadn't even done himself wrong. Of course, he had no idea that opening the floodgates, releasing the strange otherworldly forces he barely had a grasp on, would burn out his own magical abilities. Would he have done it if he'd known? He didn't know if he found it a comfort that he was pretty sure he still would have. After all, he'd been willing to give up his life to stop the monstrous plan to open a permanent portal to Earth, to feed it with the power of a vast and ravenous spirit summoned from some horrific dimension, and to perpetually sustain it with the massive energy from 10 intersecting ley lines out in the middle of the Nevada desert. To create a never-ending conduit the extra-dimensional predators quaintly dubbed the Evil could pour through, so they could steal the bodies of thousands, perhaps millions of innocent people. One life. A small price to pay to stop such a thing, right? But that hadn't happened. He hadn't died. He just wished he had once he found out the cost. What is the meaning of life when the thing you live for has been taken away from you? It was funny. He'd never thought of himself that way, as the kind of person who would put himself in the path of danger to protect others. Jason and Verity were good for him, he supposed, or bad, depending on how you looked at it, and how much you valued sticking around on this plane of existence. It was late now, nearly 2 a.m., and he was walking. He'd started out running nearly 2 hours ago, but slowed to a walk after his aching body protested that he'd only been out of the hospital for less than a week, and only back home in Palo Alto for 2 days. He'd fought it for a while. There wasn't anything seriously wrong with them physically. Bumps, bruises, pulled muscles, inconsequential. Maybe if he hurt enough physically it would overshadow the gaping, bottomless pit in his psyche where the magic used to be. He hadn't been paying any attention to where he was, just kept walking, crossing streets whenever it felt like a good time to do it. This time of the morning, the tree-lined avenues of the residential areas near downtown were quiet and still, with only an occasional car driving by. A good place to get one's thoughts in order, but maybe not the best place to be alone with them when you were in Stone's current mood. He couldn't even go to a bar and get good and drunk. They all closed at 2. He stopped a moment on a corner and once again tried the familiar shift of his mind required to activate his magical sight, the ability that let him see the things normal people, or mundanes as the magical community called them, couldn't. He'd done it on the average of once per waking hour since he'd regained his senses in the hospital and discovered the truth. Normally, the world lit up with color, with the throbbing beauty of life and energy. People glowed brightest of all, with auras of all the colors of the rainbow. Living things like trees and animals were dimmer, and mundane human-made objects didn't glow at all, unless they had profound emotional significance. In some places, the pure, straight shafts of ley lines shone stark and brilliant, cutting through living and non-living things indiscriminately. Stone couldn't see any of it now. He squinted, like a nearsighted man trying to make out a faraway sign, hoping for the faintest trace of a glow to tell him that the magic wasn't gone forever. He held his hand in front of his face, trying to focus on his own dazzling nimbus of mingled violet and gold. Some particularly powerful mages, and even strong-willed mundanes' auras, manifested in more than one color, and his, when he wasn't hiding it, burned like a beacon. But his hand, like the scene beyond it, remained resolutely dark, resolutely mundane. Like he was now. Mundane. Stone started walking again, oblivious to his route. It didn't matter where he was going. He had to face the facts. The magic might not come back, probably wouldn't come back. He remembered the exquisite agony when he'd thrown open the door to the extra-dimensional source of Trevor Harrison's magic. When he'd let it tear through him with the force of water through a broken dam. How he hadn't made even a token effort to stop it or stanch the flow. It had taken that kind of power to disrupt the spirit, to sever the portal's near-complete connection with the world. But as the silvery energy burned its way through his body, with such intensity that he could see every one of his neural pathways glowing like someone had plugged him in, he knew wielding that kind of power would come with a price. He'd accepted that. He'd just expected it to be his life, not the thing that gave it any meaning. Overwhelmed suddenly with anger, despair, and a sense of loss so profound he felt it might take him apart right there on the street, he gripped a nearby tree, digging his fingers into its bark, his whole body shaking. He wanted to scream. He wanted to sob. He wanted to run out in front of the next car to come by, anything to make the pain stop. And even then, the worst of it wasn't the loss of the magic. It was the shame. How dare he feel this way? What right did he have? A mother who'd lost a child, she had the right. An athlete who'd lost his legs, a man who'd lost his mind. All he'd lost was something few people even had in the first place. And without it, what was he? Normal, just like everybody else out there. What kind of arrogance fueled his rage? He still had his intellect. He still had his memories. He still had a healthy body, a good job, friends who cared about him. He could cope with this. It would just take time. But I don't want to cope with it. A car slowed. A figure leaned out the passenger window. "You okay, man?" Young. Probably a couple of Stanford students on their way home from a party. Stone looked up. How do I even answer a question like that? "Fine," he said, waving them off, pulling himself upright. The kid looked dubious, but the car rolled off. Stone lowered his head to his hand, scrubbing his face, pushing his fingers through his untidy, spiking hair. He glanced up at the street sign on the corner. Unconsciously, he'd been walking in a big circle all this time. Appropriate. Stop it. He started back in the direction of his townhouse. As he went, his mind served up scenarios with clinical glee. Shooting? Too messy. Besides, I don't have a gun and have no idea where to get one. Unless I asked Jason, and that conversation would not go well. Slashed wrists? Oh, too dramatic. I'm not a 16-year-old girl. Wouldn't inflict that clean-up on anyone. Jump off something high? Still too messy. Maybe a bridge, but that's such a cliché. Jump in front of a train? Hell no. No way am I dragging some other poor sod into this. Pick a fight with a street gang? Too unpredictable, might not die. He sighed. The ideal way to do it would be to simply step into the portal to the overworld and never come out. No one would find him there. He could just wander off and let the few remaining evil who hung out looking for snacks have a good one. Ironic that the easiest way would be the least necessary, since he needed magic to get to the overworld in the first place. Pills? His mind offered helpfully. Possible. I've got the prescription for pain pills. Just take a few more is all. Wouldn't be messy. Peaceful even, just like going to sleep. Part of him recoiled at the thought, but only part. Perhaps not enough. By the time he trudged the rest of the way home, he was exhausted, physically and mentally. Every one of his aches and pains seemed intent on making itself known at once. His feet felt like they weighed 20 pounds each, and his mind hummed and tumbled and threatened to shut down on him unless he let it rest. He fumbled with his key. Normally he didn't take it when he went running, since he could use magic on the door. Went inside and dropped it on the breakfast bar. The little orange bottle was there, almost full. He'd been saving them, in case the pain got worse. His hand closed around it. Certainly enough to do the deed. Just go upstairs, lie down, and before long it'll all be over. A nice, simple, mundane end. The phone rang. He stared at it, startled out of his morbid reverie. It was 2:30 in the morning. Who would be calling him now? He didn't answer it. It had to be a wrong number. Instead, he watched it as it rang 2, 3, 4 more times. The machine picked it up, and he heard his own familiar, brisk voice deliver the outgoing message. Then, another familiar voice. "Hello, Dr. Stone? It's me." A pause, and then, "Oh my, I'm sorry, it's the middle of the night there, isn't it? I just got back from a trip and—" Stone picked it up. "Aubrey?" "Oh, sir, I woke you up, didn't I?" Apology laced the old caretaker's voice. "No, it's all right, I was awake." "Isn't it—" 2:30 a.m., yes, and I'm awake. Is everything all right?" "I was calling to ask you that, sir. I'd gone up north to visit James for a few days, and when I got back, I had a message from Miss Thayer that you were in hospital. What's happened?" One of these days he was going to have to teach his apprentice to mind her own business. "Nothing's wrong, Aubrey." He was surprised at how easily the lie came. "We got involved in a bit of a situation, but it's over now. I'm fine. I'm home." "Are you sure, sir?" "Am I sure I'm fine? Of course not." "I'm sure, Aubrey." "Well, all right then. Anything else? I was just about to head to bed." "That's one way to put it." "As long as I've got you on the phone," Aubrey said slowly, "I was wondering if you'd be coming home at all before your new term starts. That's near the end of September, yes?" Stone stared down at the label on the bottle of painkillers clutched in his other hand. Take one every 4 hours as needed for pain. That's absurd. I'm not sure yet, Aubrey. I've got a few things I need to do. I'll let you know, all right?" "Of course, sir. It will be good to see you." He chuckled. "I'm glad you weren't seriously injured doing whatever it was you were doing." Stone's hand tightened on the phone. "No, not seriously. Thanks for calling, Aubrey. I'll try to remember not to do it in the middle of the night next time." Stone hung up the phone slowly, leaning against the counter. Hearing Aubrey's voice reminded him of a whole other set of problems he hadn't thought about. He didn't have an heir. If he let his black mood get the best of him, what would become of his crumbling old manor house back home? The legal snarls could take years, and with no one to take it over, the place would probably end up as part of a national trust eventually. Until then, though, Would Aubrey get chucked out and forced to find another position? The old man had been working for Stone's family since his father was alive, and that didn't even bring up the extra-dimensional travel portal hidden under the crypt in the family plot, or the priceless collection of magical tomes secreted behind a permanent ward in the basement. He sighed and tossed the bottle back on the counter. He'd figure this out tomorrow. Clearly there were more things he needed to think about, and he was too tired to do it right now. If he was going to do the thing, he'd at least have the good grace to tie up all the loose ends first. Chapter 2. The next day he called Madame Juan. He didn't tell his old friend anything about what was going on over the phone. He hadn't told anyone yet, not even Jason and Verity. But he felt like his head would fly apart if he didn't talk to someone. She told him she was happy to hear from him, and invited him by for tea that afternoon. Madame Juan's shop was on a tiny Palo Alto side street between a noodle house and a clothing store catering to old women stuck in fashion's twilight zone. Hidden behind a nondescript door with a brass plaque reading Juan's Antiquities, by appointment only, to the uninitiated, it appeared to be a cluttered junk shop full of eclectic items run by a tiny, sharp-tongued Asian woman who apparently didn't give a damn whether she ever made a sale. Stone picked his way down one of the narrow aisles, past a mummified stuffed octopus, a stack of dust-encrusted board games, an ancient wicker fishing creel, and numerous other items that had nothing to do with each other, until he reached the beaded curtain at the back of the store. It hung over a wide doorway, tinkling and shifting gently in an unseen breeze. When you've lost someone dear to you, one of the most unsettling aspects of the grieving process is the little things that remind you of them, little things that ambush you from cover when you least expect them. How easy it is for a fleeting familiar aroma, the sight of another person wearing the same color jacket, or a snippet of a shared song, musiced in an elevator, to dislodge a fragile sense of coping. In Stone's case, something deep within him clenched in despair as he stood facing that beaded curtain, looking through its strands to the drab storeroom beyond it. The storeroom was what the mundane customers saw, and the doorway, despite its flimsy curtain, incorporated a ward designed to gently discourage those mundanes from passing through it, suggesting that there must be far more interesting items in the front part of the shop. Stone had passed through that ward dozens of times during visits to Madame Juan, feeling its faint buzz as he crossed the threshold. Now, he didn't try. If he didn't try, he could keep the reality at bay just a little longer. Alastair? The curtain shimmered, and Madame Juan stepped out into the shop. Nearly a head shorter than him, dressed in a neat business suit accented by a jade necklace, she looked as ageless as ever. Stone had no idea how old she was, but he'd known her for almost 20 years, and, typical of mages, in all that time she hadn't aged a day. Right now, she smiled at him, her dark eyes twinkling with warmth. "It's so good to see you," she said, taking his hand in both of hers and squeezing it. "You should have come on back. You know you're always welcome here." He closed his eyes briefly and took a slow breath. He knew she couldn't tell. No matter how powerful a mage was, either the target or the observer, it was impossible to identify another mage merely by looking at the aura, unless he or she had been performing magic recently. The residue left over from magical activity didn't remain long, though, which meant if you wanted to spot a mage, you essentially had to catch him or her in the act. "Just looking around a bit," he said, encompassing the shop with a gesture. "Out here?" Her eyebrows arched, and she chuckled. "Nobody wants to look around out here. I don't think I've sold any of this stuff in 2 years. Except for that one little boy who fell in love with the teddy bear skeleton. I ended up just giving it to him, though, because I couldn't remember where I'd left the cash register." Stone smiled faintly. He wasn't sure if she was kidding, but had no trouble believing she wasn't. Her real business, selling exotic magical items, both those she purchased from her far-flung network of contacts and those she created herself, was run out of the back part of her shop, the part he could no longer see unless she allowed it. "Come on, then," she said, pushing aside the curtain. "I sense this isn't entirely a social visit. Let's go sit down where it's more comfortable, shall we?" He followed her through the doorway and didn't feel the buzz of the ward this time. As soon as he passed through to the other side, the view changed. Instead of an unremarkable storeroom stacked with haphazard boxes, he stood in a small parlor featuring a round table draped with a red linen cloth, 4 carved wooden chairs, and an elaborate crystal light fixture hanging from the ceiling. Exquisite Asian prints and several small sculptures decorated the intimate room, all of which Stone knew from previous experience would be equally at home in the finest museums on Earth. "Sit down," she said. "I'll get us some tea and refreshments, and then we can talk." Stone lowered himself into one of the chairs facing the curtain. The ward only obscured vision in one direction. Anyone back here could see the front of the shop as it was. He folded his hands on the table, stared down at them, and waited. In 5 minutes, Madame Juan returned, bearing her usual tray of teapot, cups, and a stack of delicate cookies. She settled it in the middle of the table and sat down across from Stone. "So then," she said, "how have you been?" Stone thought a moment about how to answer that. Finally, he said, "Remember the evil?" "Of course." It had been several months since Verity had come to her and spilled the story of the evil and the quest to destroy their portals. Stone hadn't discussed the subject with her since then, and as far as he knew, she hadn't heard anything about their trip to Burning Man. "Have there been any new developments?" He nodded. At her gesture toward the tray, he picked up the teapot, poured 2 cups, and took one. "They're gone." Her eyebrows rose. "Really? Gone?" "Well, their leaders are gone. I'm sure there are quite a lot of the lower-level ones still knocking about." She sipped her tea thoughtfully. "And how did that come to be?" she asked. "I suspect you had something to do with it." "We all did." He stared down into his cup, finding it hard to meet her gaze. "Jason and Verity and another mage friend. I assume you heard the news from Burning Man?" "I heard something happened a week or so ago," she said. "I don't follow the mundane news as much as I probably should, to be honest, but there was some sort of terrorist attack, yes?" She paused a moment, then nodded. "Ah, yes, of course. It wasn't a terrorist attack at all, was it?" "No." He gave her a brief description of the Leader Evil's plan to open the permanent portal, and what they'd done to stop it. All he left out was the part about using Harrison's magic, and what had happened to him after. He wasn't sure why he didn't tell her yet, but perhaps he wanted to give her time to digest the first part before he dropped the rest on her. "I see," she said when he finished. She reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "Well done, Alastair. I remember the last time we spoke you weren't sure you'd even be able to close the original portals, and now this." Her brow furrowed, and she frowned. "But I sense that you're troubled about something. Is it safe to assume you didn't come here to share your success in dealing with the evil?" His gaze came up. "Have you looked at my aura since I arrived?" "No, I never liked to pry." "Could you do it now?" "Of course, if you like." She looked perplexed, but leaned back in her chair, and her eyes took on the faraway, fuzzed-out look indicating that she was observing the unseen. She blinked, tilted her head, and looked again. Then she switched back on. Interesting. How so? You don't see it? What do you see? He asked softly. There's something different, she said. It's subtle, and I might not have noticed it if you hadn't asked me to look, but it's definitely there. What is it? Well, she said, it's as if there's something extra there. Your normal aura is that lovely shade of violet with bits of gold overlaying it. But now there's a new color, right at the edge. A sort of silver. It nearly blends with the gold, which is why it's so hard to see. She leaned in a little. Do you know where it came from? Does it have something to do with what happened with the evil? He bowed his head, one hand clutching the other. My magic's gone, Madame Juan. What? When he brought his eyes back up, he saw a look of shock on her face. With slow deliberation, she set her cup down on the table. What do you mean, gone? Gone, he said bitterly. Burned out. I've been trying for days. I can't even manage a simple aura reading. How did this happen? Did the evil had nothing to do with it. At least, not directly. I had to use a different sort of magic I've been studying. A more powerful type, but one I don't have much control over yet, to stop them. And when I woke up in hospital 3 days later, it was gone. All of it was gone. His voice shook, and he made no effort to stop it. She was silent for several seconds. Oh, Alastair, she whispered at last. She covered his hands with hers again. I'm so sorry. He grasped her hand, forcing himself to remain gentle, and met her gaze with his haunted one. Can you take a look, a deeper look, and see if you can see anything else? I need to know if it's permanent or if there's a chance it could come back over time. I can try, she said. Can you tell me anything about this different sort of magic? He shook his head. Not really. It's something I learned from, I suppose I can't exactly call him a friend, but someone who helped us with the portals in Las Vegas. He sent me the bare bones of it in a notebook, and I've been studying it for months, trying to work out how to use it. And this is the first time you've ever used it? No, but it was the first time I ever used that much of it. The other times it was always just a bit, just dabbling. Using it involves opening a conduit to another dimension, pulling the power in from there instead of from within myself or taking it from other people. She stared. Alastair, you must realize, of course, that if such a thing actually exists, that's revolutionary. Revolutionary, he said, the bitterness seeping into his tone again. Yes, it's revolutionary, all right. Everyone who tries to use it burns out their ability to practice magic. I'm sure it will be all the rage. He sighed and bowed his head again, ploughing up his hair into spikes with his fingers. I'm sorry, he mumbled. I didn't mean to. Shh. She got up and sat back down in the chair next to him, putting a hand on his shoulder. I understand. It's all right. Come with me and let me take a look at you. Maybe I can find something to encourage you. He silently followed her out of the room, this time through another doorway in the back. In all the times he'd visited Madame Juan, he'd never gone beyond the sitting room. If he'd been feeling more like himself, he might have taken more of an interest in what he walked past as she led him down a hall, up a flight of stairs, and into a room. As it was, all he noticed was more artwork, some Asian and some European, and a general impression of minimalist luxury. Here we are, she said. Lie down, make yourself comfortable, and let me see to a few things first. Chapter 3. In the center of the room was a narrow bed with a silk covering and a single pillow, embroidered with Chinese characters, and the image of a waterfall spilling into a small pond. Surrounding the bed as a permanent feature of the intricate stone-tiled floor was a magical circle. Stone slipped off his boots and lay down. Only then did he notice the far-off, peaceful sound of water babbling as if from a fountain, though he could see no such fountain here. The only other furnishings were a nightstand with a silk-shaded lamp and a high-backed wooden chair near the door. The room had one window, covered with heavy, closed drapes. Stone lost track of time until Madame Juan returned. "Here we are," she said. She pushed a wheeled cart containing a series of items covered with a cloth as on a surgeon's tray. Stone watched her, but it didn't occur to him to be concerned. If he could not trust Madame Juan, then he was in trouble, especially since he'd just revealed his defenselessness to her. She pulled the cover from the tray to reveal the typical array of items used for a magical ritual: candles, crystals, sticks of incense. "What will you do?" he asked. He knew from their previous discussions that her magic tended far more toward the subtle arts than his did. Her talents lay in divination, psychometry, intricate ritual magic, and the creation of enchanted items. He had never seen her cast any sort of offensive spell, though he suspected her to be fully capable if the need should arise. "Just take a deeper look," she murmured, as she moved around the circle. Most of her attention focused on setting the candles into position at each of its points. When she finished, she picked up a series of tiny crystals from the tray, each one no bigger than a quarter. "Lie very still," she told him, and proceeded to place each one on his body. One on his forehead, and then she lifted his t-shirt and placed one on his chest above his heart, and one on his abdomen. Finally, she gently took his hands and turned them palm up, and then placed another crystal on each of them. All of them felt pleasantly warm on his skin, like the tiniest of hot stone massages. He couldn't move his head without dislodging the crystal on his forehead, but the tilt from the pillow allowed him to see that the two under his t-shirt were glowing faintly through the black fabric. "All right," Madame Juan said in a soft, soothing tone. "Close your eyes and try to relax as much as you can. Deep, cleansing breaths. If you fall asleep, that's fine. Once I begin the ritual, the crystals will remain where they are." Stone did as instructed, closing his eyes and employing one of the meditation techniques he used to get himself into the proper frame of mind for performing ritual magic. The floral scent of incense wafted around him, and Madame Juan's low, musical voice began to recite an incantation. Stone neither spoke nor understood any of the Chinese languages, so none of it made any sense to him, but nonetheless, he soon found himself drifting off, floating peacefully as if on water, or borne up on a cushion of air. He hoped the ritual would reveal something definitive. He woke, blinking, to find Madame Juan bent over at the circle, picking up the candles. He no longer felt the slight weight of the crystals on his palms, so he risked lifting his hand. Sure enough, the little thing was gone. He rolled over on his side. "That's it?" he asked. "You've barely started." "You've been asleep for over an hour," she said gently. He sat up abruptly and glanced at his watch. She was right. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and he'd arrived before 3. Almost afraid to ask, he said, "Did you find anything?" "Yes." She continued picking up the candles and stowing them in an embroidered bag. "And?" She sighed and turned to face him. "I can find no trace of magic within you, Alastair." Her expression was both kind and sad. "I'm sorry." A chill rose up his back, and he gripped the edge of the bed. "Does that mean it's permanent, that there's no chance it will—" "I don't know," she said. "That even my ritual couldn't reveal. As of this moment, your body is free of magic. Whether it will heal over time like a physical wound, I don't know." Stone slumped. He felt like a patient whose doctor had just given him a devastating diagnosis. "Have you ever seen anything like this before? Ever seen anyone lose their magic?" Madame Juan took his hand. "No," she said, still in the same gentle voice. "I've seen cases where it's atrophied from lack of use, but that can be remedied by simply beginning to use it again. I've never seen a situation like this before." "Then it's over," he said, head bowed. "I'm done." "Not necessarily," she said. "Come on, let's go back out front and talk." "I should go," he said. "I've got things I need to do." Her dark eyes met his. One of those things wouldn't be going home to get your affairs in order, would it? He could tell he hadn't hidden the astonishment in his eyes well enough, especially since she was probably still looking at his aura. He didn't answer. "Come with me," she ordered again. "You're not leaving until we talk." "You'd prevent me then?" he asked, gaze coming up, a little edge touching his tone. "Of course not," she said mildly. "I would never do that." "You could." "I could," she agreed. "To be fair, I could have before when you were at the height of your power, but I never would." Stone didn't doubt she was speaking the truth. He'd never tested the limits of her power. "Fine," he said. He hopped off the bed and shoved his feet back into his boots. Once they were back out in the sitting room and Madame Juan had brought out a fresh pot of tea, she resumed her seat across from him. "Tell me about this magic," she said, "and the man you learned it from." "I told you already. It draws energy from another plane. The instructions he gave me were quite basic. Hints as to how to find the plane, and more hints about what to do when I found it, but nothing about this, about the consequences." "And you've never experienced anything like this before when you used it?" He thought back to the times over the past year when he practiced, always taking care to open the way between the two planes only a bit, the barest pinhole in a dam that held back an ocean. Even doing that had been difficult. In fact, most of his effort in trying to get a handle on using the magic was making sure he could keep that pinhole small and manageable. "I don't think so." "So it's not a matter of simply touching this other plane," she mused, and sipped her tea. "It's a matter of degree. Minimal contact doesn't affect you." "Not so much minimal contact," Stone said. "I like to think of it as using one of those high-pressure hoses that they use on house fires. You can control how much you open it, whether you get a trickle or something that could erode rock." And this business at Burning Man was more of the eroding rock end of the spectrum. Stone nodded. "Essentially, I just opened the conduit and let fly. I didn't expect to survive it, honestly. But it was the only way I could find to deal with the situation. I was exhausted and injured at the time, and my normal magic was useless against it." "I see," she said. "So you just tried this because you had no other choice. You didn't know whether it would work either?" "I wasn't sure, but—" Stone paused as a memory struck him. "Wait a moment." Madame Juan regarded him silently and took another sip of her tea. Stone leaned forward and gripped the edges of the table. "There was another time," he said, "when I used more than a bit." In his mind's eye he pictured the large open room that formed his black mage associate Stefan Kalinsky's ritual space, the spirit they'd summoned, and the ritual spiraling out of control. He'd used more than a bit of Harrison's magic then, too, to disrupt that spirit. In fact, that had been what gave him the idea to try it with the one at Burning Man. "And what happened then?" she asked. "I'm assuming it didn't burn out your magic, or you'd have mentioned it." His grip on the table tightened. "I didn't think it had, but—" He stared at her. "I was doing a ritual with someone else. It went pear-shaped about halfway through, and I ended up using the technique to deal with it. I used more than usual, though not nearly as much as I did at Burning Man. It wiped me out. My colleague was injured. I tried to heal him. Well, as best I could anyway, but nothing happened. I chalked it up to exhaustion, but perhaps it was more than that." "You think it did burn out your magic, at least temporarily?" He nodded, trying to remember the time after the ritual. He hadn't even tried to use magic until the following afternoon, when he'd gone to a passage to India to travel to his home in England. "But it's already been almost a week since I got back. That time it couldn't have been longer than a day." "Perhaps it's exponential," she said. "Or, I'm sorry to suggest this, but it's possible you did push yourself too hard this time and made it permanent." Stone bowed his head again, looking down at his hands wrapped around his teacup. They shook, and he carefully loosened his hold so he didn't crush the delicate porcelain. "Tell me about this man," she said. "The one who taught you the magic." He spoke without looking up. "His name is Trevor Harrison. I'd never heard of him before we met in Las Vegas, which is odd, given that he's one of the most powerful mages I've ever met, if not the most, and that includes my old master, who's no slouch." "Odd," she said. "I've never heard the name either. Difficult indeed to hide that kind of power." "He helped us shut down one of the portals, but he had some odd abilities that I've never seen before. He recovered from a point-blank gunshot wound to the chest that should have killed him instantly, and somehow he managed to escape from inside the portal to the Evil's home dimension after it closed. There's no way he should have been able to do that, even if he wasn't as badly injured as he was. I can't even begin to comprehend the level of power and training it would take to do that. I didn't even think it was possible." "And you know he recovered and escaped because he sent you this notebook explaining his technique?" She tilted her head. "Have you seen him since then? Are you sure someone else didn't send it to you? Perhaps he left instructions." Stone thought of Harrison's assistant, Nakamura, but shook his head. "No, I don't think so. I think part of what he was doing by sending it to me was telling me he was still alive." Madame Juan nodded. "Have you thought of contacting him?" Stone stared at her. He hadn't thought of that. He suspected it wouldn't be easy. Harrison had made it fairly clear that none of them should try to contact him again, but if he could— "I have not," he said slowly. "And that is a very good idea. If he's used to practicing this form of magic, perhaps he might have some insights for you. And if he's as powerful as you say, he might even be able to reverse the damage." Stone doubted the latter. Harrison had never struck him as the type who spent much effort on the healing end of the magical arts. But still— "Thank you," he said. He reached across the table and this time gripped her hand. "For everything. I thought I might go mad if I didn't talk to someone." "You haven't told Jason and Verity, then, I take it?" Her tone held the tiniest hint of reproach. He shook his head. "No, nor will I, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't either." "Why not?" she asked. "Of course I will honor your wishes, but why do you seek to shut them out? They're your friends, they care about you." "I'm sure they do," he said. "But they don't need to know, not yet. Not until I'm sure. The last thing I want is their pity." "Verity is your apprentice," she said. "If you're no longer able to fulfill your duty as her master—" I know." His tone was more harsh than he'd intended it to be. When he continued, it was softer. "I'll tell them, eventually. But they can't help me with this." "And you don't want them to see you without your power," she said gently. He snapped his gaze up, ready to deny her words, but he couldn't. Instead, he sighed. "Look," he said, "I never said I wasn't a bit of a broken toy. Maybe you're right. I don't want them to see me like this, but that's my right, isn't it? Let me see if I can get this sorted first, and then I'll decide where to go from there." "Of course," she said, "but I want something from you for my silence and my assistance." He looked at her oddly. She had never asked for any kind of payment for the help she'd given him in the past, beyond the cost of purchased supplies. "What do you want?" "I want your word on something." "What?" he asked, afraid he already knew where this was going. "I want your word that you won't do anything drastic for 6 months," she said. "Drastic? Alastair, I know you." She got up and came around the table, putting a hand on his shoulder. "I've known you a long time, since you were an apprentice. Magic is your life. It's all that matters to you. Even your position at the university pales before your devotion to the art, and without it—" She squeezed. "I'm quite fond of you, you know. I'm not ready to let you go yet, magic or no magic. So I want you to promise me, give me your word that, even if you discover your magic loss is permanent, you'll give it 6 months before you make any irrevocable decisions. Go wherever you like, do whatever you want to do. I'll help you if you wish, but promise me you'll live." "Why?" he asked bitterly. "If you care for me, why would you want me to live like that?" Her expression was unreadable. "I won't make that decision for you. Perhaps you'll discover that you can't, in which case I won't like your decision, and I will try with all my being to persuade you from it, but I won't interfere. But I think you'll find that there is more to life than magic." She shrugged. "And in any case, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We don't know yet that the damage is permanent. Go and talk to this Harrison and see if he can help you." Stone stood. "Yes," he said with a sigh. "Yes, I'll do that. Thank you, Madame Juan." He turned and took a step toward the beaded curtain. "Alastair." He stopped. "Yes?" "You haven't yet given me your word." Why the hell did he insist on surrounding himself with such intelligent and perceptive people anyway? He turned back to her and met her gaze. "I give you my word," he said, his tone colorless and without inflection, "that I will make no permanent decisions regarding my future for 6 months from this date." He arched an eyebrow at her. "There. Happy?" She smiled a tiny, sad smile. "No, of course I'm not happy, because a dear friend is in distress. But at least now I know that my dear friend will remain among us for a time." She pulled him into a hug. "Take care of yourself, Alastair, and be kind. You ask more of yourself than anyone I know, and forgive yourself less when you feel you haven't measured up." Chapter 4. He had a message from Verity when he got home. He listened to it while sorting through the mail. "Hey," she said. "Hope you're doing okay. If you're not too busy, Jason and I were wondering if you wanted to get together for dinner tonight. We can go out somewhere, or come to your place and I'll cook. Whichever. Let us know." Stone tossed the mail aside and almost called her back to tell her he still wasn't feeling up to seeing anyone. But then he hesitated. He'd planned to pack tonight and head out to Vegas first thing in the morning, but it wasn't fair to Verity or her brother Jason to just disappear on them, not so soon after what had happened. He hadn't actually seen them since he'd left the hospital. He'd told them to go on ahead and he'd get in touch when he was home. They'd been reluctant to leave him, but aside from Jason's injured arm, shot by one of the evil's minions, they hadn't suffered any notable injuries, so there was little point in them hanging around. The thought of Verity sent another wave of regret and despair slicing through him. He hadn't wanted to take on another apprentice. His experience with his last one, several years ago, had gone badly, and convinced him that he wasn't ready. But then he'd crossed paths with Verity's older brother Jason. The two of them had tracked her down among the forgotten after she stumbled upon a murder committed by the evil and ran away from her halfway house. In the course of discovering that the open portals and the presence of the evil were the cause of her ongoing mental health issues, Stone had also discovered that she had the ability to be a mage, inherited from her mother. She'd asked him to train her, and despite his initial reluctance, he'd agreed, because at that point he'd begun to feel responsible for her. He'd been training her for a year now, and she exceeded most of his expectations. She had a quick mind and learned fast, though she exhibited frequent impatience with his highly structured, mathematically precise approach to the art. They had many spirited discussions as her abilities and magical background grew. Her own skills displayed a decided slant toward techniques like healing, and an approach that was more organic, more naturalistic than his ego-driven, power-focused methods. She'd commented once during a lesson that his style of magic forced the world to conform to his vision of it, while she felt more comfortable manipulating existing structures to cooperate with her. He'd thought she was teasing, but it had given him several nights' worth of things to think about. He'd occasionally wondered how much longer he would be able to teach her, and if he should start looking around for someone who fit better with her style. None of that matters now, though, he thought bitterly. If his magic didn't return, he'd be forced to find her another instructor. That was part of the obligation he'd assumed when he agreed to teach her. If for some reason he either couldn't or didn't wish to continue as her master, he had to find someone else to take up her training. Another loose end he had to tie up. At least now, thanks to Madame Juan and her meddling, her caring, he reminded himself, he had 6 months to do it. Before he changed his mind, he picked up the phone and punched in Jason and Verity's number. She answered quickly. "Haven't you had enough cooking for a while?" he asked. "Hey!" She sounded happy to hear from him. "How are you?" He wished people would stop asking him that. "Fine. Got back a couple of days ago. Been lying around being lazy and catching up on sleep mostly." "Yeah, us too. Jason won't stop bitching about his arm. I wish I could heal it for him, but it's been too long. Anyway, you want to do dinner and catch up?" "Sure. Your place or out somewhere? Whichever you prefer. Hang on a sec." She put the phone down. Stone heard muffled voices, and then she was back. "How about we come over there? I'm sure you'd just hate a home-cooked meal, right?" "Terribly," he said. "Usual arrangement, of course." Verity loved to cook, and had gotten quite good at it over the past year, so she and Jason often came over to Stone's place for dinner, since he had a much better, and otherwise unused, kitchen. He paid for the ingredients, and she made sure he didn't spend his life eating takeout when he remembered to eat at all. "Cool, we'll see you in an hour or so then." While waiting for them to come over, Stone flipped on the TV and switched to a news channel. By now, the stories about the massacre at Burning Man were beginning to wind down a bit. Third or fourth on the newscast instead of the lead story. During his time in the hospital, it had remained a headliner in the national news, as authorities sifted through the wreckage and tried to reconstruct what had happened from their findings in interviews with as many people as they could track down. It was quickly determined, though, that most of the witnesses must have been impaired in some way, because the stories of odd glowing patterns in the sky and giant black humanoid creatures and exploding dancers could not have been anything more than a mass hallucination. Even the videotapes confiscated from some of the attendees hadn't provided definitive proof. It had to be some sort of weather condition, or fireworks, or a trick of the smoke. Tonight, a somber reporter spoke over background shots of the playa showing the remains of the man, mangled tents and RVs, and dozens of emergency vehicles and helicopters on the scene. They were still going with the terrorist angle, and Stone wondered if another explanation, at least one they could get past the majority of the general public, would ever arise, or if the whole thing would simply be swept under the rug. In truth, it didn't matter to him. There was no way he was ever going back to Burning Man, even if his magic did return, regardless of what they decided. All he regretted was the loss of life that he and his friends had been unable to prevent. Jason and Verity arrived soon after, bearing 4 stuffed bags from the nearby supermarket. Verity came in first, grinning. "You're gonna like this," she said, heading toward the kitchen. "New recipe, you get to play guinea pig." "Great," Stone said. He eyed Jason, focusing pointedly on his arm in a sling. "How much longer do you have to wear that?" "A few more days," Jason said. "It's a drag, but I guess it's worth it." He held up the 2 bags he carried in his other hand. "Better get these where they're going. Got ice cream in here." Stone drifted out to the kitchen and perched on one of the breakfast bar stools, watching the 2 of them as they moved around his kitchen with a familiarity far greater than his own. To the casual observer, they didn't look much like brother and sister. Verity was small and slim, with big, expressive eyes and spiky, dyed black hair. She favored black goth gear and dramatic makeup. Jason, by contrast, looked like the textbook California surfer dude. Tall, athletic, tanned, with long, dirty blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. He wore his usual outfit of snug-fitting t-shirt, jeans, and athletic shoes. "So," Stone said, "one of your number seems to be missing." Verity paused from dragging various pots and pans from the cabinets. "Oh, Shara? She went back home when we left Reno. We're getting together again in a month or so." He nodded. "And how are you 2 getting on? Settling back into routines?" "Mostly," Jason said. He was trying to help Verity by digging things out of the bags, but his non-functional arm hindered him. She shooed him out of the kitchen, so instead he lounged in the doorway. "We both have to go back to work next week. Fortunately, it's me with the bum arm instead of V." He studied Stone. "How's it going with you? Feeling okay?" Stone shrugged. "Getting there. Mostly just random aches and pains, more annoying than debilitating." "The new quarter starts in a couple of weeks, doesn't it? You gonna be ready?" "Don't see why not. I could do it now if I had to, but I won't lie, the 2 weeks rest will be nice." "Are you just staying around here?" Verity asked. She was holding a large pot under the faucet as it filled with water. And just like that, the perfect lie presented itself, tied up with a neat bow. "No, I thought I might go back home for a bit. Aubrey's been pestering me to stay a while, so I'll finish recuperating there and let him hover over me like a mother hen. I leave tomorrow." Verity regarded him for just a second longer than might be expected, then nodded. "Sounds like a plan. When are we going to get back to magic lessons? After you settle in with your classes?" "I'll let you know," he said. "Until then, I'll give you some books to read. Bit more advanced concepts, but I think you're ready for them. Don't let it go to your head, but you did a brilliant job out there, Verity. I couldn't have expected anything more of an apprentice with at least a year's more training than you've had." "Thanks, Teach." She grinned, but quickly sobered. "Are you still having bad dreams about going through life without magic every night?" "A few," he admitted. "More at first. They're trailing off now." "Yeah." Jason shook his head. "I'm still getting my mind around everything that happened. It almost seems like a dream itself now. Except for this. He lifted his sling-clad arm a bit. I wonder how long it'll be before somebody gets around to interviewing us about what happened. Why would they? Verity asked. I doubt anyone had it together enough to see what we were doing. And by the time Dr. Stone zapped that spirit, everybody was running around in a panic anyway. She frowned at Stone. That reminds me, I was meaning to ask you, what the hell did you do to that thing? I've never seen you do magic anything like that before. Oh, wait a sec. She stopped what she was doing. Was that the stuff you got from Harrison? Did you finally figure out how to use it? Stone decided he definitely had to start cultivating less perceptive friends. It was, he admitted. I still have a lot of work to go with it, but I didn't have a choice. Wow, Jason said, impressed. You blew the shit out of that spirit. If that's the kind of power we'll be seeing from you from now on, remind me not to get on your bad side. Stone clenched his fists in his lap, where neither Jason nor Verity could see. Damn it, stop talking about magic. Just stop. Let's move on to something else, he said. I'm trying to forget about that whole business for now. The evil's done for and we can finally rest a bit. So, what exactly are you making there, Verity? They spent the rest of the meal. The main course was some kind of pasta-based Middle Eastern dish that Stone didn't get the name of, talking about everything but magic and Burning Man. Every time Jason or Verity tried to steer the conversation to those topics, Stone steered it deftly away. After they'd finished eating, and were lingering over dishes of ice cream and little glasses of after-dinner liqueur, he smiled. Well, he said, indicating the empty serving dish in the center of the table. I'd call this experiment a success. Well done, Verity, as always. Thanks, she said. I honestly wasn't sure it would work out. It had a couple tricky spots, but I think it turned out okay. She pointed her hand at the dishes, and one by one, they lifted off and formed themselves into a neat stack above the table. Stone froze like someone had just punched him in the gut, and was sure he'd gone pale as well. He quickly rose to cover it. Excuse me, he said, and forced himself to walk nonchalantly until he was out of their sight. He ducked into the downstairs bathroom and closed the door, then grasped the edges of the sink and faced the mirror. Damn it, he murmured to his glaring reflection. You can't lose it every time someone uses magic around you. Get a grip. He ran some water and splashed it over his face, waiting for the color to come back, and then headed back out. Verity already had the dishes out in the kitchen, and Jason was carrying the last of the glasses in his good hand. You okay? He asked. Stone nodded. Fine, leave those, I'll wash them up later. We should go, Verity said. If you're leaving tomorrow, you've probably got some packing to do, yeah? A bit, he said. Always leaving things to the last minute, me. It was good to see you both, though. Let me get you those books before you go. He headed upstairs, and had made it all the way to his study before he remembered that he'd left the books in his attic ritual space, where he'd been looking through them a few weeks ago to determine if they'd be suitable for Verity's upcoming lessons. The ritual space that was sealed behind a ward he could no longer pass through, and locked with a magical lock he could no longer open. Sudden rage and despair tore at him. Damn, damn, damn! He snapped, slamming his fist into the wall. Pain flared bright and sharp, bringing hot tears to his eyes. Clutching his injured hand, he sagged against the doorframe. Dr. Stone? Verity called from downstairs. You okay up there? Fine, he said, through gritted teeth, probably not loud enough to carry down to her. His knuckles throbbed, sending off spiking knives of pain every time he moved his hand. Great. Just brilliant. You've got to stop this. Stop acting like a child who's lost his toy. You can cope with this, damn you. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and then Verity was there. Her eyes widened when she spotted him. "Did you just hurt your hand?" she asked uncertainly. "It's fine," he said, still through his teeth. It took all of his will not to stuff the injured hand under his other arm. "That doesn't look fine. Let me see it." She moved forward, reaching out to him. He started to recoil, but stopped himself. It was his own bloody fault he'd hurt himself because he couldn't handle watching his own apprentice using the magic he'd taught her. He let her gently take his wrist and pull his hand out where she could see it in the overhead light. "What did you do?" she asked, shocked. "It's swelling. Did you crack your knuckles on something?" "Hit the doorframe in the dark," he said. "Oh, right, she'll believe that one. Why don't you tell her an anvil landed on it?" More footsteps, and Jason stood behind Verity. "What's going on?" "It's not a bloody convention," Stone snapped. "I buggered up my hand a little is all." "Come on, sit down," Verity said. She steered him into the study and waved toward his favorite ratty leather armchair in the corner. "I'll fix that up for you." "I can do it myself," he said, even though he knew if she took him up on it, he'd probably have to go to the emergency room and get it seen to after she left. "No need to—" "Shh," she said, and knelt down next to the chair. "Come on. You know I'm better at healing than you are. Quit being macho and let me take care of it." "Fine," he said. He leaned back and let her arrange his arm on the armrest. If he didn't move his hand at all, the pain merely throbbed without flaring. While Jason hovered in the background, obviously unsure of what to think about the situation or what to do, Verity raised her hands and held them over Stone's, about 3 inches above it. She closed her eyes and murmured under her breath. Instantly, he felt a warming relief settle over his hand. A glow of golden energy surrounded it, shifting and undulating almost like liquid. The warmth seemed to sink in past his skin, and a strange, deep-down itching sensation replaced the throbbing in his knuckles. Stone had been healed enough to know not to resist this effect. It was disquieting, but that was how the spell did its work. After a few moments, Verity let her breath out, lowered her hands, and opened her eyes. "There. How did I do?" Stone raised his hand and flexed his fingers, testing it out. "Full marks," he said. "Thank you. Well done." "Good deal. Can't have you going off to England with a messed-up hand." She stood. "So, about those books." "Oh, right. I can't find them just now. I think I lent them out and forgot about it. I'll hunt them up for you when I get back, all right?" She tilted her head and gave him an odd look, but shrugged. "Sure, no problem. I'll just keep up with my regular exercises until we get started again." She paused, then turned to her brother. "Jace, can you give us a sec? I want to talk to Dr. Stone about a couple magic things." Sure." Jason looked confused, since Verity had never had a problem with him being around when she discussed magic. "I'll be downstairs." When he was gone, she turned back to Stone. "Can I ask you something?" "Careful." You can ask me anything," he said, keeping his expression neutral. "No guarantees I'll answer, though." She studied him. "Is everything okay with you?" "Why wouldn't it be?" "I dunno, but I heard you yelling something up here. Couldn't make it out, and—" She pointed. "There's a dent in your wall?" Stone glanced sideways and sighed. She was right. The section of wall next to the door sported a shallow, fist-shaped depression. He wondered why he ever expected he'd be able to keep the fact that something was wrong a secret from her. Her perceptiveness and strong sense of empathy were what made her so good at the kind of magic she excelled at. "No," he said at last. "Everything isn't exactly okay at present. but it's something I need to work out on my own. Her gaze shifted between the dent and his face. And you don't want to tell me what it is? Not really. There isn't any way you can help. You just need to let me get on with it and see what I can sort out. She remained silent for several seconds, examining the dent. Does it have anything to do with the evil? Because, I can help with that. No, he said. Nothing to do with the evil. It wasn't exactly the truth, but it wasn't exactly a lie either. He patted her arm. Thank you for fixing my hand. That was really quite a foolish thing I did there. I've just got some things on my mind right now. Okay, she said. But promise me if you need help you'll call. You know Jason and I will drop everything and come running. He closed his eyes briefly. Sometimes their loyalty overwhelmed him. I know that, Verity, and I appreciate it more than you know. I promise I'll call you if you can do anything. He was making a lot of promises these days that he wasn't sure he'd be able to keep. No point in stopping now. She gave him a quick, hard hug. Okay then, I'd better let you get packing. Say hi to Aubrey for us, okay? I will. He followed her downstairs. Jason loitered in the kitchen, paging through one of the newspapers from the untidy pile on the breakfast bar. You guys done plotting to take over the world? He asked, tossing the paper back. For tonight, Stone said. Still working out what to do about Australia, Verity said. That place is hardcore. Chapter 5. Stone caught a plane to Las Vegas from San Francisco late the following afternoon. Las Vegas, or at least the part he was concerned with, lived mostly by night, so he saw no point in arriving early and having to wait around. He didn't pack much. He figured he'd find Harrison and talk to him, or he wouldn't. And either way, there would be no point in remaining in town more than a short time. In any case, he'd have to be back a few days before the start of the quarter at Stanford to settle back in after the summer and prepare for his classes. He also didn't call ahead. He'd considered it last night after Jason and Verity left, and had gone as far as to look up the number for the Obsidian Hotel and Casino. But, in the end, he decided he wanted to go in person and see how far he could get. This wasn't something to trust to phone calls. While sitting in the plane during the short flight, he leaned against the window, closed his eyes, and thought about what he would find and how he would proceed if he did, or, more likely, if he didn't. Trevor Harrison, who apparently had some connection to the Obsidian, though Stone never found out its exact nature, was an odd duck on many levels. Stone couldn't say he liked the man exactly. In that respect, Harrison was similar to his black mage associate Stefan Kalinsky. They often had mutually compatible goals, or could offer useful information or aid if the proper payments were offered, but Stone didn't fully trust either of them, especially after he'd watched Harrison murder a squad of survivalists in cold blood, merely because they'd been possessed by the evil. Because of his unusual, possibly unique, except for Stone's rudimentary skills, magical style, it wasn't correct to call him a black mage, despite his seeming callousness about killing in service of his ends. He certainly wasn't a white one. Whatever he was, he'd made it clear during their association that he operated by his own rules, even more than Kalinsky did. Stone wondered if he'd find Harrison in Las Vegas, or if he was even there any longer. A few days after he'd disappeared into the portal and Stone had thought him certainly lost, the notebook containing the basics of his magical techniques had shown up at Stone's townhouse. But it hadn't included any identifying marks, no postmark, no return address, not even a stamp. It had been delivered by a private courier. Clearly, Harrison had no wish for anyone to find him, or to try to contact him. Well, Stone thought, with some bitterness, we don't always get what we want, do we? By the time the plane touched down at McCarran Airfield a little after 7, the sun had nearly completed its descent. He retrieved his luggage and took a cab into town. If he ended up needing to drive, he could always rent a car later. He hadn't made any reservations or plans, purposely leaving his options open. "Where to?" the driver asked. "The Obsidian." "You got it." The driver hit the meter and joined the stream of evening traffic. Stone slouched in his seat and watched the scenery go by. Out this far, the buildings were more drab, more like those one might find in any large city, though even here some of them bloomed with flashes of bright color. Las Vegas was a town that put its best foot forward when the sun went down. During the day, even the massive pleasure palaces of the Strip had a dusty, unimpressive look. But at night, they came alive. As they drove, Stone thought about when he'd been here with Jason and Verity a few months back. They'd been on the run most of the time then, trying to keep their heads down and avoid the evil. Las Vegas, with its endless stream of transient down-and-outers, was ideally suited to host the evil. Many of them, even after they came through the portal, remained in the area, crawling over the town like cockroaches instead of being sent off for parts unknown by their unseen coordinators. No doubt many of them were still here, a thought that hadn't consciously occurred to Stone when he'd made his decision to come. That could prove problematic. He'd have to be careful. He wondered if any of them would recognize him at this point, and tried not to think about how vulnerable he was without his magical protections. It probably would have been wiser to ask Jason and Verity to accompany him. Wiser, but out of the question. He'd just have to maintain a low profile and avoid going off on his own. If he could find Harrison, he shouldn't have to. Just because he and his friends had eliminated the evil's leaders didn't mean that all the soldier-level evil had simply gone poof and vacated their hosts. All it meant was that the centralized hubs of control the leaders had maintained were gone now. That, in turn, could mean any number of other things, the most likely of which were that one or more soldier evil might step up and try to fill the vacuum, or the soldiers might simply settle in, embrace their roles and their hosts' lives, and go on about their business. If they chose the latter, they'd still need to seek out locations of emotional energy to keep themselves fed. But that shouldn't be hard in Las Vegas. Hell, all they had to do was go down to Fremont Street and park themselves in one of the seedy joints on the periphery of the tourist traps, and they'd suck in enough despair and hopelessness to keep them happy in perpetuity. Not a bad setup. Would they risk discovery by seeking revenge on Stone even if they found him? He glanced into the rearview mirror at the cab driver's eyes and wondered if he might be harboring an evil soldier. Stop it. Even here they can't be on every street corner. He saw the Obsidian before they reached it. It was hard to miss. As one of the tallest hotel casino structures on the Strip, its featureless, mirrored black tower poked upward, somehow darker than the sky around it. The only color relieving its solid black was the name Obsidian, written vertically down its side in electric blue. As they pulled in and the cab took its place in the row of others jockeying for a place to stop long enough to offload their passengers, Stone glanced up at the massive marquee out in front, emblazoned with a popular singer's name in 6-foot-tall letters. No longer did Shane Tarkasian and his red-hot magic act dominate the Obsidian's main showroom. Stone wondered what had become of him. The last they'd seen him was when they'd dropped him off at the hotel and left him in the care of Harrison's assistant, Nakamura. It had been a risk, leaving a formerly evil-possessed mage alive, but by the time the ordeal had been over, they'd all lost the taste for any more bloodshed. The cab slid to a stop, and the driver got out to retrieve Stone's bag from the trunk. Stone paid him, grabbed the bag, and headed inside. The early September heat wasn't as oppressive as it was in high summer, especially this late in the day, but getting out of the air-conditioned cab still felt like stepping into a warm oven. Stone wasn't a fan of Las Vegas in general. The trip he'd taken with Jason and Verity had been his first time there, and it had mostly confirmed his suspicion that the place suffered from a distinct lack of taste. As monstrous hotel casinos went, though, he found the Obsidian to be the least objectionable of the bunch. This was mainly because, unlike the others, the Obsidian made an effort to tone down the bells and whistles and dancing neon-encrusted glitz as much as possible, in favor of as much class as it could manage while still performing its function. He pushed his way through the black-tinted revolving door and inside, where the temperature once again dropped to frigid, at least as compared to the outside. Off to his left, he spotted the registration desk, a long, low structure made of gold-veined black marble, with a single strip of electric blue neon running near its top. He hadn't made a reservation, but that didn't seem to be a problem. The efficient clerk, dressed in the hotel's ubiquitous black blazer, set him up with a room in less than 5 minutes. He didn't stay in it long, just long enough to hang up his clothes and take a quick shower. Before he left, he paused to sit down on the bed, calm his mind, and concentrate on shifting to magical sight. He tried not to expect anything. If he didn't, he wouldn't be disappointed. But after 5 minutes and nothing, the despair was as strong as ever. This whole trip was pointless. Even if he managed to track down Harrison, it wouldn't matter. It had been too long. If it was coming back, it would have done it by now. He didn't slam the door on the way out of the room, and claimed that as a small victory. Chapter 6. Back downstairs, Stone considered the best way to try to find Harrison. He could just walk up to some random black-jacketed employee and ask, but that hardly seemed the appropriate approach. He'd probably just arouse suspicion, and if Harrison wasn't here, and therefore the protections against the evil he'd put in place at the hotel might not be any more either, drawing too much attention to himself was a bad idea. Especially since his ability to protect himself against an attack without his magic was severely diminished. He still had his wits, but he'd have to rely on them now more than ever. Time to start thinking like a mundane, whether you like it or not. Another option was to pick up one of the house phones and ask for Harrison, but once again he didn't like that idea. He wanted to do this in person. This time of the evening, the casino crowd was heavy. The muted flashes, buzzes, and bells of the sparsely occupied slot machines, along with the shadowy figures parked in front of them, gave the place an eerie, slightly unworldly feel. From where he stood at the edge of the casino proper, he could just see a few of the various pits: blackjack, roulette, the occasional wheel of fortune. Most of the dealers and croupiers tended full tables, but a few stood alone, looking bored. Well then, let's decrease some boredom, shall we? He probably could have made a fortune as a poker player, back when his magic still functioned. In a game where tells and emotional cues were so important, the ability to read auras would give him a nearly insurmountable advantage. That assumed, of course, that some disgruntled losing player didn't plug him in the back when he wasn't looking, convinced he was cheating. Which, of course, he was, just not the way his opponent suspected. As he walked past the slot machines toward the pits, he wondered idly if any of his fellow mages did just that. After all, mage wasn't a job that tended to make one wealthy, unless you came from wealthy families, like both Stone and his old master did. Most of them gravitated toward jobs that allowed them to use their talent in a surreptitious way. The stage magic, psychic reading, running a magic supply shop in some New Age community, or, as in Stone's own case, teaching. Stone didn't need a job, technically. He had enough money squirreled away from inheritance and investments that he could live comfortably without ever having to work. But, as he often said, idleness would drive him insane. He was grateful now that he did have the job at Stamford, since, if he was forced to live without his magic for a while, it would give him something to do. That was all beside the point now, though. Time to get down to business. He scanned the blackjack pit until he spotted an empty table, and headed toward it. The dealer, a young black man with a 1,000-yard stare suggesting he'd welcome anything that would poke his dull shift out of the doldrums, fanned and refanned his cards across the electric blue felt surface of the table with practiced ease. Stone sat down on the centermost of the 7 padded stools arrayed around the half-moon-shaped table. "Afternoon," he said. "Afternoon, sir," the man replied. Like the other dealers, he didn't wear the Obsidian's black blazer, but rather a crisp white shirt with a silk tie the same color as the table. His name tag said, Andre. Stone glanced at the discreet sign off to the right. The table minimum was $25. He put $300 bills in front of him and waited. Andre took the money, spread it out so the overhead cameras could see it, then counted out 12 green chips. He pushed those across the table and shoved the bills down a slot with a plastic tool. Stone put the first chip on the square in front of him, and Andre dealt the cards. 10 seconds later, Andre swept the chip away after he'd turned up a jack and 10 to Stone's 19. "Going to be that kind of day, is it?" Stone asked with a grin. A cocktail waitress, clad in a uniform that was positively tasteful compared to some Stone had seen on his last trip, came by and asked if he wanted anything to drink. He ordered a Guinness and put out another chip. 10 seconds later, he'd lost that one, too. Andre, at least, had the good sense to look sympathetic. "I'm a bit rubbish at this," Stone observed. In truth, he didn't care whether he won or lost the money. The play was just something to keep his hands busy. He won the next hand, lost the next 2, and then won 3 in a row. For the next one, he put out 2 chips, one obviously meant as a tip. He won with a 20. "Thank you, sir," Andre said, holding up the tip winnings for the camera and then putting the chips in his shirt pocket. Stone nodded. "Say, Andre." He put out another chip. "Yes, sir?" "I'm wondering if you might help me. Last time I was here, a few months back, I spoke with a man named Trevor Harrison. I'm not sure what his position is, but I think he's some sort of big deal here. Have you heard of him?" Andre finished the deal. Stone lost, before he answered. "Yes, sir, I've heard of him, but I don't think he's here." Stone frowned. "Not here as in off for the day, or as in no longer with the hotel?" "I'm not sure, sir. I've only been working here for a couple of months. I've heard his name mentioned, but I've never seen him." That wasn't good. "All right, then. What about Mr. Nakamura? He was sort of Harrison's personal assistant, I think. Is he still here?" "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know." He nodded toward the empty spot on the table. Sorry. Stone shoved another chip out. His stack was dwindling now. With luck, the right kind, he could get the information he was looking for before he had to buy more. "Well, if I wanted to find out if Mr. Nakamura was here, how would I do that? I'm only in town for a day or 2, and if he is, I'd like to say hello." The dealer nodded toward the far side of the casino. "The public business office is over by the cage. I'd start by checking there." Stone hit his 12, got an 8, and stood. Andre turned up an ace to go with his displayed 10. "I think that's about enough of that," Stone said ruefully, getting up. He picked up his small stack of chips, except for one, which he pushed toward Andre. "Thanks for the information." The Obsidian's public business office hid in plain sight behind an unobtrusive gray door near one of the main casino cages. Stone tried the door, half expecting it to be locked, but it swung open easily. He wondered how many cameras were recording him as he did it. Beyond was a large reception desk, blocking access to the double doors behind it. The Obsidian's logo took up most of the wall behind the desk, and a young woman in a black blazer sat behind it. "May I help you, sir? I'm looking for Mr. Nakamura. Do you have an appointment?" Good. He is still here, it seems. "I don't," he said. "But I think he might want to speak with me, if he's around. Could you let him know I'm here? My name is Alastair Stone." "I'll check, sir. Please have a seat." She waved him toward a small grouping of chairs just inside the door. Stone sat down, watching her as she picked up the phone and made a call. Once more he tried concentrating, but not even a flicker of an aura shone around her as she spoke to someone. He did notice a slight look of surprise cross her face, though. She jotted something down on a pad below Stone's line of sight, hung up, and looked across at him. "He says he'll be happy to see you, Mr. Stone. He asks that you meet him in the Obsidian Club in 15 minutes. Well, that was easier than I thought. "Thank you," he said, rising, and quickly made his exit. Maybe now he'd get some answers. Chapter 7. The Obsidian Club was a small, exclusive lounge overlooking the main casino, all black leather and chrome and understated blue lighting. Its dimly lit space was about half full, but Stone had no trouble spotting the man seated at a tiny glass-topped table, staring out over the pits. The man rose as Stone entered, and smiled. "Dr. Stone, so good to see you." He offered his hand. Stone shook it. "Likewise," he said. "Please, sit down." Nakamura resumed his seat and regarded Stone with a mixture of courtesy and curiosity. He was a young man, perhaps late 20s, trim and pleasant-looking, with perfectly cut black hair and a more upmarket version of the classic obsidian blazer. "I must say, I was surprised when Ms. Dell told me you were here." "Yes, well, it was a bit sudden," Stone said. "Didn't know I was coming myself until yesterday." He sat down in the swivel chair across from Nakamura. "You're well, I hope?" "Well enough, I suppose." "And your two friends, are they here too?" "No, just me this time," Stone said. They're fine, but my reason for being here doesn't concern them." He looked around, taking in the crowds down below. "I thought you might like to know, the Evil's leaders are gone." "Really?" Nakamura's eyebrows rose. "What do you mean, gone?" "Gone. Probably dead or disrupted or whatever it is you call destroying those bastards. But no longer a threat, in any case." Nakamura was silent for a moment, then said, "Is this related to what happened at Burning Man recently?" So, Harrison didn't pick mental slouches for his assistants either. It made sense he'd know, though. Las Vegas wasn't that far from the site. Hell, it wasn't out of the question that Nakamura might have been there himself. "It is," Stone replied. "They tried to use a spirit to summon a portal, and quite a lot of ley lines to stabilize it. But that didn't work out for them." "Thanks to you." Stone shrugged. "Me and others. But that's not why I'm here. I'm hoping you can help me." "Of course, Dr. Stone, if it's within my power. I'm happy to." "I need to talk to Harrison." He watched Nakamura's face carefully as he said it. He needn't have. Nakamura didn't try to hide his disappointed expression. "I'm sorry," he said. "That I can't help you with. I wish I could." Stone leaned in, still watching him. "You do know he's still alive, right?" He remembered Nakamura's guilt when they'd left town. After they'd all flown out to the abandoned military base where the Las Vegas portal had been hidden, an evil soldier exiting one of the survivalists Harrison killed had managed to possess Nakamura without any of their knowledge. He'd been the one to shoot and nearly kill Harrison. Nakamura nodded. "I do." "He contacted you?" "Once, shortly after the incident, but not in person, and I'm still not entirely sure I believe it was him." His gaze sharpened. "I didn't understand it then, Dr. Stone, and I still don't. How could he be alive after what happened? You said he went into that portal and it disappeared." "I don't know," Stone said, "but I'm certain he is. Clearly he's got some tricks up his sleeve that none of the rest of us know about. But it's vitally important that I talk to him. Are you sure you don't have any way to contact him? No way you could leave a message where he might see it?" Nakamura shook his head. "Nothing like that," he said. "I'm sorry, Dr. Stone. As I said, I wish I knew. How do you know he's alive?" "He sent me some information," Stone said. "Not long after I got back to the Bay Area, information that no one else would have been able to fake." "I see." He looked as if he was trying to decide whether to say something. "What is it?" Stone asked, leaning forward again. Nakamura shook his head. "Nothing. As I said, I don't know where he is. It's possible he's not even on Earth, actually." Stone stared. "Not on Earth?" "I don't know. He didn't really discuss his magical activities with me, but a couple of times in the past he mentioned things that made me believe that he traveled to other places." Stone nodded. That could explain a lot, actually. Of course, there were other dimensions. The overworld was the most widely known of them among magical circles. The evil obviously came from somewhere else, and Harrison's magic appeared to draw its power from a third, so it made all kinds of sense that still others, possibly an infinite number of them, existed out there. And if that were true, and Harrison knew how to reach one or more of them, that might have explained how he'd escaped the evil's home turf after the portal closed. It still didn't explain how he'd done it, though, since, as far as Stone knew, and he made it his business to know these things, no one had ever traveled between dimensions without using a pre-constructed portal or gateway. Harrison had been gravely injured and hadn't taken any components with him beyond the crystal needed to complete Stone's ritual, so there was no way he could have constructed one on the fly. It sounded like Trevor Harrison was an even odder and more powerful duck than Stone had initially suspected. Not that any of this helped with his current problem, though. He sighed and stared down at his hands. "If I might ask, Dr. Stone," Nakamura said, "why do you need to contact him so urgently?" Stone looked up. "Where's Tarkasian, by the way?" Nakamura seemed startled by the abrupt change of subject. "Gone," he said. "He left a couple of months ago. Of course, after the incident we couldn't let him resume his stage show, and he didn't want to anyway." "Are you sure it was safe to let him go? Did you keep tabs on him?" At this point, it was unlikely the evil would even try to reoccupy Tarkasian, and even less likely that he let them, but Stone's interactions with the young mage had left him with the impression that Tarkasian didn't have the strongest of minds when it came to resisting temptation or persuasion. "We could have tried to prevent him from leaving, but given that he's a mage and none of us are, without Mr. Harrison around it would have been difficult." Nakamura shrugged. "But I don't think he's a threat. I keep a private investigator on retainer to keep track of him. Right now he's in New Jersey. He's started up an act at a small club in Atlantic City." He paused, and when Stone didn't say anything else, he repeated, Why do you want to contact Mr. Harrison, Dr. Stone? Stone eyed Nakamura with a gaze so intense that the man shifted in discomfort. Once again, the irony of the situation struck him. He wished he could read Nakamura's aura so he could tell whether he could trust him. But if he could do that, he wouldn't need to trust him. I need him to tell me why his magic's buggered me up, he said at last, and how to fix it. Nakamura's eyes narrowed. I don't understand. I probably shouldn't even be telling you this. Unable to sit still any longer, Stone got up and began pacing the small area in front of the table. The reason I know he's alive is when he contacted me, he sent me some notes, the beginnings of how his magical style works. His magical style? Stone nodded. I don't know how much you know about magic, but there are different styles, different approaches. I thought there were only 2 that humans use, and a lot of variations on them. But apparently there are at least 3, because Harrison uses the 3rd. He gave me the starting point to learn it. And did you? Yes. A start, anyway. I've barely scratched the surface of what's out there. But at Burning Man, the situation got so desperate that I took a chance and used it to try to disrupt what the evil were trying to do. And it worked. Harrison's magic worked when mine didn't. Nakamura didn't move, and his expression didn't change. I see, he said again. Then I don't see where the problem— The problem, Stone said, making no effort to keep the edge of bitterness out of his voice, is that using so much of that magic has burned out my ability to do any more. I don't know if it's temporary or permanent, but it's been nearly a week since I got back from the hospital in Reno and there's no sign of it returning. I need Harrison to do whatever the hell he does and let me know whether it's coming back. His jaw tightened. So if you have even the faintest clue about how to get hold of him, I'd appreciate it if you'd get on with it. Nakamura looked truly sympathetic, but he shook his head. I'm sorry, he said again. I really am. I have a few things I want to ask him myself, if I knew where he was. Nobody's seen him since back when you shut that portal down. I have no idea if he even intends to ever come back. Stone dropped back into the chair across from him and scrubbed at his hair with both hands, fighting to keep the despair and the pain at bay. Harrison had been his last chance. As talented as she was proving to be in healing magic, Verity wasn't far enough along in her training to be of any help. Madame Juan had already told him she couldn't do anything, and if she couldn't, then none of his colleagues in England would be able to either. Stefan Kalinsky might have some ideas or be able to find some, but Stone wasn't ready to reveal such a weakness to him. Not yet. If more time passed with no sign of the magic returning, he might change his mind. But not yet. All right, he said, barely more than a whisper. All right. He looked up. I'm staying here at the hotel. Room 742. All I'm asking you to do is try. If you have any ideas, no matter how far-fetched, please try them. Will you do that for me? He hated himself for sounding like he was begging. But at this point, grasping at any straws available was more important than keeping his pride intact. Nakamura nodded, but he still didn't look convinced. Of course I will. I'm just telling you, don't be surprised if I'm not successful. Stone got up. Thank you, he said. All I can ask you to do is try. He turned and trudged out of the bar. Back out in the casino, he made no effort to hurry. Suddenly, just like that, it was over. Harrison was, as Jason would say, in the wind, and Stone had no way to find him. His last hope, that Nakamura would somehow know where he was, had just crashed and burned. Sure, maybe the man might be able to turn up something, but even if he did, it wouldn't be tonight. And as long as Stone was being brutally honest with himself, Nakamura didn't strike him as a particularly proactive sort. He had no stake in this, so there was no reason to put himself out trying to hunt Harrison down. That, and if he'd wanted to find his old boss for his own purposes, he had months to try it, which meant he'd probably failed before this. If Harrison didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be found. Certainly not by a mundane personal assistant. Or by a newly mundane and increasingly desperate ex-mage. Despite his slow pace, Stone's heartbeat increased. Suddenly he was exhausted, but his limbs thrummed with pent-up energy and frustration. He had no idea what he wanted to do. He considered his options, all of them equally distasteful. He could call the airport and see if he could catch a flight back to San Francisco, but by the time he packed up and reached McCarran, he doubted many planes would be leaving so late, and he'd still have to get back to Palo Alto once he landed. He could go to his room, fall into bed and wait for morning. He had no illusions that he would sleep. He could spend the night at the tables, playing more blackjack or roulette, or even joining the herds of zombie slot players as they pulled lever after unending lever in the pursuit of a windfall that would never come. He didn't want to do any of those things. As he exited the casino and paused, contemplating his next move, something caught his eye. He stopped and glanced sideways toward a bank of buzzing, flashing slot machines, most of them occupied by tourists intent on their mind-numbing task. He hadn't seen anything. It must have been... No. There. A small, slim figure, its head poked out from around the far end of the middle of 3 rows. When Stone turned to get a closer look, it ducked back behind the machine and lost itself in the crowd. Stone glared after it and almost followed. He turned in that direction and shifted his weight forward to start after the figure. But then he stopped. You're being absurd. Who would be following him? Nobody knew he was here except Nakamura, and he doubted Harrison's assistant would have him tailed by such an inexpert pursuer, even if he had any reason to. It had to be just a coincidence. Casinos attracted a lot of weird people, himself certainly included, and in his long black coat he probably looked different enough from most of the t-shirt-clad tourists that he might attract someone's fleeting attention. The guy, or woman, was probably just embarrassed at getting caught looking and hurried off to avoid confrontation. Stone swept out of the casino and into the night. He refused to consider the possibility that he hadn't followed the stranger because he didn't want to risk a potential confrontation he might not be able to handle. Chapter 8. In the end, he did what he often did when his mind was restless and his thoughts refused to shut up and leave him alone. He ran. Or in this case, he walked. Suddenly, he had no desire to be anywhere near the obsidian. He didn't know where he did want to be, or if he wanted to be anywhere at all, but that was the beauty of walking. You could just keep going until something made you stop. This time of night, the crowds along the strip were thick, tourists moving in knots and herds along the long stretches of sidewalk, separating one casino from the next, losing a few and gaining others at each location. Stone picked a direction at random and followed one of the groups, staying far enough back that he didn't feel stifled, but close enough that he could purposely shut his mind off and simply move. He soon found that he had to keep changing groups. Although he walked without purpose, his natural inclination was to move fast, eating up the ground with his long strides. It wasn't long before the crowds began to thin, their lost numbers no longer replaced. The last of them peeling off to their destinations as he left the glitzy strip hotels behind. Still, he kept going. As he walked, he focused on putting one foot in front of the other, moving forward, filling his mind with psychic white noise. Every time it tried to drag him back to his days in the hospital, to the time when he discovered his magic gone, he forced it away. He might not have his magic anymore, but he still had his meditation techniques. This wasn't the kind of clearing the mind they were designed for, but he didn't give a damn. Whatever worked. He didn't know how long he walked, but it had to be at least an hour. He continued up Las Vegas Boulevard, passing smaller casinos, strip malls, occasionally a church or a supermarket. Sometimes the sidewalk dropped away and the road continued past wide, dusty, empty lots where the streetlights were sparse and only the headlights of passing cars provided illumination. Wherever he was now, it wasn't a place most tourists ever saw on foot. He didn't check to see if anyone was following him. In truth, he didn't care. He put his hand in his coat pocket and felt the remains of the stack of chips he'd played blackjack with earlier. He'd never cashed them in. If someone wanted to accost him and take them from him, then they'd just have to do it. Eventually, he saw lights glowing ahead, still a fair distance away, a collection of colored neon forming a nimbus above a series of buildings taller than those he was passing now. The glow looked like a multicolored aura. He realized then where he was. Without knowing it, he must have walked all the way from the Strip to the downtown area. Only then did he glance at his watch. He'd been walking for an hour and a half. No wonder his legs were beginning to tire. He was in good shape from all the running he normally did, but he hadn't had much exercise in the last week or so, and it was showing in his decreased endurance. He paused a moment, then picked up his pace in the direction of the lights. He'd stop somewhere and have a drink, then catch a cab back to the Obsidian and do his best to get some sleep before he left in the morning. Stone hadn't liked downtown Las Vegas, the so-called Fremont Street experience, the last time he visited it, and not much had changed since then. He was sure he'd never seen anything else approaching the level of tackiness per square foot as the area encompassing a few blocks of Fremont Street. Covered over with an enormous canopy that turned the whole thing into a glittering pedestrian mall, it bristled with tightly packed casinos, shops selling cheap tourist crap, and neon-soaked bars catering to the party scene. By the time he arrived, the nightly light show was already underway, projecting multicolored images and designs on the underside of the canopy. Crowds of people lined the street, holding drinks and craning their necks to take in the spectacle. Stone ignored it, and them, as much as he could. He paused a moment, chose a casino at random, and started toward it. "Spare some change, friend?" a voice called. Though it sounded like the man was shouting, Stone could barely hear him above the pounding music and the ambient murmurings of the crowd. He stopped. The request had come from a grizzled man of indeterminate age, dressed in a grubby fatigue jacket, 49ers cap, and torn jeans. He crouched against the building on a folded blanket and held up a can while squinting up at Stone. "Spare a little change?" he asked again, rattling the can. It didn't sound like it had much in it. Stone put his hand back in his coat pocket and fingered the chips. It wasn't as if he'd be doing any more gambling tonight. He pulled out one of the green $25 chips and dropped it in the man's cup. "Cheers," he said, with no enthusiasm, and kept going. "Thank you, sir," the man's astonished voice called after him. On his way to the casino he'd chosen, he wasn't even sure what it was called, he gave away the rest of his small stack of chips, one at a time, to various other beggars and homeless people he passed on the way. In each case, he stopped only long enough to drop a chip into a cup, an outstretched hand, or an open box, and murmur something non-committal in response to their thanks. Sometimes they didn't thank him. A couple looked like they weren't even aware of where they were, but Stone didn't care. He wasn't doing it for their gratitude. Just because he was miserable didn't mean the rest of the world had to be. So if his small contribution could buy them dinner or a few drinks or packs of smokes to make their evening a little better, great. It was the same as last time. A lot more of the down and out here than on the Strip. Probably because the police and casino security guards, many of them possessed by the evil, spent more time and effort rousting them out in the area that catered to more affluent tourists. Even with all the neon and glitz, Stone thought downtown Las Vegas had a shabby, desperate feel to it. One didn't need to see auras to see it in the faces of many of the people here. He took a quick look at and around each of the recipients of his chips, trying to spot the familiar symbols indicating the Forgotten. But oddly, he saw none. Had the Forgotten drifted away when the portals to the Evil's home dimension had been closed? Stone had no idea if they still even retained their odd, unpredictable abilities this long after the portal closure. He knew Verity had, at least as recently as Burning Man, but he hadn't spoken with any of the others in a long time. Doesn't matter really, does it? He reached the casino he'd been heading for, but now that he stood in front of it, he didn't want to go in. He paused, regarding its hyperactive neon and the crowds beginning to drift back toward its entrance. The light show on the canopy had wound down, so many of the people watching were in the process of returning to their gambling, with a combination of distaste and frustration. Sometimes, particularly when in the grip of one of his black moods, Stone used to catch himself wishing he'd been born a mundane, to some normal family in some normal town. It would have made a lot of things easier. He watched the groups of tourists, chattering happily away, tipsy from their oversized novelty drinks, just having a good time without having to overanalyze everything they were doing. He didn't think he'd ever be able to do that, even if he did end up remaining mundane. But regardless, the thought of going in there, of rubbing elbows with a chatty collection of drunken tourists, almost made him shake. No, this was a bad idea. He still wanted a drink, needed a drink, but not here, and not back at the Obsidian, where gods knew who might be watching him. Someone bumped into him from behind, so hard he had to take a step forward to keep his balance. "Sorry, buddy," a chubby, 30-ish man in cargo shorts and a t-shirt reading FBI, Female Body Inspector, said, as he pushed past and was swallowed by the gaping neon-lined mouth. Instinctively, Stone checked his coat pockets, though now that he'd given his chips away, they were empty. "I have to get out of here." Chapter 9. Despite the elimination of the Evil's top leadership, Las Vegas undoubtedly still harbored one of the highest populations of garden-variety evil in the United States. Wandering off the beaten path was never a wise thing to do, doubly so if you weren't familiar with the area, and triply so if you didn't have a solid means of defending yourself. At this point, Stone didn't give a damn about any of that. He picked the bar at random. It was a small place on a side street a few short blocks from the glitz of Glitter Gulch, and the only neon it sported was a couple buzzing beer signs that cut out every few seconds like badly tuned TVs. It looked like the kind of blue-collar, no-bullshit place where construction workers and delivery men and plumbers, in other words, people who had nothing to do with the pulsing extravagance of Las Vegas's public face, might come to hoist a few drinks after a long day. Inside, the place looked pretty much like he'd expected it to. Dim lighting, pool table in the back, bank of 3 old-style slot machines in the front, long, scarred wooden bar lined with beer taps and backed with several glass shelves worth of various liquor bottles. 2 large television screens suspended in the corners showed sports nobody was watching, a college football game on one, and a pair of ESPN talking heads on the other. Overhead, an anemic ceiling fan made a valiant but unsuccessful effort to push the sluggish, smoky air around. The place smelled like beer, stale cigarettes, and honest sweat. It was about a quarter full, all men, with a couple groups of burly guys in t-shirts around tables, 3 spaced out along the bar, and 2 more ostensibly having a game at the pool table, but who seemed to be spending more time leaning on their cue sticks and drinking beer than actually playing. All of them glanced up briefly at Stone as he entered, but then went back to their conversations and their drinks. Perfect. The kind of place where people would leave you the hell alone. Normally, Stone would have chosen a table as far away from everyone else as he could manage, but this time he headed for the only stool at the bar that wasn't currently flanked by at least one other occupant. The bartender, a squat man in a chambray shirt open over a white t-shirt, drifted over. "What you having?" Stone studied the rows of bottles for a moment. Do you have a Macallan?" He snorted. "Nothing that fancy here, buddy. We got Johnny Walker. That do?" "Why not?" The man poured him a glass and set it in front of him. "That'll be $8. Stone handed over his credit card. "Might as well start the tab." He picked up the glass and took a sip. Nowhere near as smooth as a good Macallan, but it would do. More to the point, it would accomplish the same purpose. The man 2 stools down tossed a couple of bills on the bar, muttered something, waved, and headed for the door. The bartender scooped them up, hit a key on an ancient cash register, and stowed them away. "Ain't seen you around before," he said, turning back to face Stone. "Is that so odd?" Stone took another sip. Someone had carved "Tina G is a slut" into the bar's wooden surface next to his glass. "I'd assume you get quite a lot of people passing through around here." "Not really," he said. "This place ain't big with the tourists, you know?" Stone arched an eyebrow. "You don't really look like a tourist either, though." "Not really. Just looking for a place to have a few drinks and get away for a while." "That we got. Just don't make any trouble and we're good." He held out his hand. "Got keys?" Stone shook his head. "Okay, but if you're lying and wrap your car around a streetlight after you leave, ain't my fault." "Understood," Stone said. He took a long drink of the scotch, then set the glass back down and stared into it, hoping the bartender would get the hint. He did. After a moment, he drifted back off toward the other end of the bar. Stone glanced around again, verifying that none of the other customers seemed to be paying him any attention. They weren't. Remembering the last time he'd been in a dive bar like this, he made it a point to identify the location of the back door and filed the information away. Then he turned his attention back to his drink. He finished it in one long swallow and motioned to the bartender for another. He sipped this one a little more slowly. For lack of anything else to capture his attention, he glanced up at the TV showing the college football game. He had no idea who was playing, except that it wasn't Stanford or Cal. Even after being in the States for several years, he still didn't grasp many of the nuances of what Americans called football. Jason had tried to explain the rules to him once, but he'd glazed over and waved him off halfway through describing the functions of the various positions. "Hey," Jason had said jokingly, "if you ever hope to be a real American guy, you gotta understand football." "Yes, well, sport bored me senseless back in England," he'd replied. "Why would it be any different here?" He switched to the other TV, the one showing ESPN. It looked like some kind of news show, with a pair of talking heads in bad plaid suits and a video screen behind them showing some football player. Stone couldn't hear what they were saying over the rumble of the bar's conversations, but the caption below them read, "Kendrick out with career-ending injury." "Damn shame," said a voice. Stone looked up. The bartender had drifted back over in his direction. "What?" He nodded toward the TV. "Kendrick. Sorry, I don't follow football." "Don't matter," he said. "Just stinks for a kid with that kind of potential to fuck up his knee in his second pro game, you know? Career over just like that. Ain't fair." "Life isn't fair," Stone said softly. He downed the rest of his drink. "I'll have another, if you please." Chapter 10. Stone was thin, but he'd grown up in a culture that placed a high value on being able to hold your liquor. He also had a lot of practice. It took 3 drinks to get him comfortably tipsy, and 2 more after that to finally start getting a proper buzz on. The problem was, the drinks weren't doing their other job, which was to nudge his mind off its incessant spinning over the fact that the thing that defined almost every aspect of his life was gone and showing no signs of coming back. If he'd been wiser, or perhaps less stubborn, which was probably more accurate, he'd have cut his losses and headed back to the Obsidian to sleep it off. From previous experience, he knew he had two reactions to liquor, depending on his mental state at the time. He either got cheerful, silly, and perpetually amused, or he got bitter, sarcastic, and nasty. Sometimes, a few drinks with friends could turn around a bad mood. He could usually tell after the first couple, and if they weren't working, he'd bid his friends good night and take a cab home before he said anything he'd later regret. This time, though, drinking alone in a seedy bar in the ass end of Las Vegas, he was fairly certain things wouldn't go well. By the time he got to drink number 3, he was sure of it. "You should go," a little voice in his head, the last vestiges of good sense, advised him. "Bugger off," he told the little voice, and ordered another drink. Peripherally, he was aware that some of the men who'd been in the bar when he'd arrived had left by now, replaced by others, though he neither knew nor cared about who they were or what they were doing, as long as they left him bloody well alone. The bartender switched one of the TVs to a different football game, and the other to basketball. From the far side of the room where the pool table was, the occasional raucous cheer rose above the general hubbub. Apparently whoever had taken over was actually playing. "You okay, buddy?" The bartender was in front of him again. Stone raised his glass, sloshing the amber liquid a little. "Just bloody brilliant," he said sourly. "You think maybe you've had enough? I can call you a cab. You staying at one of the hotels downtown?" "I've most certainly not had enough," Stone said. He drained the glass and tried to set it down on the bar, but his hand shook and he knocked it over. He righted it and pointed. "Another, if you please." "You sure?" The bartender looked dubious. Stone glared at him. "I don't need a minder. I said I'll have another." "Okay, you got it." He got the bottle and poured another. "You know you're running up quite a tab, yeah?" "Do I look like I give a damn?" Stone asked, glaring harder. "I'd be running up an even bigger one if you had some proper scotch around here." Hey, simmer down," he said, holding up both hands. "Just trying to look out for my customers." "Just keep it coming, and that's all the looking out I need," Stone said. "You're the boss. You—" "Oh, damn." The bartender's eyes cut toward the door, and he frowned. "What?" Stone didn't follow his gaze. Things were beginning to blur a bit as his comfortable buzz morphed into uncomfortable disorientation. Maybe having those last two so close together might not have been the best idea. The bartender didn't answer him. Instead, he appeared focused on something behind him. Suddenly, Stone was surrounded as 3 new customers took the stools on either side of him, 2 on his right and 1 on his left. "Hey," one of the pair on the right said to the bartender, "give us some beers." Stone glanced to the side. The newcomers were young, possibly too young to be drinking legally at all. One wore a leather jacket, the other a hooded sweatshirt with UNLV emblazoned across the front. The one on the other side wore a basketball jersey and a baseball cap turned backwards. "You guys got ID?" the bartender asked. "Nah, man. We left it in our other pants," the leader said. "Come on, just get us some beers." "Sorry, guys. No ID, no beer." He shrugged. "State law. Go on. You ain't even supposed to be in here." The one in the hoodie slammed his fists down on the bar, making Stone's glass jump. "I don't think you're listening, man. He said, give us some beers." "You lot want to go somewhere else?"
Stone asked, picking up his glass. The bartender froze. The two young newcomers on either side of Stone swiveled their stools around to face him, and the one in the hoodie dismounted his and came around behind Stone. "What we got here?" the one in the basketball jersey said. He was smaller and skinny. "This ain't your business, man," the one in the hoodie said. "It is when you're sitting so close to me and you're practically in my pocket," Stone said. "You calling us fags?" the one in the jacket said, glaring. "There it is." Stone couldn't keep the disgust from his voice, though the largest part of his mind felt as if it were watching the exchange from somewhere above him. Homophobia, the first refuge of the pathetic. The one in the hoodie grabbed a handful of the front of Stone's shirt and yanked him around. "We ain't no homos, motherfucker! You're gonna pay for that!" Stone blinked a couple times. Suddenly there were two kids in hoodies in front of him instead of one, and then looked pointedly down at the kid's hand. "Get your hand off me, or you'll regret it." "Ooh," all three of them said in unison. "We scared," the one in the jacket said. "What you gonna do, asshole? Unless you Superman or something, you gonna be in a world of hurt in a second if you don't get the fuck out of our way." "And how am I supposed to do that?" he said, looking once more at the kid's hand gripping his shirt. "You don't think things through too well, do you?" He was still on autopilot, with that other guy, the one he became when alcohol joined up with depression, driving the bus. It was strange. He could see it just fine, but at this level of intoxication he couldn't affect it if he wanted to. Right now, he didn't want to. In the far back reaches of his mind, a little voice that didn't even speak with words was telling him, "If somebody else kills you, you aren't breaking your promise to Madame Juan, right?" "How about like this?" the kid said, and flung him backward, hard in the direction of the tables. He staggered and crashed into the middle of the nearest one, scattering the three burly workmen sitting around it, and sending their beers cascading to the floor. "Hey!" one of the guys said, as the other two grabbed Stone and tried to set him back upright. They all looked back and forth between Stone and the three newcomers, obviously trying to decide whether and how much to intervene. The three kids faced Stone now. "That answer your question, fag?" Stone, swaying, leaned against the table. Rage rose in him as some part of his brain recognized the situation for what it was and reminded him how easily he could have dealt with it in the past, and some other part forgot, or refused to acknowledge, that it was no longer the case. "I could kill you," he growled, raising his hand. "I could kill you where you stand." All three of them laughed. "This guy fucking nuts?" the one in the hoodie asked the room at large. "He like your batshit crazy uncle you let out late at night or something?" "Damn you, do not push your luck," Stone said. And the other guy in his head made sure it was loud enough so nobody could miss it. He took a step forward and lost his balance, falling and flailing his arms to catch himself. As he pitched toward the bar, he caught a quick glimpse of himself in the mirror behind it, all wild hair and burning eyes and belligerent glare. He barely recognized himself. The guy in the leather jacket stopped him and threw him back. This time, one of the workmen caught him before he hit the table again. "You've had too much, dude," he said under his breath. "Just be cool." "Let me go!" Stone roared, struggling against the guy's grip. "Hey!" the bartender yelled over the general din. "I just called the cops. They're gonna be here any minute. You assholes better be gone before they get here." "Aw, fuck," the one in the basketball jersey said. "Come on, guys. My dad'll rip my head off if I get arrested." The one in the hoodie and the one in the jacket glared at Stone, still twisting in the grip of the muscular workman. "This your lucky day, asswipe," the one in the hoodie said. "You better hope you don't see us again or we're gonna fuck you up good." He waved angrily at his friends. "Come on. This place is fucked up anyway. Let's go. They swept out of the bar, still shoving each other and yelling things Stone couldn't make out. When they were gone, the bar's atmosphere seemed to deflate. The two workmen who had Stone's shoulders set him back on his bar stool and leaned him against the bar, then backed off. Stone glared around, blinking as his fast head movements disoriented him, and he nearly tipped over sideways. His body raced with adrenaline, taking the tiniest bit of the edge off the alcohol coursing through his veins, but not enough to shut up his inner mean drunk. "Give me another," he said, panting. The bartender shook his head. "No way, man. You're done." Some of the rage came back. "What do you mean I'm done? That's not for you to judge." He slapped the empty glass down. "Now give me another, damn you." "Actually, it is for me to judge," he said. "Let me close out your tab and call you a cab. You need to go home and sleep it off before you get yourself killed." "I don't want a bloody cab," he said through his teeth. "I want another drink." The bartender ignored him. He tossed Stone's credit card on the bar along with a charge slip. "Sign here, please." He started to say something, but one of the workmen who'd caught him at the table came up alongside him. "Just do it," he said. "You'll thank him in the morning. Trust me. We all been there." Stone sighed. He picked up the pen and scrawled something half on the slip, half on the bar. "There," he said. "If I can't get a proper drink here, I'll go somewhere else." At least that was what he thought he'd said. It sounded fairly slurred to him. He pushed himself off the stool and nearly fell over. The workman steadied him. "Just wait for the cab, okay?" Stone shook himself free. "I said I don't want a damn cab!" he yelled. Suddenly, all he wanted to do was get out of this place, to get moving again. Maybe the non-smoky air outside would revitalize him long enough to find another bar. They didn't stop him. Maybe they felt like they were better off with him gone. He got to the doorway, stood in it for a moment to steady himself, and then staggered out to the sidewalk. Chapter 11. Stone didn't pay any attention to where he walked. He just walked. Or rather, he staggered. Every now and then he had to stop and lean against a building to catch his breath, and once he fell to his knees on the sidewalk, scraping his hands on the rough concrete. It didn't hurt. He hauled himself to his feet with a surprising amount of difficulty and kept going. That was the thought that kept playing on an endless, monotone loop in his brain. Keep moving. Keep moving. He didn't question it, or wonder what might happen if he stopped moving. He just walked. His awareness faded in and out in fits and spurts. Sometimes he trudged forward, one step after another, his breath huffing in his throat, his heart and head pounding, his stomach threatening to rebel with every lurching step. Sometimes he'd get hit by a blast of wind from between buildings, or notice a flash of neon, and it would drag him for a few seconds back to the here and now. He was someplace in Vegas he'd never seen before, somewhere on the south side of midnight, and he hadn't the faintest idea how to get back. At this point, he was starting to want to. The rage that had gripped him back at the bar had dissipated, leaving him morose and unmotivated and exhausted. His room back at the Obsidian didn't just seem impossibly far away, but part of a completely different life. As he kept walking, his feet dragging, the sense of being a passenger in his own body grew. Maybe he should just sit down against one of these buildings and wait for morning. What did he care if someone bothered him? Keep moving. Even in his current state, some instincts didn't entirely flee. He was halfway up a block full of mostly defunct shops and mangy apartment buildings. when some deep, lizard-brain sense of self-preservation told him he was under observation. He stopped, using a graffiti-sprayed, non-functional streetlight to hold himself up, and looked around, taking care not to move his gaze too fast. He and his stomach had reached an uneasy accord, but it was predicated on neither of them making any sudden moves. A pair of figures drifted out of an alley up ahead and approached Stone. At first, he thought they were a subset of the trio at the bar. Maybe the little one in the basketball jersey had taken off, fearing his father's wrath, leaving the other two to continue their night's activities. But no, these weren't the same guys. Stone couldn't see their faces in the darkness, but they were dressed differently. They moved differently. Their entire bearing was different. "Hey," one of them said. Stone nodded. His instincts rose through his alcoholic haze as they hadn't with the kids back at the bar. These guys weren't just college idiots out for a good time. These guys were dangerous. "What you doing out here in the middle of the night?" the other one asked. "Any reason I shouldn't be?" Stone asked. His voice sounded deep and gravelly, a little less slurred now. "Well," the first one said, "you might run into us, and that's not a good thing." Stone glanced around, trying to spot an oncoming car, an open store, or any other sign of other people. He saw none. Aside from him and the two men, the street was deserted. "And why is that?" Stone asked. "I haven't any money on me." "We don't want your money," the second one said. They both moved in closer. They stank of body odor and something else. Something worse. Their faces wore identical, odd, slack expressions of pleasure. Stone's stomach clenched, and he gripped the light pole harder. He knew those expressions. This was bad. "What do you want, then?" he asked, keeping his voice even. And then, suddenly, there were more people. Stone didn't see where they came from. One moment the street was empty, and the next, at least 5 other figures ringed him and the two men in front of him. He heard a clacking sound. He didn't recognize it for a moment, but then some other corner of his brain served it up. A shotgun being racked. His breath picked up again, and his heart pounded harder. His vision blurred. He felt himself swaying again. 2 he might be able to get away from. 7? No way. He waited for it all to end. But it didn't. At the sound of the shotgun, the two men whirled. "You two better run," one of the new group called. "Get the fuck out of here before we blow your guts out." "Fuck!" one of the original 2 snapped, his head swiveling back and forth as he tried to keep all the new group and Stone in his line of sight at once. Another shotgun sound, this one from a different direction. "Run, you worthless pieces of shit!" sounded a voice from the same general area. The 2 exchanged glances, took a quick last look at Stone, and then took off, running past him and away from the new group. Stone didn't turn to watch them go. For one thing, he was sure turning that fast would upset his precarious balance. For another, he wasn't sure he hadn't just been saved from one dangerous situation to be thrust into another. The last group hadn't had guns. This one had at least 2. One of the shadowy figures approached him. A heavy-set black man dressed in shabby clothes. He wasn't holding a weapon. "What the hell you doing out here?" he demanded. "You damn well ought to know better than to get yourself shit-faced and go wandering around in the dark." Stone stared at him. That certainly didn't sound like the kind of thing someone who intended to harm him would say. His brain struggled for the proper response, but all he could manage was, "What?" Another of the group came forward, but not far enough that Stone could get a good look. "Leave him alone, Malcolm. He's fucked up, can't you see? You gotta sleep it off." This voice was female, rough and raspy. Yeah, the black man said. He took Stone's arm, not gently, but not roughly either. Come on with us. We got a place you can rest. When you're feeling better, we got some things to talk to you about. Stone continued staring at him. His vision was still blurry, but something about the man looked familiar. He couldn't place it, though. The others moved in as well, watchful and wary, as if expecting to be attacked any moment. Come on, the man said again, and tugged. We gotta get off the street before those two asswipes come back with friends. He leaned in, his dark, drooping eyes searching Stone's. You'd think you, of all people, would know to stay the hell away from the evil when you're too fucked up to make with the mojo. Wait a minute, Stone said. He blinked a couple times, trying to bring the man's face into focus. The evil. You're forgotten. The man pulled on his arm, less gently this time. Come on! We'll talk when the booze ain't making you stupid. Stone wanted to ask more questions. Dozens of them whirled around in his head, none of them coherent enough to give voice to. But his body made up his mind for him. His vision fogged. He swayed and sagged against the man, and would have fallen if two of the others hadn't caught him. Through a haze of shifting images, he felt them sling his arms over his shoulders, and the remainder of his memories blurred into incoherence. Chapter 12. Stone's sense of smell woke up before the rest of him did, and none of what it sent back to him was pleasant. Garbage, brackish water, unwashed clothes, body odor, the far-off smell of human waste. He rolled over, mostly unaware, trying to turn away from the stench, but it hung in the air all around him. He moaned something unintelligible and threw his arm over his face. Bet you feel like shit right about now, a voice said. He rolled back over and opened his eyes. In the dim light of some kind of lantern suspended from somewhere high above, he picked out the figure of the black man seated near him in an old recliner. He swallowed. His mouth was dry and tasted like he'd recently finished a meal of whatever he was smelling. Yes. He rubbed at his forehead. Well, you're safe, the man said. We got you back here without anybody catching us, which is kind of amazing considering you didn't shut up the whole trip back, and you owe Gold a new pair of boots. Stone blinked again. Do I want to know why? Because you puked all over the old pair about halfway back when he stopped to check on you, the old man said. He looked more amused than annoyed. Guess you don't remember that either, huh? Thankfully, no. He tried to sit up, then lay back down when the top of his head threatened to secede from the rest of his body and fly off to seek its fortune on somebody with more sense. You probably got the mother of our hangovers about now, the man said. He rummaged in a cooler next to his chair and offered a bottle of water. This may help. Sorry, got no aspirin or nothing. Stone took the bottle, carefully propped himself on one arm, and opened it. He took an experimental sip, and when his stomach didn't rebel, drank a bit more. Even though it was room temperature instead of cold, it felt good going down his parched throat, and took the worst of the edge off the bad taste. Thank you. No problem, man. He sat up a little more, ignoring the throbbing in his head, and looked down at himself. He wore only his black t-shirt and jeans. His overcoat lay in a heap next to him, his Doc Martens arranged next to whatever he was lying on. After a moment, he determined it to be a thin mattress atop a wooden pallet, covered with a threadbare sleeping bag. Is my memory playing tricks on me? He asked slowly. Or are you forgotten?
The man smiled, showing yellow teeth with one missing.
So, you remember. I wondered if you was too messed up to remember any of that. You are, then? Yeah.
Stone blinked again, trying to focus on the man's face.
You look familiar, but I can't quite...
The man chuckled.
Name's Malcolm. Not sure you ever knew that, though. You took my chair for a ride a few months back. Scared the living fuck out of me.
And then he remembered. His mind went back to when he and Jason and Verity had tracked down the Las Vegas Forgotten, trying to enlist their help locating and dealing with the portal. He'd levitated Malcolm as a demonstration of his magical abilities when their leader had asked for proof.
Sorry about that.
Malcolm waved him off.
No problem, man. It was kind of fun once I got over being scared. Maybe you'd do it again sometime.
Stone didn't answer that.
Why did you bring me here? He asked. How did you find me?
He ran a hand through his tangled hair. He really needed a shower.
Been following you for most of the night after you left downtown.
He frowned, replaying Malcolm's words to make sure he'd heard them correctly.
Following me? Why? How did you know it was you? Easy. Not many guys who look like you around. When you had the accent and the fact you was handing out quarters like candy, you got noticed. Quarters? 25-buck chips. That don't happen much around downtown. Maybe up at the Strip some high rollers might do it to show off, but not down here. They usually save 'em for the hookers, you know.
Stone tried to picture the faces of the beggars he'd given the chips to, but he hadn't been paying attention at the time.
Not me.
Malcolm shook his head.
I usually only go topside during the day. Safer, you know. But we got eyes and ears all over Vegas. Stuff gets back to us.
Stone sat up the rest of the way, cross-legged on the edge of the pallet, and finished the bottle of water.
You were there, though, with the others who came after me. Yeah. Once we saw the evil messing with you, we figured we should step in. Don't know if they know who you are, and you didn't look like you was in any shape to handle them.
That was an understatement. The evil wouldn't have killed him, especially if they had recognized him from the last time he'd been in Vegas. It wasn't likely, but it was possible. They lived on fear and despair and anger, so they'd almost certainly have grabbed him and tried to keep him prisoner so they could continue feeding from him. The thought made him shudder. Without his magic, that could have been a very long time.
Thank you, he said. All of you.
Malcolm snorted.
Yeah. Ain't like we ain't got, ulterior motivations.
What do you mean?
You feeling like getting up? Got some folks who want to talk to you.
Stone, intrigued, stood slowly and tested his balance. It appeared it would hold, at least for now. The effects of the alcohol had mostly worn off, leaving him with a headache, a general vague sense of unwellness, and some pulled muscles from being tossed into the table in the bar. But other than that, things weren't as bad as he feared.
Let's go,
he said, bending to slip his boots on and grab his overcoat.
I certainly owe you that much.
Malcolm led him out of the room, which was really more of an alcove, and into a dimly lit concrete tunnel about 8 feet in diameter. Cracks and water stains lined its walls in the flickering light of Malcolm's lantern, and colorful graffiti was everywhere.
This is the underground, yes? Stone asked.
This part of it seemed to have been cleaned up, with fewer drifts of trash along its edges. Currently there was no water on the floor. It made sense since it was still summer. The flash floods the tunnels had been built to help manage sometimes came in summer too, but more likely in fall or winter.
Yeah, it's not far. Come on.
Stone followed Malcolm as he turned left, up a smaller tunnel, then right into a smaller one still. Stone wasn't moving too fast yet, but Malcolm wasn't either, so this didn't cause any difficulty.
The ladder tunnel eventually opened into a cavernous room, nearly 30 feet on a side, with a concrete ceiling stretching several feet higher than the low ones in the other areas they'd passed through. Stone paused in the doorway to take the place in before entering fully. It had been subdivided into smaller groupings, with clusters of cast-off furniture, plastic milk crates, and the ever-present wooden pallets to keep everything off the ground in case of seeping water. Several raggedly dressed people, both men and women, looked up as Malcolm and Stone entered, then went back to their conversations. Malcolm led him to the far side of the room, to a group of chairs and sofas tucked away in a back corner. As they approached, a man stood to greet them. "Still not dressed for the place, I see," he said. His deep voice sounded gruff, but one corner of his mouth turned up. He looked down at Stone's feet. "Got some decent boots at least. It's a start." "Hello, Luke," Stone said. "Not like I had much of a choice, did I?"
"Hey, if you'd rather we left you up there."
The Forgotten Group's leader stepped forward and gripped Stone's hand. Possibly Mexican or Native American. Stone couldn't tell, and Luke had never volunteered the information. He was even taller than Stone, with broad shoulders and the kind of solid gut athletes get when they age. He still wore what looked like the same leather jacket Stone remembered him in from last time.
"What kind of idiot you have to be to get that drunk by yourself in that part of Vegas?" he asked. "You forget what it's like around here?"
Didn't really care, to be honest. Luke looked at him oddly, but didn't ask.
"Have a seat,"
he said, waving him toward one of the mismatched plaid recliners clustered around a table made of a door laid across 2 milk crates. Stone sat. Malcolm lowered himself into the chair next to him. 2 more Forgotten that Stone didn't recognize, a man and a woman, rounded out the group. He said, looking at each of them in turn. "It's not that I'm not grateful for the rescue, but why did you bring me down here instead of putting me in a cab back to my hotel? Malcolm here said you wanted to talk to me about something."
"We'll get to that," Luke said. "Never thought I'd see you again. Where's your 2 friends?"
"Home," Stone said.
"So you're not here for business?"
"I am, but not their business." Luke digested that.
"You find that thing you were looking for before? Thing you said the evil were coming from?"
Stone nodded. "We did, and we took care of it."
"That right?"
"Yes."
"See?"
He made a contemptuous noise in the back of his throat.
"That's why we couldn't help you. Vegas is still fucking crawling with evil. Ain't nothing changed."
"But it has," Stone said softly. "A lot has changed, actually."
"How so?"
His lip twisted in disgust.
"Just last week one of our scouts got murdered by those fucking bastards. They hung him up in a public park one night and tortured him to death. And you know who came to help him? Fucking nobody, that's who. 'Cause the cops are mostly all evil too, and everybody else is scared shitless."
"It's true," Malcolm said more soberly. "It don't happen often 'cause we're careful, but it happens. And you're saying this is after you did what you went to do?"
"So what's changed?"
Luke demanded. "The evil leaders are gone," Stone said, "and they're not coming back."
"Well, ain't that great?"
Luke said. He didn't sound impressed.
"When did that happen?"
"A week or so ago. Did you hear about what happened at Burning Man?" Luke snorted.
"What do I care if a bunch of rich hippie assholes get killed?"
"You should," Stone said. "That was the end of the top-level evil. Could have been a lot worse than it was." "So what's that mean to us?" The female Forgotten, a chubby Latino woman in an oversized army jacket, asked.
"Not a fucking thing,"
Luke said. "Charming as ever, I see." Stone started to rise. "Listen, as I said, I'm grateful for the help, but if all you've brought me down here for is to rant at me about how terrible things are for you, I'll be honest and say I don't care much at present. I've got my own problems to deal with." Luke didn't seem to take offense at Stone's words. In fact, he looked at him with a bit more respect.
"Sit down," he said. "Sorry. I got a lot on my mind right now. That's what I wanted to talk to you about."
Stone sat back down. Go on, he said. Luke! The call was loud, frightened, and came from across the room. Everyone looked in that direction. A woman hurried toward them, threading her way between the groupings of furniture. She skidded to a stop in front of Luke's group, panting. She looked like she'd been crying.
What's going on?
Luke demanded.
It's Griff, she said. He ain't come back from scavenging. He was supposed to be back hours ago.
She sagged and braced herself against the nearest chair.
Luke, I think that thing got him.
Chapter 13. Luke leapt to his feet as Stone looked on in shocked confusion.
Fuck!
The Forgotten Leader snapped.
Why the hell did he go out that far?
He asked the sobbing woman.
He knows better.
He didn't,
she wailed. She swiped a dirty sleeve across her face and paused a moment to get herself under control.
He didn't,
she repeated, more calmly but still with a hitch in her voice.
He was only going out as far as the Ogden tunnels. He goes out there all the time.
It's getting closer, Malcolm said, eyes widening. We gotta move, the other forgotten man, the one who hadn't spoken yet, said. Come on, Luke, you know it's true. I know nobody likes it, but that thing's picking us off. He's right, the Latina woman said. We don't move, ain't gonna be none of us left soon. What's going on? Stone asked. The evil? Luke shook his head. He nodded toward the Latina woman and the other man.
You guys take Peg. Get her something. Help her out. We got to talk.
The two did as requested, gently taking the sniffling woman's arms and guiding her off toward another group on the other side of the room. When they were gone, Luke turned back around in his chair to face Stone.
Evil don't come down here, he said. They know better.
So what then?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. How come we brought you down here? We're hoping maybe there's something you can do to help us.
Tell me, Stone said, with no idea why he'd said it. Except that wasn't true. Despite the fact that he had no way to help himself right now, let alone anyone else, the loss of his magic had done nothing to curb his curiosity.
Something's shown up down here, Malcolm said. Something big, and it's killing us.
Stone stared. What kind of something?
We don't know,
Luke said.
Nobody's seen it and come back to tell about it. Closest we got is a couple of our guys were out scavenging a month or so ago and got attacked. One of them managed to run and get back to another group. All he said before he died was some kind of huge monster.
Come on, Stone said, shaking his head. Monsters in the sewers? What, giant alligators? That's absurd.
It ain't absurd when it's already killed 10 of our people, Luke growled.
It's pushing us back, Malcolm added. Coming closer to where we're set up. If it grabbed Griff and he was where he was supposed to be, that means it's hitting right on the edge of our turf. I thought you lot had control down here, Stone said. Seemed like it when we were here before.
Only parts, Luke said. The underground's huge. It runs under most of the city. It ain't just us down here, but before this we all respected each other's space, you know?
So all you have is one man's word about this so-called monster? Stone asked. That's not much to go on. How do you know it's not just one of your neighbors deciding to be a bit less neighborly? Or perhaps someone new has moved into the neighborhood? We thought of that, Malcolm said. The others down here, they don't like us much. Think we're freaks. But they scared of us, 'cause of what we can do. Ain't nobody can sneak up on us or get the jump on us down here. A couple of them came to talk to us a couple weeks ago. This thing's been picking them off, too. They thought it might be us. Sounds like it is sneaking up on you, though, doesn't it? Stone asked. Otherwise you wouldn't be losing people. Why don't you send out a larger party to track it down?
We've tried that, too, Luke said. Come on, man, give us some fucking credit. This is our home, all we got. We protect what's ours.
So what happened when you did?
Didn't find anything, not a damn sign.
Stone narrowed his eyes. So you're telling me there's some kind of giant monster down here killing your people, but you found nothing? No blood, no scales, no droppings, no, leftovers? Bones, nothing? He shook his head. That's not the way monsters work. We think it's got a place somewhere, Malcolm said. Like a lair. We just ain't found it yet. We think it's taking the people it grabs back there to, you know. So you found no sign of any of your missing people? They just disappear? Luke nodded. Stone frowned. Something wasn't adding up. I still don't buy it. You've got one dying man's word that it's a monster, no other witnesses, and no evidence there's any monster here. Are you sure these people didn't just take off for greener pastures? Perhaps they stumbled upon something they didn't want to share?
There ain't no greener pastures in Vegas, Luke growled. You don't get it, do you?
He leaned forward in his chair, gripping the shredded armrests.
You live in a different world, man. You do, even if you didn't have the mojo. I heard about you, how they found you last night, throwing around quarters like some kind of idiot. No wonder you got noticed.
It's true, Malcolm said. Once again, his tone was more even-handed than Luke's. Guys like you don't have a clue what it's like down here. Having to watch out for the evil all the time with topside, but we gotta go up there to beg or get jobs or whatever, so we can't just stay down here where it's safe.
Where it used to be safe,
Luke said bitterly. He faced Stone again.
Listen, I know after the last time maybe you ain't too inclined to help us. Yeah, we turned you down when you asked us for help, but we had a damn good reason.
He leaned back, looking suddenly tired.
Even if you're right, maybe some of them found a stash of cash or drugs or chips somebody hid down here for safekeeping. None of us are stupid. How easy would it be for one of us to get out even if we did?
Stone had to admit he was right. This group of Forgotten were more like the ones he and his friends had met in West Virginia. Sort of high-functioning Forgotten, instead of a loose affiliation of people with varying degrees of mental issues. But they were still essentially a street gang full of homeless people. If one of them turned up flashing a wad of cash or trying to sell a stash of scavenged drugs, especially with the evil everywhere, they'd disappear in a way that didn't need to involve monsters, and all of them would know that.
So, Stone said, what do you want me to do about it?
He was already fairly sure he knew the answer, and it sent an uncomfortable chill up his spine.
Help us find it, Luke said. Help us deal with it.
And how am I supposed to do that?
You got the mojo,
Luke said, like it was obvious and Stone was a moron for not seeing it.
You could track it down. Deal with it when you do.
What makes you think so? Stone asked. All you saw me do was levitate Malcolm here and put a light spell on my hand. What makes you think I'm some kind of magical warrior?
You guys wouldn't have come down here if you couldn't defend yourselves, Luke said. And last we saw you, you were planning to go after the evil to take out that portal thing of theirs. So either you're more of an idiot than I thought you were back then, or else you got ways of handling a fight.
Stone didn't expect him to make those kind of connections. His respect for the Forgotten leader went up a notch or two, but that still didn't change the way things were. He stood up.
I'm sorry, he said. I can't help you.
Luke and Malcolm both stared at him.
What do you mean you can't help?
Malcolm asked.
I can't, Stone said. I'm sorry. I truly wish I could, but I can't. I wish you the best of luck with your monster, and I hope you can find it and sort it out. But would it be possible for someone to show me where I can get a cab back to my hotel?
Luke and Malcolm exchanged glances.
Luke's eyes narrowed. This is about before, isn't it? He asked, his voice lowering dangerously. We wouldn't help you, so now you won't help us.
Stone shook his head.
I'm not lying to you. If I could help you, I would, but I can't.
Why not? Malcolm asked. You can use the magic. You can, I don't know, track it down or something. Maybe find its lair. Once you do that, we can all... Stone clenched his fists, frustration and anger clamoring for release. He got up.
Are you going to show me where I can get a cab? Once I get back to my hotel, I'll send you some money. If that helps, then brilliant. But that's all I can do for you. Unless you plan to keep me prisoner here, then...
Maybe you can find your own way out,
Luke said, his face darkening.
Man, ain't you listening? That thing's killing us down here, whatever it is. I can't believe you're just gonna...
The dam broke. I can't, Stone said, through gritted teeth. What you mean you can't? Malcolm asked. Stone closed his eyes, clenching his fists tighter. He took several deep breaths, then opened his eyes and looked at Malcolm. When you found me up there, when you saved me from those two evil, didn't you wonder why I needed saving? Malcolm shrugged. You were drunk off your ass. We figured you couldn't. I'm quite capable of casting spells when I'm drunk, Stone said. So why didn't you... Luke started. Because I bloody can't! Stone yelled, so loudly that a few others across the room turned to look at him. He took another series of deep breaths, trying to quiet the tension in his body and the pounding in his head. I can't do it. Not anymore. Malcolm stared at him. You can't do the mojo? He asked, in a soft, incredulous tone. Stone shook his head, then bowed it. No. I'm as mundane as you are. More so, actually, since you've at least got your forgotten abilities. Now Luke was staring at him too. How the hell happened a week or so ago, Stone said, dropping wearily back into his chair. Burned it out dealing with the Burning Man situation. Burn it out? Malcolm asked. Used too much of the wrong kind of magic, and now none of it works anymore, Stone said. Luke slumped in his chair. Then we're fucked, he said. We are gonna have to move. We can't keep letting this thing pick us off. Where are we gonna go, though? Malcolm asked. How are we gonna take all these people to... I don't fucking know, Luke said. He swiped his hand over his face, then looked at Stone. You're right, though. This ain't your problem. You ain't got mojo, you'd just be in the way. Somebody else we'd have to look out for, and you don't even know your way around here, so it'd be worse. He sighed. Malcolm, get a couple more guys and show him how to get out. Bridge or exit, probably. There's a phone there he can use to get a cab. Malcolm nodded soberly. Come on, he said to Stone. All the animation had gone out of his voice. We got a bit of a hike. He pushed himself up out of his chair with effort, his shoulders slumping. Hang out here for a couple of minutes while I get a group. He trudged off without waiting for an answer. Stone sighed. I'm sorry, he said to Luke. Believe me, I wish more than anything I could help you, because that would mean I've got my magic back. Why do you think I came to Las Vegas in the first place? What do you mean? I thought there might be someone here who could help me, but he's gone. I've no way to find him. Not sure he could help me anyway. Probably just wishful thinking. Luke nodded. Yeah, that sucks. Sucks for you, sucks for us. When the guys came back and said they seen you topside, I thought they were high. Then when they brought you down here... How far will you have to move? Stone asked softly. He scanned the various people sitting around the big room. How many do you have in your group now? Luke shrugged. Got like 50, give or take. But some of them are old or sick or so fucked up on drugs or whatever they can't do much. But you've still got your abilities, right? Some of us do. Some of them they be starting to fade. Probably because the portal's closed, Stone said. I expect they'll all fade eventually. Hope the evil don't figure that out, or we're all fucked. Luke swiped his greasy black hair off his forehead. Anyways, here comes Malcolm. You watch yourself, and no more getting drunk in bad neighborhoods. We ain't always gonna be around to rescue your ass. Stone offered his hand. Take care, Luke. I wish you all the best, all of you. Yeah. He gripped it quickly, then backed off. I gotta go. Stuff to do. Malcolm approached with two more forgotten. A young man Stone hadn't seen before, and the woman who'd been with them last night. Let's go. It's safer during the day, so that's good anyway. Here, he said, offering Stone a wrapped protein bar. You're probably hungry after last night. Stone only now realized he was, in fact, ravenous. "Thank you," he said. He wanted to apologize again, to say something to make them realize that he wasn't just deserting them, or worse, lying about his lack of magic. He closed his eyes for a moment and concentrated, as he had dozens of times over the past week, trying to summon up even a vestige of the power. But as always, nothing happened. He sighed, bowed his head, and followed the group. They led him out a different exit this time, down a tunnel lined with old mattresses, milk crates, and piles of sandbags. They didn't speak, except for an occasional admonition to him to watch his step through a couple of uneven spots, or to murmur quietly to each other up at the front of the group. Stone walked along behind them, lost in his morose thoughts. He wasn't accustomed to being the useless one in a group. Even when the situation called more for Jason's practical talents than his own esoteric abilities, he could still fall back on the fact that magic was extremely versatile, limited ultimately only by one's imagination. Now, though, he was worse than useless. It wasn't just that he couldn't help these people who'd saved his life after his own self-destructive tendencies had led him into grave danger. No, it was worse than that. He was forcing them to divert some of their people, to lead him through their labyrinthine territory and to the safety of the upper world, when a deadly threat was stalking them, and their number was dwindling. He let his mind drift over what Luke and Malcolm had said, as he continued following Malcolm and the others, devouring the protein bar as he went. The dying man had spoke of a monster, something big, something that made off with its victims without any trace. But that didn't make sense. Something that big couldn't operate without leaving traces of itself behind. Droppings, scent, blood, bits of its victims, some kind of trail. A lot of people made the Las Vegas underground their home. Surely someone must have seen it, or heard it. He didn't know this group's particular forgotten abilities. Since the last time he and Jason and Verity had been here, they hadn't stayed long. But he did know they were damn good at sneaking around, tracking, and not being seen when they didn't want to be. If that were the case, it didn't make sense that no one had caught even a glimpse of the thing disappearing down a tunnel. They had guns, and they were very familiar with the layout of their corner of the underground. It likewise didn't make sense that one of them hadn't gotten off a shot at it. He shook his head, picking up his pace to catch up with the group that had gotten a little ahead of him as he pondered the facts as he knew them. Hell, the way they were describing it, the thing only existed when it was attacking someone. But that was absurd. That was... No. No, it wasn't. Stone stopped abruptly in the middle of the tunnel. "Malcolm!" he called. "Stop!" The group all stopped, turning back around to face him like he'd suddenly gone crazy. "What's the problem?" Malcolm asked, his expression puzzled and stressed. "Come on, man, we got a ways to go yet. We need to—" "No, we're not going. Take me back." Back? All of them looked confused now. "Back to Luke," he said, impatience and excitement creeping into his voice. "I think I can help you." Chapter 14. The trip back to the Forgotten took considerably less time than the trip out had. Stone, energized, strode along beside the others, occasionally getting ahead of them and having to wait for them to catch up. Come on, he urged. He'd refused to give them any other information until they got back. He didn't want to do it twice. When they arrived at the Forgotten's main meeting area, Luke was huddled in his corner with 3 others, including the Latina woman who'd been there before, a short white woman, and a muscular young black man. He looked up and spotted Stone and the others. "What the hell?" "I need to talk to you," Stone said. "Now. It's important. I think I might be able to help you." Luke frowned. "We ain't got time for—" "Just listen," he said. He looked around at the others.
Something occurred to me on the way out. Let me talk to you and Malcolm for a moment, and you can decide if what I'm telling you is worth following up on. The Forgotten Leader's hooded gaze shifted between Stone and the others.
Okay,
he finally said.
You guys clear up for now. Malcolm, you stay.
He pointed at a chair.
Sit,
he ordered Stone. When he had, Luke continued.
Okay, talk.
I was thinking about what you said, Stone said, leaning forward, about how no one ever sees this so-called huge monster, and how it never turns up unless it catches people in singles or pairs.
Yeah?
I was also thinking about how it could be possible for a predator that large to live here without leaving traces, and the conclusion I came to is it couldn't.
But we told you, Malcolm said. It's killing us. Something's killing us.
Right, Stone said, nodding. Something is, or at least it's making your people disappear. You said yourself you've no proof they're actually dead. But in any case, I asked myself, if it couldn't exist here without leaving a trace, then how could it exist?
I don't get it,
Luke said. Malcolm nodded in agreement. The answer, Stone said triumphantly, is it can't. Luke glared.
You want to make some fucking sense one of these days?
It doesn't exist, Stone said. Obviously I can't be sure, but all the variables fit. It's some kind of illusion. It's got to be. Luke and Malcolm exchanged glances.
Illusion?
Luke demanded.
That's crazy. You mean like some kind of see-through thing? My guys wouldn't get fooled by something like that.
Stone shook his head. No, good illusions not only aren't transparent, but if they're sufficiently convincing, they can actually do physical harm. The concept's a bit hard to explain, but trust me, it's true.
So you're telling us there's somebody down here slinging mojo?
Luke asked.
But why? Why would a guy like you want to hang out down here and pick off homeless people?
No idea, Stone said. I didn't say I had all the answers. I may not have any of them. I could be wrong. But I don't think I am. To his surprise, Luke didn't look pleased or happy to have this information. Instead, he stared down at his hands in his lap, then clenched them into fists.
Well, fuck,
he said. Stone tilted his head. Why, don't you want to—
It don't matter,
Luke said.
It don't change anything. In fact, it makes things worse.
How so? He glared.
Because if you're right, that means there's a fucking mage down here. One who for whatever reason wants us dead, and who's picking us off one by one. How are we supposed to fight back against that? We don't know where he is, or what he looks like, or even why he's doing this.
But we can find him, Stone said. I can help you.
How can you help us? You got nothing. No magic. You can't fight.
I might not have magic, Stone said, getting up, but I still know magic. There's nothing wrong with my mind. If we can't fight this thing head-on, we'll have to use our brains. He began pacing, then whirled on the two Forgotten. You lot know everything that's going on around your parts of the underground, right?
Yeah,
Luke said.
Maybe not quite as much as before, since we got a patrol in groups, but yeah.
Has anyone new shown up in the last few weeks? Any new groups or people? Malcolm shook his head.
We thought of that right away. Figured maybe some new gang wanted to muscle in on our turf, so they brought some wild animals or something down here. But if they're here, they hiding well.
Okay, Stone said. Who is here? Besides you, I mean. Luke thought about that.
The High Lifes hang out south of us, he said. They've been here longer than we have. We got a truce, though. They don't fuck with us, so we don't fuck with them.
Malcolm nodded.
North of us are the boxcars guys. They ain't really a gang. They're homeless too, but they ain't forgotten. We help them out a little when we can.
Stone said. Doesn't sound promising. Anyone else?
There's a little gang kind of north of the High Lifes, Luke said. 10, 20 guys. Way too small to fuck with us. They mostly do their thing topside, just hole up here when they need to get the heat off. No way they could be doing this.
Did any of them lose anyone? Stone asked.
They ain't saying, Malcolm said. But we hear things. Some of their guys got picked off too. Everybody down here's scared.
Stone stopped pacing, his mind flitting through possibilities and discarding them. "I wish I could get a look at this thing," he murmured. "If I could see it, I could tell for sure whether it's an illusion."
"But if it ain't?"
Malcolm said, fear showing in his eyes.
"It'll get you, same as all the others."
Luke stood up, fixing his gaze on Stone.
"How sure are you that you're right?"
he asked abruptly.
"What?"
Stone asked, surprised.
"How sure? You willing to bet your life on it?"
He thought about it. Even without his magical powers, he had one of the strongest minds he knew. He doubted he could be fooled by anything short of a world-class illusion, if he knew it was coming. That was the thing about illusions. They were a lot less effective if you knew they were illusions, at least if you truly believed they weren't real. Granted, that could be tricky if the illusion were lifelike enough. Even mages could be fooled. But odds were good any mage he found around here wouldn't be sufficiently potent to deceive him.
"I want to get a look at it,"
Stone said.
"Show me where to go, where the others have encountered it before.
Lend me a gun if you have one to spare. I'll check it out."
"That's crazy,"
Malcolm said.
"You can't go out there by yourself. You don't know the tunnels. Even if there ain't no monster, you get lost in no time. Ain't a lot of easy ways to get topside, and once you get out of our area, they're guarded." "I'll go with him," Luke said.
Both Stone and Malcolm stared at him in shock.
"Luke?"
Malcolm asked uncertainly, and then shook his head.
"Nah, man. You can't go. We can't afford to lose you, not with all this shit going down." "Somebody has to go," Luke said. "He says he's pretty sure. If he's right, we'll have more information. If we're gonna fight this, we gotta know what it is."
Malcolm looked like he wanted to say something, but instead, he just sighed.
"At least take some more guys with you."
"Can't," Luke said.
"You know as well as I do it don't show up when it's groups."
"Yeah," Malcolm said.
"Damn it."
Stone pondered. "Wait a moment. Some of your group are good at sneaking, right? We could send a couple of them behind us, staying well back. If they hear anything, they can help."
"They'd have to be pretty far back."
Luke rubbed his neck, considering.
"Yeah, okay. That makes sense."
He addressed Malcolm.
"Find Tembo and Kyle. They're good at sneaking around. But make sure you tell them to stay way back. We gotta have this thing show up." "Got it."
Malcolm waved another forgotten over and gave him instructions to find the two men, then sighed and shook his head.
"This whole business scares the shit out of me."
Luke clapped him on the shoulder.
"You gotta hold it together, Malcolm. You're in charge when I'm gone, you and Zena."
He pointed at the Latino woman, then turned back to Stone.
"Let's go. I sure hope you're right, otherwise we're all screwed."
Stone hoped so too. Going out on his own, betting his own life on his hunch was one thing. Gambling someone else's wasn't something he had any wish to do. But he knew both of them were right. He didn't know his way around down here, and he wasn't exactly equipped to deal with slogging through the Las Vegas sewers without a guide.
"Let me get lice and a gun,"
Luke said.
"You know how to handle a shotgun?"
"Truthfully, no."
"Okay. I'll do the shooting then if we need it. Ain't risking you blowing my ass off with a wild shot. Be right back."
Stone, Malcolm, and the others watched him go.
"I don't like this,"
Malcolm said.
"Nor do I,"
Stone said. "But if I'm right, I might be able to help you figure out how to deal with this thing." Malcolm nodded as Luke returned, carrying 2 lanterns, a battered shotgun, and a box of shells. He shoved the shells into the pocket of his jacket and handed one of the lanterns to Stone. His expression was grim, and Stone didn't need to be able to read auras to know that he was scared.
"Let's do this,"
he said.
"And for fuck's sake stay close. It ain't safe down here for a greenie, even without the monster. You go running off on your own, and we're both in a fuckload of trouble."
Chapter 15. Even with the light, Stone found the dank tunnels unsettling. Luke walked beside him, lantern in one hand, shotgun in the other. His watchful gaze constantly scanned the area up ahead, and occasionally he stopped to shine the lantern back the way they'd come. The sound of their footsteps and the far-off drip, drip, drip of water echoed weirdly around the rounded tunnels, making it nearly impossible to tell where any given sound originated. They heard no indication of the two Forgotten who presumably were following them. "How dangerous is it down here?" Stone asked. "I mean, before the so-called monster." Luke shrugged.
"You get used to it after a while. It's like anywhere. There's good people and assholes. Eventually, everybody kind of figures out how far they can go with everybody else, and we mostly don't have problems."
"The evil don't come down here at all?"
"Sometimes they do, but they don't last long. They don't get along too good, you know? So sometimes a little group will come down here with guns and stuff and try to take us out, but they don't know nothing about what it's like down here. We teach them fast."
"You kill them?" Stone asked. He shined the lantern up ahead, picking out the odd, colorful graffiti sprayed on the curved concrete walls. Down here, the strange symbols the Forgotten used to communicate with each other were plentiful, though he noticed fewer of the familiar good place ones than he expected to see.
"When we can,"
Luke said. His craggy face was grim.
"Sometimes they run away. That's okay. They go back and tell others not to come. But if they try to take us—"
He held up the gun.
"Where do you think we get some of these?"
Stone nodded, trying to envision what it must be like to spend most of one's life underground, constantly on the watch for threats, making mostly vain efforts to hold off the stench and squalor that seemed to encroach everywhere down here. "What do you do when the rains come? This whole system is flooded then, isn't it?"
"Yeah, depends on how bad it is. We got places we can get our stuff up pretty far off the ground if we need to. It ain't fun, and we gotta get pretty fucking cozy, but usually it's okay. If it's bad, we go topside and hope the evil ain't around to pick us off."
Luke glanced sideways at him.
"How come you do it?"
"Do what?" Stone thought he saw something moving up ahead and held up the lantern. The light reflected off the tiny, gleaming eyes of a large rat, which reared up on its hind legs, glared at him and Luke, and skittered off into a hidden hole.
"This."
Luke spread his hands to indicate the tunnel.
"Why get involved at all? Especially now if you ain't got your mojo. Malcolm almost had you out, back to the street. You could have called your cab and gone back to your fancy hotels and your fancy life. Why come back? It ain't like you love it down here or nothing."
"No," he admitted. "I don't love it down here. Quite the contrary, in fact. But Malcolm and the others did save my life, regardless of whether I wanted them to."
"What you mean?"
Luke stepped over a large drift of garbage. He took a left at the next intersection, which took them into an even narrower tunnel. The Forgotten symbols were sparser here.
"Never mind," Stone said. "I ain't gonna never mind," Luke said, and glanced at him again. "You're telling me you didn't want to be saved? You wanted the evil to get you?"
"No," Stone said quickly. He shuddered a little. "Gods, no. A quick death to silence his pain would be one thing. Eventual death by slow torture was something else entirely."
"What then?"
Stone braced himself against the wall and carefully edged around a tangle of organic matter best left unexamined. "You never told me, Luke. What's your forgotten ability?"
"Why?"
"Just curious."
"I'm good at tracking," he said. "Sneaking in the dark. When I trust myself that nobody's gonna see me, they usually don't."
Stone nodded. "That's kept you alive a good number of times, I'd imagine."
"Yeah. It don't always work, but usually it does."
Stone nodded again, looking the big man up and down. He was tall enough that he usually didn't feel short around anyone, but Luke's towering bulk did the job. "I bet you're decent in a fight, too. Strong." Luke's thin lips turned up in a feral smile.
"Yeah, no shit. Ain't nobody fucks with me. I could take anybody down here one-on-one. They all know it.
No doubt. Stone walked in silence for a while, then said, So how would you feel if that were gone?
Huh?
If you woke up one day and you were paralyzed, say, or if your forgotten ability left you. Luke pondered.
It'd suck,
he said at last.
Suck big time.
Stone started to say something, but Luke wasn't finished.
But I guess the others would help me out.
Stone blinked. That wasn't the answer he'd been expecting. He had the Forgotten Leader pegged as a man with a lot of pride, and a lot invested in his ability to not only take care of himself, but also of the little brood of lost souls he'd gathered around himself.
Indeed?
Luke snorted.
Yeah, sure. Everybody's fucked up down here. We wouldn't be here if we wasn't. Ain't fucking nobody topside who's gonna give us a damn thing, so we do what we can with what we got. Everybody got something they can do to help, even if it ain't much.
So you're saying that if you couldn't fight anymore, if you couldn't take care of yourself physically, you'd be all right with that?
Hell no!
Luke barked a laugh.
No way. I'd be pissed as hell. But what can you do, you know? Life sucks, but that's what you do. You deal with it and get on with living.
He stopped, and something flashed across his dark eyes.
That's what you was doing, wasn't it?
Stone didn't answer, just kept walking.
That's why you were at that bar, getting shit-faced and walking around like some kind of idiot on the streets. You wanted somebody to take you out, didn't you?
Still, Stone didn't answer.
Luke grabbed his arm. Man, that's fucked up. Everything you got and you want to throw it all away?
His grip tightened.
You know how much any fucking one of us down here would give to have what you got?
This isn't productive, Stone said tightly, without looking at him. He wrenched his arm free and held up his lantern a little higher. We're supposed to be looking for a monster, not discussing relative life advantages. Luke sighed loudly.
Damn, you're a piece of work, man. That's all I gotta say. And you better not be out to kill yourself now, 'cause I ain't gonna save you if you think you are. I got people I need to get back to, people who do want to stay alive, even in this shithole. They're counting on me.
Stone bowed his head. Don't worry, he said softly. I want to find this thing as much as you do. They trudged along in silence for several more minutes, switching directions a few times, the lights from their lanterns bobbing along in the darkness. Occasionally more light filtered in from drains overhead, but Stone didn't spot any light sources big enough that they might provide an exit in an emergency. The further they went, the less frequent these light sources became. On the walls, the graffiti was as common as ever, but the forgotten symbols dwindled to almost none. Stone had been trying to keep a mental map of where they were relative to the forgotten base, but with the frequent twists, turns, and echoing sounds, he'd lost track long ago.
This is close to where Griff was scavenging, Luke said under his breath. If it got him and he wasn't going somewhere he wasn't supposed to be, it'd be around here.
Stone nodded, put a finger to his lips, and leaned back against one of the walls. After a moment, Luke backed off to the other one. Stone listened, closing his eyes to try to filter out extraneous stimuli. If the monster was an illusion and the caster was skilled, it would have an auditory component as well, possibly even an olfactory one. But all he could hear was the incessant dripping, and the occasional far-off bang of metal on metal that was probably pipe settling. No human voices, no animal cries, no new stenches overpowering the ambient odors he was beginning to get used to. They waited like that for several minutes, but nothing changed.
Nothing here, Luke said at last. Let's keep going.
Stone nodded, but didn't move yet. Remember, he said, if we do see it, it's almost certainly not real. If you don't believe it exists, it can't hurt you. It's vital you remember that.
Yeah, Luke said. I ain't getting fooled by nothing down here, don't worry.
He held up the shotgun.
I'll blow his head off, or whatever's making it up here.
Don't assume it will be so easy, Stone cautioned.
Illusions, good ones anyway, are nothing to take for granted. They can appear frighteningly real, just keep your wits about you. Got it covered, man. Let's go. I want to do this and get back to the others. They started off again. Are we leaving your territory now? Stone asked. He couldn't see any forgotten symbols on the walls anymore. Yeah, we're in the boxcar group's area. It's cool, they know us. We're way out on the edge, so we shouldn't run into any of them. If we do, just let me do the talking and don't do anything threatening. What would I do? Stone asked. Wave my lantern at them? They kept walking. The tunnel began gradually sloping downward, and twice more Luke changed directions, pausing more often to study the graffiti. What are you looking for? Stone asked. There's a room round here somewhere, he said, like a storeroom. We'll go that far, then we gotta turn back and try another direction. How long are we doing this? How long you want to? Until we find it, Stone said grimly. Good. Then we're agreed. They'd been walking as they talked, and now Luke held his lantern up again. I think that's it, he said, pointing. Up ahead stood a gray door, featureless except for some stenciled writing so faded it was impossible to read. It was set into the concrete wall that marked the end of the tunnel they'd just come down. 2 more tunnels stretched out on either side of it. Luke moved carefully forward, peering right and left. Left one's blocked, he said, hooking a thumb in that direction. He took another step forward and tried the handle on the door. Locked. A piercing sound, half howl, half roar, filled the air, echoing and bouncing around, amplifying until it was physically painful to hear. Luke spun around to face the right side of the tunnel. From where he stood, Stone watched the Forgotten Leader stagger backward, his eyes bugging out, flinging his hands up. Holy shit! He screamed. And then, something impossibly huge was upon him. Chapter 16. Luke screamed again, dropping his lantern but keeping hold of his shotgun and squeezing the trigger. The hallways echoed with its blasting report, but the thing kept coming. Stone, a few steps back, stared at it in horror. Whatever the thing was, he'd never seen anything like it before. So enormous it nearly filled the tunnel. It had a vast, gaping mouth, brimming with pointed teeth, small, beady eyes, and some kind of slick-looking scales. A fetid stench like the depths of a dead swamp hovered around it, so strong it was almost visible in the air. It looked like a cross between some kind of mutant reptile and a massive, hairless, ape-like creature, with writhing, squirming tentacles whipping around the bottom part of its face. It roared again, clamping its jaws down on Luke's shoulder. The Forgotten Leader screamed louder, blood spraying from where its teeth sunk in. For a moment, Stone almost believed it was real. He darted his gaze around, trying to find a weapon, trying to find some way to get Luke out of there before the thing tore him to pieces. The sheer physicality of the thing, the sight, the sound, the smell, the presence of it, it had to be real. No illusion could be that solid. What if some new supernatural creature had taken up residence down in the underground and... No. No, damn you, think! He focused. He pulled in a deep, shuddering breath and fought to center himself, to clear his mind, to drive off the lies this thing's summoner was trying to get past him. It's an illusion. That's all it is. It's not real. His magic might have been gone, but his mind was strong as ever. This was what he had been trained for, by a master who valued strength of mind over almost everything else. Luke screamed again. More blood spurted, splattering the gray door. Not real! It's an illusion! And then, suddenly,
With a shift of perception, he saw past it. It was still there, still huge and menacing, still hunched over Luke's kneeling form. But now it was just a little bit transparent. Stone could see the wall past it, and the door covered in half-transparent illusionary blood.
"Luke!" he screamed. "It's not real! It's an illusion! I'm certain of it! Remember what I said! Don't believe it's real, and it can't hurt you!"
Where the hell was their backup? Despite the screams, there was no sign of Tembo and Kyle.
"Run!"
Luke yelled, as the thing sunk its teeth into his flailing arm. He dropped the shotgun.
"Run! Get out! Get away!"
Stone darted forward and snatched the shotgun. If he was wrong, he'd be putting himself right in its line of attack. But he wasn't wrong. He was sure of it. Once he'd pierced the illusion, it remained semi-transparent, still horrific, but no longer able to trick his mind into believing it was solid. He grabbed Luke's arm and tried to drag him free, but the forgotten leader was nearly hysterical with terror now. Stone slapped him.
"Luke, listen to me. It's not real. If you trust me, believe me."
And then he heard something else, further down the corridor past the monster.
"Fuck! He's seeing through it! Get the skinny guy!"
Before he could move, Luke screamed once more, a high-pitched yowl of agony. His arms spread wide, his hands grasping at something that Stone could see was not there. And then he was gone. His scream cut off. He simply ceased to be there. For a second, Stone stood, shocked and confused, his brain trying to process this new input, while simultaneously remembering that the monster wasn't real. Then he looked down at the floor, holding the lantern out in front of him, and a chill gripped him. Luke's leather jacket, jeans, and heavy boots lay in a heap on the trash-strewn ground, where the forgotten leader had stood only a second ago. Mixed in with them was a drift of grayish ash, already darkening as it soaked up the stinking water. Oh no.
"Get him!"
The words spurred Stone to action. He ran back down the tunnel he and Luke had just come from, as footsteps echoed in the passageway behind him. He had no time to wait for backup, if it was even coming. Something slammed into the wall where he'd been only a second earlier, and something hit him hard in the back. He staggered forward, dropping the shotgun, then caught himself and ducked low as he ran. He saw a tunnel off to his right and took it, running as fast as he dared, leaping over piles of trash and detritus. Still, the footsteps sounded behind him, but the echoes made it impossible to tell how close they were, or how many. His lantern flickered. Was it just him, or was it not putting out as much light as before? If it went out, he was lost. But if the mage, or more than one, managed to catch up with him, he might be lost anyway. Still, the footsteps pounded nearby, mixing with the weird echoing calls of his pursuers. He couldn't tell how many there were. 2? More? Another tunnel, to the left. He flung himself around the corner and kept going. He couldn't stop to catch his breath now, even though a stitch in his side lanced pain through his ribs. He took a quick look around. The tunnel didn't look familiar. The graffiti was different, the pipes hanging down from the ceiling in crazy patterns instead of attached to it. Had he taken a wrong turn? Which way was he going? Even if he got away from the mages? He remembered what the Forgotten had said. He'd never find his way back if he got lost. That was why Luke had gone with him in the first place. Luke. Anger, despair, and shame sliced at him. The leader of this forgotten group, the one who'd kept them going, kept them safe in a town where literally anyone they didn't know might be out to kill them, was dead. And it was his fault. No, it's not. A stern, rational voice in his head said. You didn't get him killed. He knew what he was in for. You tried to warn him. You tried to help him. You did everything you could. Could have done a hell of a lot more if I weren't bloody useless. Stop moaning, you prat. You stop thinking and you're dead.
Now get going. You owe it to them to get back and warn them.
The voice was right. Right now, he didn't give a damn if he lived or died, except that it wasn't just himself in the equation this time. The Forgotten Group had to know Luke was dead, had to know that the monster was just a sophisticated illusion, a damned sophisticated illusion. Whoever the unknown mage was, he had to be either a practitioner at or near Stone's level, or else one of the odd, wild talents floating around, the ones with little training, but some singular ability they could manifest at heightened levels. He remembered Zack, the weaselly little punk who'd been working for Trin, and his ability to bypass the most powerful of wards, despite being so magically weak he couldn't manage a simple shield spell. They happened, and precisely because they were untrained, they could be very dangerous. Stone rounded another corner and risked a quick stop to rest, straining his ears for any sound of his pursuers approaching. All of this speculation was well and good, but other than the fact that the monster was an illusion, and therefore at least one of the threats must have magical talent, everything else was conjecture. And worse, it was useless conjecture, unless he could somehow find his way back to the Forgotten and tell them what had happened.
"I think he went this way," a voice called.
Bugger! Too close. How were they following him? He ran again, forcing himself to ignore the increasingly painful stitch in his side. Up ahead, all he saw was a pile of trash nearly half his height, more graffiti, and a long stretch of corridor. If only he could hide behind something. But even if he hid, if the mage could see auras, his would light up like a beacon. It would give him away even if he was behind something, unless he covered himself completely. The lantern flickered again. It was definitely dimmer. He wondered how long it gave one last flicker and went out. Stone froze, his hand on the rough wall, his panting breath like a freight train in the darkness. The voices were louder. He couldn't see, but they'd be able to see him, unless he could somehow hide his aura. But without magic, he couldn't—
"This way!"
They were closer. They were coming toward him. He darted forward as a plan suggested itself. It was a bad plan. It was a plan that under normal conditions he would never have considered. But these weren't normal conditions. He darted forward, trailing one hand along the wall to keep himself oriented, until his foot hit the pile of trash pushed off to the side of the corridor. Moving with desperate efficiency, he felt around it to determine its composition. If it was metal or wood, he was dead. But it wasn't. His searching hands touched paper. Large plastic bags stuffed with rubbish, fast food cups, and worse things. Slimy things, things that made his gorge rise when he disturbed them. You have to get back and tell the Forgotten what happened. You owe them that. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he shoved some of the trash aside and burrowed into the pile, pulling the plastic bags and other larger items down on top of him. Was he covered completely? He had no way to know in the darkness. If he'd left any part of himself exposed, the mage would spot his aura instantly. He shifted again, trying to dig in deeper. And then he waited. For a while he heard nothing. He kept his eyes closed, breathing through his clenched teeth, forcing himself not to move. Bits of trash poked his neck, his hand, his leg. Something liquid shifted and dribbled down his neck. The smell was incredible. Wherever this pile had come from, it had been here for a while. He felt things skittering around, rustling the trash. Rats? Bugs? Something bigger? He didn't know and couldn't find out, despite already wanting desperately to leap up and brush every bit of trash away. Were they gone yet? Could he afford to check? More time passed, and still he heard nothing. They must have moved on by now, right? He waited a few more minutes to be safe. By now, the intensity of the pile's stench had toned down somewhat as he grew acclimated to it.
He'd read once that humans could learn to live next door to a landfill without noticing the smell, if they stayed there long enough. Adaptable creatures, humans. That still didn't mean he wasn't going to take about 9 showers in a row after he got out of here. If he got out of here. He didn't try to move quietly as he emerged from the rubbish heap. If they were here, if they'd staked the place out and were waiting for him to appear, no amount of effort would make the process silent. Instead, he shoved the bags and wrappers and food remnants aside and climbed free of the mess. He'd almost forgotten his lantern had died. It was pitch dark in the tunnel. He supposed it was a mercy, in a way. If he couldn't see what he'd just buried himself in, he could convince himself that it had been nothing but trash bags and hamburger wrappers and landscape clippings, reek notwithstanding. If his pursuers were still looking for him, it wouldn't matter whether they could see auras. They could track him by smell. Across half of Las Vegas. Taking a moment to consider his options, Stone quickly concluded that he didn't have many. He couldn't stay here. Even if he'd managed to misdirect the mage, they clearly knew about this part of the underground. If they failed to find him elsewhere, they might come back to search this tunnel. That meant he had to move. He picked the direction he thought would take him further down the tunnel rather than back the way he'd come, then carefully sidestepped until he reached the rounded edge. He put his hand lightly against it as he'd done before, and began walking, picking his way along to avoid tripping over any unseen obstacles. He had no idea what time it was. He couldn't see his watch in the darkness, and in any case, he hadn't noticed how long he'd slept after he'd passed out last night. It could have been as early as noon or as late as evening. In that respect, the underground was a lot like the casinos. It was difficult to tell the time of day when you were inside either of them. He had no idea how long he walked. He fell into a numb rhythm, one step, then another, then another. His fingertips lightly brushing the concrete walls, his feet slogging through clumps of slimy refuse. Rarely he'd pass an overhead light source, a small grating or other opening at the top of the tunnel. But they were far too small for him to escape through, even if he'd been able to climb to them. He wished he could find a manhole. He remembered last time they'd been here, Jason had cautioned against using them as a means of escape, since poking one's head up in the middle of a topside street was a good way to get it taken off by an oncoming vehicle. But if he found one right now, he'd be tempted to take the chance. The only one he found, though, was high above his head. The ladder leading up to it was broken, and the tiny shaft of murky light shining down through the cover's fingerhole wasn't bright enough for him to track down anything big enough to stand on. To make things even worse, one of his stops under the light showed him that his watch had stopped at 12:35 p.m. Since he had no idea how long ago that had been, all he could discern was that it had to be later than that. This time of year the sun stayed up longer. He'd lost all track of how long had passed since he left the Forgotten's underground meeting area. It was always with reluctance that he left his little oases of light and moved on, back into the darkness. The temptation to remain in the light was strong, to sit there and wait for someone to find him. Perhaps the Forgotten would grow concerned that he and Luke hadn't come back and send out a search party. Maybe some of the other Forgotten were good at tracking too. Or maybe the mage with the illusion would find him, or one of the other less friendly denizens of the underground. He couldn't risk it. He had to keep going and hope the direction he'd chosen would lead him closer to the Forgotten's area of influence. He didn't know how much longer he'd be able to continue without rest, which concerned him. Passing out from too much liquor wasn't the same thing as a good night's sleep, and he'd been doing a lot of walking in unfavorable conditions. His involuntary rest stop in the rubbish heap had taken care of the stitch in his side, but now his left leg was beginning to ache. He was back in the dark, and cursing the fact that he had nothing to light a fire with so he could make a torch. He depended entirely too much on magic, he decided. If he got out of here, he would have to remedy that. Even if you get your magic back?
Shut up.
Still, now that the thought had risen up in his mind, the temptation to test it overwhelmed him. He paused a moment, concentrated, and tried to summon the magic. Nothing, as usual. See? It's gone. You might as well get used to living as a mundane. At least for 6 months. The little voice didn't have an answer for that. Or rather, it didn't get a chance to have one, because suddenly Stone's ears were full of the sound of flapping, and a series of small forms were hurtling around him, wheeling and bouncing off the walls. One hit the side of his head and caromed off, and he yelled, startled, flinging his hands up to ward the things off, to keep them out of his face. What the hell were they? He couldn't see them at all. Bats? Pigeons? Enormous insects? Some kind of supernatural thing that never saw the light of day? Tired and stressed, his overtaxed imagination hit him with scenario after increasingly improbable scenario. He stumbled forward, keeping his hands in front of his face, hoping if he disturbed their lair he'd get past it fast so they would settle down and leave him alone. The flapping began to quiet. Had he gotten away from them? He took another step forward. By the time he realized his foot had landed on nothing but air, it was too late to recover his balance. With a startled cry and a flailing of arms, he pitched over the edge of something, and he was falling. Chapter 17. When Stone regained consciousness, it was still dark. He lay on a hard, uneven surface, his body twisted. When he tried to move, pain lit up every inch of him, and he bit back a scream. The memory came back readily. He'd fallen over the edge of something. He remembered putting his arms out in front of him, flailing, having only a moment to be terrified that he'd pitched himself into some kind of abyss and would fall forever before he hit the bottom, and everything went even blacker. Carefully, trying to move as little as possible, he took inventory. He lay on his side, one leg drawn up, one stretched out. His right arm was cradled against his side, his left poking out as if trying to reach for something. Under his head, he felt hard, rough concrete. So he was still in the underground, at least. He hadn't fallen into some pit to hell or the lair of some unspeakable creature. Far off, he could still hear the place's various drips and clanks, but no voices, human or otherwise. How long had he been here? He had no idea. It was far too dark to see his watch, if he hadn't broken it during the fall. All right, this was going to be the fun part. Still moving with as much deliberate care as possible, he rolled over on his back. He immediately bit back another scream as the pain flared again. But this time he forced himself to concentrate on where it felt the worst. He had to know how badly the fall had injured him before he could risk trying to get up. Surprisingly, his head was mostly unscathed. It throbbed a little, and without moving his arms, he thought he felt a localized ache in his forehead, but he was fairly sure he'd managed to avoid smacking it into the concrete with the full force of the fall. That was something, at least. His whole body ached, too, but in a general sense. He'd probably aggravated the pulled muscles from getting tossed around back at the bar, and falling into a concrete pit wasn't going to be kind in any case. But still, probably nothing to worry about too much. So far, so good. Then he tried to move his right arm. The world went white. His sharp intake of breath was his desperate attempt to avoid screaming. He lay back down, closing his eyes and waiting for the slicing pain to settle to a dull roar. Okay, his arm was messed up. Broken. Cracked. Sprained. He wasn't sure and didn't want to do too much investigation. He decided to table further examination on that front and move on to the rest of his body. His left arm was undamaged, Both shoulders were still functional. With his left hand, he probed his chest and abdomen, but no pain beyond the ambient arose. That was good. Apparently he'd taken the brunt of the fall with his right arm, which meant he probably hadn't fallen that far. That, too, was good. Best of all, he didn't think he was bleeding anywhere, except maybe his scraped hands. After his game of hide-and-seek in the rubbish pile, he didn't want to think about the sort of infections and diseases he might be facing if he had any real wounds. Stone lay there for a while, resting, gathering strength for what he had to do next. He couldn't stay here, wherever here was, tempting as it was to just lie on his back and let himself drift off into the fog of insensibility again. He had to find the forgotten, which meant he had to figure out where he was and how to get out of it. Slowly, keeping his injured right arm tucked against his body as much as he could, he struggled to a sitting position and tried to gather his legs under him so he could get up. He reached out with his left arm in search of a wall to brace against, but none was within his grasp. Have to do this the hard way, I guess. He pushed himself up, and immediately fell back down in a heap when knives lanced into his left ankle, and it refused to bear his weight. This time he didn't entirely succeed in not screaming. No, no, no! He cradled his right arm, which at least he'd been able to avoid landing on when he fell, closed his eyes, and felt his arm, his head, and his ankle all throb in agonizing unison, sending bright pulses of pain up and down his body. This had just moved from bad to very bad indeed. If his arm was non-functional, he could still move. He couldn't fight very well, but then he couldn't fight very well with two functional arms. But if he couldn't walk, that meant he was stuck here, a sitting duck for whatever nasties might come seeking him. Think, man. You're supposed to be a bloody genius. Act like it. I'm not this kind of genius, he protested. Apparently, in exchange for losing his magic, he'd developed a second inner voice with an attitude problem. Not a very good trade, all in all. Better learn, the little voice said, or you could just sit here and die. That's what you want, isn't it? Not like this. And he realized it was true. He didn't want to die like this, forgotten in some pit in some hellhole under Las Vegas, where odds were high his body wouldn't be found for weeks, if ever. And besides, he still had to get back to Malcolm and the others and tell them what happened to Luke. Maybe he didn't matter to them, and why should he? But Luke was important. He gathered his will and dragged himself up to a seated position. He didn't ignore the pain. That much pain was impossible to ignore, but he compartmentalized it by focusing on Malcolm and the rest of the Forgotten, and how he needed to get himself together and find them. Slowly, teeth gritted tight, he dragged himself backward using his good arm and his good leg for propulsion. After a few seconds of this, his back touched a solid wall. Good. He let himself rest against it, his head slumping forward until his chin rested on his chest for a few moments. He needed something for a sling, and something to wrap his ankle in. Maybe if he could wrap it up, it would hold well enough for him to at least shuffle along. Some progress was better than none. The sling was easy. He slid his belt free of his jeans, buckled it, hard to do by feel with essentially one hand, but he managed, and looped it over his head. The hardest part was arranging his arm. He thought he might pass out twice, but eventually he got it cradled in the belt so it seemed secure and only hurt a lot rather than excruciatingly. Next, the ankle brace. That would be harder. He had his t-shirt but didn't think he'd be able to get his overcoat off over his injured arm. Instead, he felt around until his hand fell on a sharp rock and used it to rip a hole in the bottom of the shirt. The hardest part was bracing one side with his left hand while he ripped it free with his right. The work was exhausting, and once again almost made him black out, but eventually he had a wide strip that might be long enough to do the job. He bent and started to untie his boot so he could slip it off, but then hesitated. The ankle was already swollen. If he took the boot off, he might not be able to get it back on again, and he'd be damned if he'd slogged through this nightmarish darkness in his stocking feet. Instead, he untied the boot and spread the laces so the top was open. His whole lower leg throbbed. Using his other foot this time to hold one end of the t-shirt strip in place, he wrapped it tightly a few loops around his ankle and, lacking a way to tie it off with only one working hand, tucked it in as securely as he could manage. It wasn't a great job, but having it wrapped up like that did make it feel a bit better. He couldn't retie the laces, so he just tucked them into the side. Now came the fun part. Getting up, or trying to. He twisted his body around so his left side was up against the wall, and used his good hand to steady himself. Then, leaning his weight against the wall, he pulled himself up. His head spun for a second, and new vistas of pain made themselves known as he moved injured parts of himself more than they approved of. But he didn't fall back over. True, he was still leaning completely against the wall and putting all his weight on his good leg, but it was a small victory. He'd had damned few of those lately, so he was taking this one. If anyone had any complaints about that, they could bloody well come over here, drag him out of this hellhole, and take them up with him elsewhere. "All right," he muttered. "Let's see where we are and how to get out." His voice sounded harsh and strange to his ears. He paused a moment to make sure no one was approaching, then, still using the wall for balance, began hopping forward. He felt along as he went, but found nothing but more rough concrete. He even reached up with his left arm and tried to touch any edge that might be there. But wherever it was either higher than his reach or at a different location. He kept going. Before long, he estimated 8 to 10 feet, he reached a corner. In front of him was another blank concrete wall. All right then, at least it's got a boundary. He kept going. It seemed to take forever, since he hadn't started out moving fast and got slower as he went because his good leg grew sore and tired from all the hopping along. He took frequent rest stops, always standing because he feared if he sat down again he might not be able to get back up. A couple times he tried to put his weight on his other leg, but the sharp pains shooting upward quickly convinced him that was a bad idea. Back to hopping then. This section went on longer than the first one, he was sure of it. When he'd made it about another 10 feet, his leg brushed against something hard sticking out of the wall. He stopped, crouching a bit to examine it with his hand. It protruded only an inch or so, and felt like it was made of metal. It had an uneven, raspy end that suggested something had been broken loose from it. He felt around a bit more and found a corresponding protuberance about 2 feet farther forward. It took him a moment to figure out what they must have been. The remains of ladder rungs. He felt upward and found 2 more sets of them that he could reach, but none intact. Someone had broken this ladder off, or else it had simply decayed from rust and moisture and broken off on its own when someone tried to use it. Either way, it wasn't going to be of any use to him, even if he could climb. He slumped against the wall again, bowing his head. "Don't get discouraged yet," he told himself. Just because the ladder was gone didn't mean there wasn't another way out of here. But there wasn't. His slow, agonizing circuit of the area took him nearly an hour, accompanied by a lot of pain and increasing exhaustion, and netted him several bits of information. He was trapped in some kind of sunken section of the tunnel, roughly 10 by 20 feet. The broken ladder was the only one there, and wherever the upper level was, he couldn't reach it even when he braced against the wall and stood on tiptoe, stretching his left arm as far up as he could manage. In other words, he was well and truly trapped down here. He discovered 2 other things in his search. One he was sure of, and one he was reasonably sure of. The latter was that no useful debris existed in the middle of the open space. Nothing he could climb on, no rope, no heap of discarded metal or wood he might be able to fashion into something to help with his predicament. The former was that his prison had a door. It was on the opposite wall from the one where he'd started, and he'd been quite excited when he found it, until he realized it was made of metal, probably similar to the one he'd seen earlier, splattered with Luke's illusionary blood, and it was solidly locked. He spent a bit of time pulling on the handle and trying to slip a flat piece of metal he found on the floor into the crack between it and the metal frame, but the door refused to budge. He even risked pounding on it, but only did that once, because no one came to answer, and the echoes of his knocks made him nervous. Did he want to attract the attention of whoever might be lurking nearby? All of these bits of information gave him a clearer picture of where he must be. Some kind of sunken maintenance area, formerly accessible by the metal-runged ladder set into the concrete, but long since abandoned by anyone official. It hadn't been meant as a trap, though he didn't think it out of the question that someone might use it as such. Was someone even now heading slowly in his direction, perhaps making a circuit and checking other similar locations for any hapless prey that might have fallen in? He sank down, finally giving in to his legs' increasingly insistent protests. His stomach rumbled, reminded him that all he'd had since early the previous day was a bottle of water and an energy bar. How long had it been since he and Luke had set out? Were the Forgotten missing them yet? He scrubbed at his face with his good hand, shoving damp, matted hair off his forehead, then leaned back against the wall. It felt good to sit down, even on the hard floor. He wasn't ready to give up, not yet. His brain was tired. He wasn't thinking straight. Perhaps if he let himself rest for just a little while, things would be clearer. He refused to let himself think that he might die here. Stone was running. His breath rasped in his throat, his chest on fire, his legs spiking pain with each step, but he couldn't stop. It was coming. It was getting closer. He risked a glance over his shoulder, and his heart pounded faster. The thing filled the corridor, its gaping mouth full of teeth stretched wide, saliva dripping in shimmering strands. Its thick arms, ropey with muscle and slimy with scales, reached out for him, its fingers tipped with sharp yellow claws. Its eyes glowed red. It smelled like the open doorway to hell, and it was catching up on him. He had to go faster or it would catch him, but he couldn't go faster. He stumbled, his legs finally giving out. The thing roared. "Dr. Stone?" He blinked. How did it know his name, and why hadn't it caught him yet? "Dr. Stone!" the voice called again. But it didn't sound like a monster. It sounded like Verity? That was absurd. Verity wasn't here. Verity didn't even know where he was. And then a light so bright and dazzling it hurt to look at it, snapped him awake. He flinched away from it, covering his face with his good arm, barely aware that he'd slumped sideways while he'd slept. "Oh my God," said a voice. "He's here, you guys! Come over here!" The light was pulled back, and a face peered down at him from what seemed like an impossible height. A familiar face, wide-eyed with fear. "Verity," he rasped, barely able to believe he wasn't still dreaming or hallucinating. "Oh, God," she moaned. "Dr. Stone, are you all right?" "I've definitely been better," he said. Chapter 18. More faces peered over the edge, and more lanterns shone down into the pit. "Somebody get some rope," somebody called. Stone thought it sounded like Malcolm, but he couldn't be sure. Everything was a little fuzzy, with voices drifting in and out. "No," Verity said. We don't need rope. I'll get him out. Just stand back. She leaned over the edge. Dr. Stone? Verity. He blinked, half afraid that she and all the rest of them would disappear and he'd awaken from his uneasy nightmare to find himself still alone and trapped. How? Dr. Stone, she called, her voice firm and confident. You're gonna be fine. Just hang on, okay? I'm gonna levitate you out of there, okay? He nodded wearily. If this was a dream, at least it was getting better. He decided to roll with it. Where's Luke? Malcolm's face appeared over the edge. Where's Luke, man? When Stone didn't answer, he got louder. Where's Luke? He alive? Tell me. Tell me when Kyle came back and said they heard screams, but they didn't find nothing. We gotta look for him if... Dead, Stone muttered. He's dead. I'm sorry. I couldn't... What you mean he's dead? Malcolm demanded. What happened? Stone was about to try formulating an answer when Verity's voice broke in. You can ask him that when we get him back to your place. Come on, stand back so I can get him out of there. I think he's hurt. The sound of shuffling feet and mumbling voices and the lanterns withdrew again. Okay, Verity called again. You ready, Dr. Stone? He nodded wearily. After a moment, he felt his body lifting up off the ground, and cried out as suddenly no hard surface supported his leg. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. In a few more seconds, he lay on solid ground again, and Verity dropped to her knees next to him, her eyes huge and scared. She put a hand on his uninjured shoulder. What happened to you? She asked softly. What did you do? Once again, he tried to formulate an answer, but once again he couldn't manage it. I'm sorry, he whispered, and passed out. When he awoke, he didn't hurt, or at least nowhere near as much as he had before. He opened his eyes to find Verity seated next to him, cross-legged on a pillow. Hey, she said, when she saw him watching her. How do you feel? He considered. Well, he said at last, I'm out of that pit, it's not dark, and my arm and my leg don't hurt, so ghastly, I'd say, but less so than before. He looked around at his surroundings. They didn't look familiar, except that he could see they were still in the underground. Where are we? Little side room down the hall from the big main one, she said. You want something to eat or drink? He nodded. It's been a while. Okay, be right back. Stay put, okay? She got up and hurried out. He sat up a little and looked at himself. He lay on another thin pallet, covered with a sleeping bag. When he shoved it aside, he saw that he still wore his jeans, but they'd removed his overcoat, shirt, and boots. The belt sling was gone, and he couldn't feel the strip he'd wrapped around his ankle. Tentatively, he raised his right arm. No pain. He tried flexing his ankle. No pain there either. His muscles still hurt in general, especially in his back, but nothing he couldn't function with. Verity returned, carrying a bottle of water and a couple of protein bars. Sorry, they don't have much right now, she said, sitting back down. They're all out there having a meeting. About Luke, he said, remembering. He closed his eyes. She nodded. They're gonna want to talk to you, she said. I made them let you sleep, but they're pretty agitated. He sat up tentatively, and when his head didn't spin too much, he opened the bottle and downed the whole thing, then ripped the wrapper off a bar and devoured it like he hadn't eaten in days. After swallowing the last bite, he sighed. I know, and I need to talk to them. He looked hard at her. What are you doing here? How did you know I was here? How did you find me? Realizing something else, he swept the small area with his gaze. And where's Jason? You have a lot of questions, she asked. But yeah, I guess you would. One at a time then. What am I doing here? They called me. Malcolm did. Stone paused in the act of peeling the wrapper from the other bar. They called you? How did they even know how to reach you? Malcolm had the number, she said. He was trying to reach Jason. Remember when we were here before? Jason gave him his number and asked him to call if they found out anything about the evil. They kept it. Is Jason here too? He wanted to ask what she knew, if she and Jason knew about his magic. But the longer he didn't, the longer he could assume the Forgotten hadn't told her yet. She shook her head. We thought you'd gone off to England, so Jason went to visit a friend of his down in Ventura for a couple of days before we had to go back to work. When these guys called, they said you were in trouble. I didn't have time to wait for him to get back. So you just flew here yourself? She grinned. Sure, why not? I do know how airplanes work, and I even have my own credit card now. Then she sobered. I thought they were trying to pull something at first, like maybe the evil was trying to lure me here. But then I called Marta down at the restaurant, and she said you never used the portal. Stone closed his eyes again. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't want to lie to you, but A woman Stone didn't recognize poked her head into the alcove. Sorry, she said. Verity said you were awake. You up to moving around? Malcolm and the rest want to talk to you. He exchanged glances with Verity. I'd better do this, he said. I owe them an explanation. Yeah, she said. She rummaged around next to the pallet and held up a red UNLV t-shirt. I know it's not really your style, but it's about your size, and your other clothes were pretty funky. They cleaned you up some, but... He nodded, took the shirt, and stood up. His boots were lined up neatly at the foot of the pallet. Nice job on the healing, by the way, he said. Seems like you're patching me up quite a lot lately. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, she said. He pulled the shirt on. At least it fit and didn't smell like a week's worth of hot garbage, which was something. Stepped into his boots and followed Verity and the woman down the passageway. Dread settled in the pit of his stomach. He wished more than anything that he didn't have to deliver the report of what happened in the tunnels, but there was no helping it. He owed them that. He owed them a hell of a lot more than that, but at least he could make a start. When they reached the big main meeting area, Stone stopped and stared. It seemed like every member of the Forgotten Band was here, filling the couches, perched on the milk crates, leaning against walls. Several lanterns provided illumination, but the way every face turned to look at Stone gave them a menacing aspect. No one smiled, not even Malcolm, who was seated in a mangy plaid recliner, jacked up on a pair of wooden pallets. Verity said next to Stone under her breath. It's all right, he murmured. He wished he believed it. The crowd parted for them, leaving a path open to reach Malcolm. The chubby Hispanic woman, Zena, perched on the corner of his chair. Her expression was cold, unreadable. Stone walked slowly but steadily forward. He knew there was no point in showing fear. If they wanted to kill him, there was nothing he could do about it. He stopped a few feet away from Malcolm's chair and waited. Verity stopped a couple steps behind him. Luke's dead, Malcolm said, his voice flat, his eyes steady. Stone nodded. Yes. A murmur went up from the crowd. Malcolm held up his hand and it gradually died down. Tell us what happened. Stone took a deep breath. He felt like a defendant on trial for murder and was acutely aware of the volatile mood of the crowd. He had to play this carefully. He didn't think Malcolm would seek to harm him, but if the crowd lost it, he had no doubt that even Verity's magic wouldn't be enough to save them. We found the monster, he said. The crowd rumbled again. Where? Malcolm asked. Stone shrugged. I don't know. There was a T intersection. One end was blocked. There was a door. It came down the other passageway. I know the spot, Zena said.
Malcolm nodded. What happened? Were you right about it being some kind of illusion?
Yes. So how did Luke die? Zena demanded. The crowd rumbled louder in agreement.
How come Tembo and Kyle didn't see nothing?
Stone bowed his head, struggling to find an answer that wouldn't require him to explain magical theory to a room full of homeless people. Illusions, he said slowly, can be dangerous if the viewer believes them. It's sort of a mind-over-matter thing. Belief is a powerful force.
So you're saying Luke believed this thing was real, so it killed him?
No, Stone said. The illusion didn't kill him, but it did confuse him. It was one of the best illusions I've seen in years, frighteningly authentic. For a moment, even I believed it was real.
So why didn't you tell him? Zena asked, fists clenched. Why didn't you tell him it wasn't real?
I did, Stone said. His heart pounded faster as he replayed the last moments of Luke's life. I was yelling at him that it wasn't real, that he had to see through it, but he was beyond hearing me at that point. I tried to drag him away, but I couldn't do it. I wasn't strong enough. Malcolm considered that as the crowd began their ominous murmurs once more.
You said the illusion didn't kill him, he said. What did?
A black mage, Stone said. Malcolm's eyes narrowed.
A black mage?
A dark mage, Stone amended. The sort who draws power by draining other people.
Did you see this guy?
Zena asked. Stone shook his head. No, but I heard him. I don't know how many others he has with him, at least one, and I think I know now why he's here and what he's doing. The crowd made noise again, but this time it was subtly different. They still weren't favorably disposed toward Stone, but the overall tone held more curiosity than threat.
And what's that?
Malcolm asked, leaning forward. As I said, dark mages get their power from other people. They drain it from them. Usually they don't kill them, but when they do, they get a massive amount of energy. I think this mage has found himself a ready-made source of power.
Malcolm paled.
You mean he's picking off the people down here, killing them, just to get magic power?
Stone shrugged. It makes sense. I'd lay odds that he doesn't even spend all his time down here, but only comes here when he needs to top off his magical batteries.
But if he's killing all these people with magic, a man near the front said, how come we never find any bodies? Is he taking them away?
No, Stone said soberly. When a dark mage kills a victim rather than simply draining some energy, the victim is turned to ash. All that's left is their clothes and personal effects. He probably just picked those up and took them along with him. Who's going to suspect a pile of ashes used to be a human being?
And he's doing it down here because nobody gives a fuck about a bunch of homeless bums and gangbangers,
Malcolm said, his fists clenching.
Even the cops who ain't evil won't come down here to save any of us.
Stone nodded, rage growing within him. Mages didn't have any sort of formal code or laws that governed them. There was no mage council that would punish wrongdoing or prevent black mages from killing victims. Even most black mages who had no compunctions against killing, if necessary, didn't do it indiscriminately. For one thing, attracting enough attention from mundane law enforcement could be trouble, even for the magically talented. For another, it wasn't necessary. Almost every type of magic a black mage might want to perform could be done easily with the energy drained from one or more batteries, willing or unwilling, without causing their deaths. The voice he'd heard had been young, which meant he was most likely looking at simple arrogance and a complete disregard for human life. A dangerous combination.
So, how do we stop him?
Malcolm asked.
How the hell are we supposed to stop something like that? If this illusion's so good ain't none of us can get past it, and he's a mage besides.
I'm going to help you, Stone said.
But,
Malcolm began. But nothing, Stone said, his fists clenching. I couldn't keep Luke safe from this bastard, but I'm damn sure I'm not letting him kill any of the rest of you.
How you gonna do that? Zena demanded.
I don't know yet, Stone said. I need to think about it. Don't let anyone else go wandering around in small groups for a while. I promise you, I will find a solution. Chapter 19. When Stone needed to think, he ideally also needed to move. That was impractical in the underground, and especially in the Forgottens area, which was suddenly crawling with people, unless he wanted to wander the passageways. Instead, he went back to the alcove where he'd awakened, asking Malcolm and the others not to disturb him for a while. The Forgotten didn't follow him. Verity did. "Why didn't you tell us?" she asked him when they reached the alcove. Her voice sounded hurt and angry and accusing. He didn't look at her. "So they told you then, did they?" "Yeah, which was a hell of a lot more than you did." "I didn't think you needed to know yet." She grabbed his shoulder and tried to spin him around. When he held fast, she came around in front of him, glaring. "I'm your apprentice. If anybody needed to know, it's me." He turned away again. "Verity, we can talk about this later. I need to think." "We can talk about this now," she said. She moved in front of him. "And stop turning away. The least you can do is face me." His gaze came up. "Fine." She studied his face for several seconds. "I don't get it, Dr. Stone. How long have you known about this?" Clearly, she wasn't going to go away and leave him to his thoughts until they had this out. He sighed. "When I woke up in the hospital in Reno." Her eyes widened. "So you already knew when you told us to go back home without you?" He nodded. "What was the point in your staying?" She shook her head. "Damn, Doc. For a guy who's supposed to be as smart as you are, you can be a real idiot sometimes." "So I've been told." "We are your friends, right? Jason and me?" "What kind of question is that? Of course you are. But yet you—" She stopped, frustration twisting her features. "Something this big happens to you and you don't even bother to tell us. I can't believe that." "Then you don't know me as well as I thought you did," he said evenly. "What did you think we'd do if we found out? What were you afraid of?" "I wasn't afraid," he said, too quickly. "I'm just not the sort of person who shares his problems, especially when it's pointless. There's nothing either of you could have done." "Did you tell anybody?" "I went to see Madame Juan. I thought perhaps she might be able to help. But she couldn't." He shook his head and looked away again. He couldn't meet her dark, searching eyes. "No, she examined me and told me she found no sign of magic." "So why'd you come to Vegas?" Before he could answer, she gripped his arm. "You came to find Harrison, didn't you? Using his magic was what did this to you." "Yes." She paused. "I take it you didn't find him?" "No. I found Nakamura, who hasn't seen him since the portal incident. He thinks he might not even be on Earth anymore." She stared at him. "That's weird, but okay, fine. So you didn't find him. Why didn't you come back home after that, or go to England? Malcolm said they found you wandering around in some crappy neighborhood near downtown, drunk out of your mind. He said the evil were hassling you. Why would you do that?" "Verity..." He turned away from her again. "No, you're not doing this. Look at me, Dr. Stone." When did teenage Verity become such a confident young woman? "You should go," he said dully. "I need to think. I need to figure out a way to deal with this situation before this bastard kills someone else." "And you will," she said with certainty. "I know you will. I know we will. But we're going to finish this first. So if you want time to think, start talking. Why did the Forgotten find you there like that?" He didn't answer. She didn't speak for several seconds. When she did, her voice was soft and shaky. "Oh my God." "What?" Curious now, he did turn back to face her. She was staring at him with big, haunted eyes. She wasn't wearing her usual goth makeup, but she'd still gone pale. "You wanted them to catch you." "What?" he asked again. The evil. You were trying to kill yourself. His shoulders slumped. I didn't want them to catch me, he said. Not the evil. Somebody else, then. She continued staring. You did. You wanted to kill yourself, or you wanted somebody else to kill you. He might have been able to lie to someone else about it, but not Verity. He lowered his head and stared at the ground. She slapped him hard across the cheek. He jerked his head up, shocked. His hand went to his face. What? He started. Her eyes didn't look haunted now. They flashed with fury. You fucking idiot, she said, her voice low, shaking with rage. Verity, no, shut up. Just shut up. She paced in a small circle in front of him, her fists clenched. Then she whirled on him again. I can't believe you wanted to kill yourself because you've lost your magic. Then you don't know me, he said, not looking at her. I think I know you better than you want me to, she said. Verity, apprentice, I don't want to discuss it. Please go. Leave me in peace so I can think. Not happening, she said. And am I even your apprentice anymore? Of course you are. Until you find me a new teacher, yeah, I get it. But maybe I don't want a new teacher. She whirled away again with a loud sigh. I can't believe it. Did you try before? Try to kill yourself. Did you try back at home? I thought about it. What stopped you? He shrugged. I had things to do, loose ends to tie up. Like finding me a new teacher? That was one of them, yes. So after you tie up these loose ends, you're gonna do it? He swallowed. This conversation was going in directions he didn't want it to go. Not for 6 months, at least, he said reluctantly. Her eyes narrowed. Why 6 months? I gave my word to Madame Juan. She stared at him. You gave your word, not to kill yourself. She shook her head. You know how fucked up that is, right? He arched a questioning eyebrow. It doesn't work like that, Doc. Take it from one who knows. That surprised him. You've tried to kill myself? Yeah. Couple times, or at least came damn close to trying. First one was when I was 14. I'd saved up the pills and everything. I was tired of dealing with my fucked up brain and of nobody being able to figure out what the hell was wrong with me. I didn't know, he said softly. I didn't tell anybody, she said. Not even Jason. Second time was a year later. I had a razor blade and I was going to slash my wrists in the bathtub. Vertical, not horizontal. That's the best way to bleed out fast. Did you know that? I figured if I did it in the water, there wouldn't be much for anybody to have to clean up. All he could do was stare at her. He knew she'd spent most of her teen years in various halfway houses, her mind affected by her sensitivity to the evil's open portals. But when he and Jason had found her with another forgotten group, she seemed quite sane. And you know what? She went on. After that first time, I promised myself I wouldn't do it again. And all that goes right out the window when your brain's telling you you're broken and fucked up and the world would be better off without you. Her voice shook, and she brushed angry tears away. Verity, He didn't know what to say. His mind spun with darting fragments of thought, but none of them seemed to be able to find its way to his mouth. She took his arm again, and when she spoke it was softer than before. You think I don't get you, Doc, but I do. I don't think Jason does, but I do. Oh? He asked, meeting her eyes, unable to resist the challenge. Suppose you tell me what you get about me, then. I get that you always have to be in control of yourself, that you don't like getting too close to people. You think I don't see it, all those snarky jokes you make, the way you deflect things? And I get what the worst thing in the world for you is. That's fairly obvious, isn't it? He asked dryly. Otherwise I wouldn't have been contemplating suicide over it. She shook her head, and her smile was gentle. It's not your magic. You might think it is, but that's just a side effect. A side effect of what? That you hate being useless. You hate having to ask anybody for help. Stone closed his eyes as her words sunk deep. His mind went back to the conversation he'd had in the tunnels shortly before the monster had shown up. "I asked Luke what he'd do if he lost his strength," he said, "if he couldn't fight anymore or were somehow paralyzed." Verity didn't comment on the seeming change in subject. "What did he say?" He sank down to the pallet, resting his elbows on his knees and burying his hands in his hair. "He told me that he'd hate it, but if it happened, the others would take care of him." He lowered his head, and when he spoke again, it was not to Verity. Not completely. "Damn it," he murmured. "I know it's not right. It's arrogant. It's bloody selfish. Why should I even care about losing something 99% of the world never even had? Why should I give a damn that I can't use magic anymore when these poor sods don't even know where their next meal is coming from?" She sat down next to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "Because it's what you are," she said. "I get it, and it does suck. How could it not suck? But Doc, magic isn't all you are. You get that, right? Jason and I aren't going to stop caring about you because you can't do magic anymore. Nobody is." He didn't answer, didn't move. She took his other shoulder and gently pulled him around until he faced her. "You saved my life, Doc. You saved Jason's life. You could have been killed plenty of times helping us. You could have walked away any time you wanted to, but you didn't. We're both still here because of you. Do you think that doesn't mean something to me?" "I couldn't have done any of that without magic," he whispered. His shoulders shook under her hands. "If I'd found you now, you both would have died." She pulled him into a hug. He stiffened for a moment, but then let himself relax into her, resting his head on her narrow shoulders. He'd never been more aware of how much strength hid in her small, thin frame. She rubbed his back. "It'll be okay, Doc. We'll get through this. It'll be hard at first. Losing anything's hard, but we're gonna help you. Me and Jason and Madame Juan, I promise we will." He tightened his arms around her. "I know you will," he said. With a deep breath, he pulled back and faced her. "I know," he said again. He gave her a wan half-smile. "No more hugs just now, though. It's bad enough I don't have my magic. I probably smell like a landfill and you're just being polite." "Everything down here kind of smells like a landfill," she said, wrinkling her nose. "You blend in." She leaned back, stretching out her legs. "So, what are we gonna do? How do we find this guy and deal with him?" "We don't," Stone said. "Too dangerous. You're not far enough along in your mental training yet, so I can't be sure you'll see through the illusions, and none of the rest of the Forgotten have a chance." "So what then?" "Not sure yet. I've got some ideas, but they're still baking." He got up and held out his hand to her. "Come on. We need to go back topside for a while." "Why?" She gripped his hand and pulled herself up. "Because I'm not taking another step until I've had a good long shower, a shave, and a change of clothes. And I owe someone named Goat a pair of boots." Chapter 20. It was a good thing a lot of Las Vegas never closed, because when Stone and Verity emerged from beneath the culvert a group of Forgotten had led them to, it was already after 9 o'clock. "You sure you're coming back?" Malcolm asked. He'd volunteered to come along and show them the way out. The rest of the group they'd traveled with hung back under cover of the concrete overhang. "Of course we're coming back," Stone said. "Why would you think we wouldn't?" "Habit," Malcolm said, shrugging. "You get used to people not doing what they say." "Don't worry," Verity said. "We'll be back." 2 hours, Stone said. "Right here." As they climbed up out of the culvert after the Forgotten faded back into their tunnel, something occurred to Stone. "How did you find me in there?" "A normal tracking spell would be difficult to pinpoint in all those twisting passages." "I used that one you told me about a couple of months ago," she said. "The one where you use extra power to keep part of the tether object active. Wasn't hard, since it was you, and I normally don't even need one to find you. I just followed it, and everybody else followed me." "Well done," he said, impressed. He'd only mentioned that type of spell to her once, and given her a book for reference, but they'd never practiced it. Then he sighed. "I'm sorry I won't be able to keep teaching you. You're doing phenomenally well when you pay attention." She didn't answer for a while. They climbed over the top and glanced up and down the street, looking for a cab. "Doc," she said at last, "are you sure it's not coming back?" "No," he said, "but best I get used to thinking it isn't." A car sporting the telltale billboard topper of a taxi appeared around the corner, and Stone waved it down. "Good thing I still have my wallet," he said sourly, taking a sniff of his black overcoat. "I'll have to put this man's children through university to get him to let us in his car." The cabbie wrinkled his nose, but otherwise didn't comment on his passenger's personal hygiene issues. He drove in silence to the Obsidian, and Stone tipped him more than the fare when they arrived. "Thanks," he said, "and sorry. Long night." When the cab drove off, he asked Verity, "Where are you staying?" "Nowhere yet," she said. "I left my bag with the Forgotten. Figured I'd better get there fast as I could." "Well, come on up with me for now," he said. "If we end up staying longer, we'll get you a room. Just amuse yourself while I rejoin the human race." Stone was never gladder to see a generic upscale hotel room than he was when he pushed open the door to room 742 and found things just as he'd left them what seemed like a lifetime ago. He'd gotten so used to the smell in the underground that the room almost seemed antiseptic to him. He slid out of his coat and tossed it over a chair. "Do me a favor, will you? Send that out to be cleaned, or burned if they can't manage it. Charge it to the room." He collected a change of clothes and disappeared into the bathroom. Tempted as he was to spend the next hour or so luxuriating under the pounding spray of a steaming hot shower, he didn't want to keep Verity waiting too long. He settled for a long scrub, then washed his hair twice, shaved, and gratefully pulled on a clean black t-shirt and a fresh pair of jeans. He emerged feeling about 300% better than he had when he'd gone in. Even the aches in his back had calmed down. Verity looked up from where she'd been lying back on the bed, clicking through the channels on the TV. "Better?" "Infinitely," he said. "Did they come for the coat?" "Yeah, I put a rush on it for you. They'll deliver it to the room in 2 hours." She pointed toward the tiny table, which sported a brown bottle and a covered tray that hadn't been there before. "Got you a burger and a Guinness from room service, too. Figured those protein bars probably wouldn't do the trick for long." "Oh, Verity, if you weren't gay, I'd marry you," Stone said. Just the thought of real food made his stomach growl in anticipation. She grinned. "I'm bi, remember?" "Yes, but your brother would kill me." He sat down, pulled the cover off the plate, and began devouring the burger, washing it down with long pulls from the Guinness bottle. "They have more, you know," she said with a chuckle. "I just figured one $27 cheeseburger would be enough to keep you going for a while." He polished off the last of the burger. "We'll see," he said. "But we should go. Things to do, and time is ticking." In the elevator down, Verity asked, "Is your idea done baking yet?" "Not quite yet. I'm trying to figure out a way we can lure the mage and whatever friends he brings along into some kind of trap where the illusion won't be a factor." "That sounds good. Why won't it work?" They stepped out of the elevator into the Obsidian's lobby. "Because I haven't worked out how to do it yet," he said. "Give me a bit of time." "What if you did something to, I don't know, make the illusion go away?" she asked. "Sort of like that thing you built to catch the evil before when they got kicked out of their hosts." He shook his head. "I thought of that. I could build something like that, even without magic, but I couldn't—" He stopped. She continued on a couple steps before she realized he wasn't following. "What?" she asked, turning back around. "I couldn't power it, not without my magic," he said slowly, then fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "But you could." "Me? But I don't know anything about building something like that." "You don't have to build it. I might not have the power anymore, but I've still got the knowledge. I can work out the calculations and build it, but I'll need your power to make it go." He lengthened his stride. "Come on, we need to stop at a few places before we head back to the Forgotten." They beat the 2-hour time limit they promised, but barely. They got out of the cab and only had to wait a couple minutes before the shadowy figures began to emerge from the culvert tunnel. Malcolm stared wide-eyed at what they held. "Are those pizzas?" he asked hopefully. "Yup," Verity said. She carried 5 large boxes herself, and Stone had 5 more along with 2 oversized bags. "You lot can take these," Stone said, offloading his own boxes and one of the bags to eager hands. He held on to the other bag himself and carefully picked his way down the angled concrete that formed the side of the culvert.
"You didn't have to do that, man," Malcolm said.
"Just show me where to find Goat so I can give him these," he said, and pulled out a box containing a pair of high-end hiking boots. Verity hung back with him as they walked back toward the Forgotten's area. "Why are you buying boots for a guy named Goat?" she asked. "There's got to be a story there."
"There is, and don't ask."
Chapter 21. With a project to finally occupy his mind, Stone hadn't felt this energized since before the Reno hospital. He didn't share in the Forgotten's pizza feast, but instead asked Malcolm to show him to a private place with a table where he could work. Malcolm recruited a couple Forgotten to carry an old chair and battered table, and they took him down another small side passageway to a different alcove. This one was similar to the one Stone had awakened in, but larger, with space to set up the table. When somebody switched on the lantern hanging from the ceiling, he saw that it also contained a camp bed covered with an army blanket. Several personal effects suggested it was a man's living space. Stone froze as he realized what it must be.
"This is Luke's place, isn't it?"
he asked softly. Malcolm nodded.
"He don't need it no more. Just don't mess with nothing of his, okay?"
"Of course not." Stone watched as the other Forgotten set up the table and chair, then headed back the way they'd come. Verity drifted in from where she'd been lurking in the entryway.
"Listen,"
Malcolm said when they were gone.
"I didn't want to tell you this while the others was here. They'll find out soon enough. But the monster got somebody else while you two was topside."
Stone stared.
"Who?" "Not one of us," he said. "One of the other group. The ones who ain't forgotten. They heard a scream, but they was too scared to check it out."
He sighed, swiping a hand over his forehead.
"You sure you're gonna be able to do something? 'Cause if you can't, we gotta think about pulling up and moving. Can't keep losing people to something we can't hope to fight."
"We'll do something," Stone said. With every report of another death, his anger at this unknown punk mage grew. In his mind, and according to everything he'd been trained for, magic was about discipline. It was a tool to use to help you do what you needed to do, and that didn't include the cold-blooded murder of innocent people for fun. This rogue mage had to be stopped. He met Malcolm's gaze. "I promise you, we'll do something."
"I sure hope so. I'll leave you to it then."
When he was gone, Verity came in. "Doc," she started. "Are you sure?"
"Let me work, Verity," he said. "You can't help me with this part. You must be tired. If you want to stay here, I'm sure Luke wouldn't mind if you used his bed to get some sleep."
He was already opening the other bag he brought, spreading notebooks, papers, and pens on the table. "I'm not tired," she said. "I guess I'll go hang out with the others for a while." She patted his shoulder. "You need anything else?" "If you can conjure up my magical library, that would be brilliant," he said. "But given that it's behind wards neither of us can open at present, I'll have to work with what I've got." She looked like she was going to say something else, but just patted his shoulder a second time and left the alcove. Alone, in a dead man's living space, a man whose death he blamed himself for, even though he knew he couldn't have done anything to save him, Stone felt a powerful motivation to come up with a solution. These people didn't deserve to suffer because one of his brethren didn't have the self-control to refrain from murdering them to boost his own power. He knew better than to romanticize the forgotten. Many of them were hardly innocent in the strictest sense of the word, but even drug addicts and petty criminals didn't deserve this. The problem was, he hadn't been kidding with his remark to Verity. Doing this without any of his books was like trying to do complex mathematics without references. Essentially, it was doing complex mathematics without references. This kind of work involved a lot of intricate calculations to determine the precise composition and design of a magical construct, to neutralize the young mage's powerful illusions so the others could see him and fight him. He could do it, he was sure of that, but it would take a lot more time and mental effort and leave his work more open to mistakes. After an hour, he leaned back in the uncomfortable wooden chair. One leg was slightly shorter than the other three, not enough to spur him to look for something to prop it up, but enough to create a subliminal feeling of instability, and shoved his hand through his hair. He stared down at his pages of scribbled notes, at the annotated diagrams, at the list he'd made off to the side to keep track of the components he'd need to make this work. Or maybe to make it work. He had no way to be sure, and no way to check his calculations. He wished he had someone else here to consult with. Kolinsky, maybe. But aside from the fact that he still didn't want to reveal his lack of power to the Black Mage, there was the purely practical matter that Kolinsky didn't use telephones. And in any case, there was no way he could convince the man to come to Las Vegas, let alone down into a stinking tunnel under the city. He'd been correct that Verity couldn't help him with this. She was smart as hell and had a mind as quick as his, but she'd never shown any real interest or aptitude for this kind of magic. She'd slogged gamely through the background exercises he'd given her, but without enthusiasm, always wanting to get back to the more practical aspects of the art. A while back, they'd finally come to the agreement that she simply wasn't cut out for complex theoretical magic, the same way he wasn't cut out for healing. He'd removed that from her curriculum, and both of them had been happier for it. No, he was on his own with this. He sighed, dropping the pen on the table, and tilted the chair backward. One question nagged at him. Was this even the right thing to be doing? He knew he could sometimes be the living embodiment of the expression, "If all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail." His first impulse, when trying to deal with almost any situation, was to throw magic at it. If magic wasn't practical, he threw money at it. What he wasn't in the habit of doing was asking for help, beyond seeking out other mages for consultation. Usually, it literally didn't occur to him that maybe if he brought other people into the problem, they might make the whole thing a lot easier. Was he building an elaborate Rube Goldberg contraption, full of complex variables and potential failure points, when another, simpler solution would work better? This time, he honestly didn't think so. What could he do, really? He didn't know any other mages within easy reach who'd be willing to help. Kolinsky and Madame Juan were out of the question for different reasons. Shara was back east and would take too long to get here even if she dropped everything and caught the next plane out. Same with his colleagues in England, since Las Vegas didn't have an overworld portal. He could try to mobilize the denizens of the underground, but that would likely end in a bloodbath. The punk mage's illusions were so good they nearly fooled him, which meant, as long as they were running, the others wouldn't be able to affect the mage. And as long as he could continue killing people to draw more power, he could keep the illusion going perpetually. Even Verity wouldn't be able to attack him if she couldn't see past his illusions. The only other option was to bring in outside help. But that was out of the question, too. For one thing, the only kind that would be useful would be people like the police, and the Las Vegas police force was rife with evil. That and the Forgotten would never consent to bringing strangers down into their haven. They'd choose to move first. The reason they'd stayed down here in the first place was to avoid the evil that could hide in anyone topside. Revealing the layout of their sanctuary would cause more problems in the long run than it solved in the short. He tilted his chair back down with a loud thud. Suddenly, he was all too aware of Luke. He almost felt the big Forgotten spirit watching over his shoulder, spurring him to action.
Save my people. Help them. Do something.
Stone picked up his pen, leaned forward over the table, and began writing again with renewed purpose. Chapter 22. The next morning, Stone went in search of Verity. Most of the Forgotten were in the main area, either asleep or tending to daily tasks, but she wasn't among them. Eventually he found her curled up in the alcove where he'd originally awakened, turned toward the wall. "Morning," he said, poking her gently in the back. "Come on, we've work to do." She rolled over, stretching and mumbling something unintelligible. "What time is it?" "Nearly 10. I thought you said you weren't tired." "Not much to do around here but sleep," she said. "Have you been up all night?" He nodded. "I wanted to get this done." She sat up, more alert now. "So, how's it coming?" He held up a sheaf of papers, covered with his untidy scrawl and various hasty sketches that looked vaguely like complex electrical schematics combined with ritual diagrams. "I've got something, I think. Not certain it will work, but once I remembered I've got a source of magic power now, things got a lot easier. That leads us to our next problem, though." She took the papers and glanced over them, clearly just to be polite. "Where's the chicken?" she asked. He frowned. "What chicken?" "The one you dropped in the ink to make all these weird scratches," she said, holding up the papers. "Dunno how you got it to draw pictures, though. That's pretty impressive." "Hush, you," he said, grabbing the papers back. "Anyway," she said, "what's her other problem?" She shrugged into her leather jacket. "We need supplies," he said. "More than just your standard candles and chalk, and I've no idea if there even are any magical supply shops in town, let alone where they might be." "Can't you get Madame Juan to send you stuff?" "Yes, but that will take time. I was hoping to get this put together today so we can try luring the mage in tonight." "So you want to try to find a magic shop?" "Yes." "You want me to come along, or stay and do something here?" Damn, but he hoped this got easier as time went by. "I need you to come along," he said. "Without my magic, I'll need you to help me verify some of the components, and possibly even to get inside." She gripped his arm. "Okay, you tell me what you need and I'll do it." They found Malcolm, and Stone told him they were heading out again. "Let me get a group together to show you out," he said. "It's all right," Stone said. "I know the way now, and I think Verity and I can handle anything that might come up." "Nah, man, we ain't taking chances," Malcolm said firmly. "You wait and I'll get some folks together. If that thing gets you two, we're really fucked." Once they were topside, Verity looked around. "How are we even going to find a magic shop?" she asked. "They don't exactly advertise, do they? I mean, the ones that don't sell bunnies and top hats." "That we will call Madame Juan about," Stone said. "Come on, let's get back to the Obsidian." "Can we stop someplace where I can get some more clothes?" she asked. "I only brought enough for a couple days. Didn't think I'd be here long." They got back to the Obsidian an hour later, following a stop at a big mall on the Strip. When they got to the room, Stone noted with satisfaction that his coat hung, cleaned and neatly covered, in the open closet. "Dibs on the shower," Verity said. While she was in the bathroom, Stone sat down at the small table and called Madame Juan's shop. "Good to hear from you," she said, and he didn't miss her relief at hearing his voice. "Are you back from Las Vegas? Was your search successful?" He sighed. "No and no, unfortunately." "So you're still without your magic?" "Yes. No sign of it returning yet, but that isn't why I called. I've got this little project I'm working on to help some friends, and I need to find a magical supply shop here in town. Do you happen to know of one?" "What sort of project, if you don't mind my asking?" "Something nasty is disturbing some people who can't deal with it, so I'm helping them." There was a long pause. "Alastair, it's good that you have a project to work on, but how are you—" She trailed off, but her meaning was obvious. "Verity's here too," he said. "I'm providing the brains, and she's providing the magical muscle to make my design work. But I need some unusual items to finish building it." Another long pause. "Madame Juan?" "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm still here. Are you sure I couldn't send you what you need?" "No time," he said. "If it's the only alternative, I'll have to do it that way, but if it's not—" "It isn't," she said. "There is a shop in Las Vegas. I'm just not sure whether I'd suggest that you and Verity go there." Chapter 23. Las Vegas is a city of contrasts. Multi-million-dollar hotel casino complexes coexist with generic suburban neighborhoods, and with run-down areas that wise tourists won't go anywhere near. A lot of normal, law-abiding citizens call the town home, but so do gangs, large and small, criminals, petty and fabulously wealthy, and countless prostitutes, hustlers, homeless people, and junkies all looking for their next big score. It was safe enough as long as you remained in the clean, well-lighted places designated for the tourists, even though the mob's hold on Vegas was nowhere near what it used to be in the heyday of Bugsy Siegel and the Rat Pack. The powers behind the scenes still considered it good business not to spook the endless supply of sheep whose gambling losses and hedonistic excesses provided a big chunk of the town's lifeblood. But still, the message was clear to anyone who cared to listen. Stay where you belong, and you'll probably be all right. Step out of the light, and all bets are off. The situation only got worse when the evil moved in and took over. Now, the unwitting or the unlucky not only had to worry about being rolled in an alley for their wallets or being shot for witnessing the wrong shady transaction in some dark alleyway, but also about being drained for sustenance by someone who might look like a cop or a kindly grandmother or a small child. Not that they did worry about such things, since the evil did an admirable job of keeping their heads down and their presence hidden. Aside from the evil themselves, the Forgotten, and a few mages here and there, no one else even had a clue of what was going on right under their noses. The driver of the cab Stone and Verity had hailed outside the Obsidian a half-hour ago hadn't wanted to take them to the address they gave him. "You sure about that, man?" he asked, frowning. "That ain't a nice area. Not safe, you know." He glanced sideways at Verity as if to emphasize his words. "What are you doing taking a young girl to a place like that?" "Just take us there," Stone said. "Okay," he said dubiously. "Just saying, you're lucky the sun's up. If it was nighttime, you'd have to get yourself another cab." He pulled out into traffic. Stone went back over Madame Juan's words as they turned off the strip and headed east. "It's not the sort of place you'd want to go," she'd said. "The location is dangerous, from what I understand, and the people who frequent the area are more so." "Mages?" Stone asked. He had no idea how many genuine mages lived in Vegas, but last time he'd spoken with Trevor Harrison, he'd gotten the impression the number wasn't high and that most of them worked for him in some capacity or another. "Some," she said. "It's not an individual shop, but more a small collective. It mostly caters to black magic practitioners, though they'll deal with anyone who has money. They get a lot of out-of-town traffic. We'll be all right, he assured her. We're not staying long. Still, she'd said, I wouldn't advise it. If I have what you need, I can put together a package and have it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Anything I don't have, I can get in the next day or two. More people might be killed before then, he said. We can't afford to wait. It's a magic shop. We're customers. We'll be careful. Now, in the cab, Verity glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked her. She nodded. I'm good, right? You said so. You are, he agreed. Just stick to the script and we should be fine. They'd already gone over his plan this morning in the room before they left. It was risky, but mages, punk kids notwithstanding, didn't generally bother each other as long as everybody stayed civil. The cab took another right, drove half a block past a series of abandoned shops, and pulled up in front of what looked like a large, defunct supermarket. It was at the back of a vast parking lot containing perhaps a dozen cars, most of them clearly non-functional. Here's the place, the cabbie said, his head swiveling around as he tried to keep everything around them in sight at once. You sure this is right? Stone checked the address again. I'm sure. Here's what I want you to do, and there's $100 in it over your normal fare and tip if you do it right. Leave us off here and go wherever you like, but come back in a half hour. If you don't see us, do the same thing and come back half an hour after that. For every half hour you have to return, you get another 100. Got it? Even with that financial inducement, the cab driver didn't look enthusiastic. But he nodded. Yeah, okay, but if I come back here twice and you guys still don't come out, I'm bailing. Fair enough, Stone said. He paid the fare and tip with his credit card and handed over a black $100 chip. He'd picked up a stack at the Obsidian earlier that morning and had several of them hidden in various parts of his coat. There's the first installment. Half an hour. Don't be late. Verity looked around as the cab rolled off. This place looks like some kind of post-apocalyptic wasteland. I guess I never thought of Vegas having stuff like this. Stone nodded. Stay close. He pulled himself up to his full height and strode across the gravel and weed-strewn lot toward the building. His heartbeat quickened. If anyone saw through his facade, he wasn't sure Verity's magic alone would be enough to save them. But he'd played this part enough that it was second nature to him. He kept his mind firmly fixed on both Verity and the Forgotten back at the underground. They were depending on him. He could do this. Next to him, Verity was doing the same thing. She moved with an easy grace, her face set, her eyes fixed straight ahead. No hesitation, no nervous looking around. She walked like she owned the place, just like he'd instructed her to. Sometimes, when he stopped to pay attention, Stone was amazed by the transformation she'd gone through in the last year, since they'd found her huddling in a camp with another group of Forgotten, terrified that something was after her, and she didn't know what it was or how to hide from it. Back then, she'd been a frightened teenager with no idea what was wrong with her brain. When he'd taken her on as an apprentice, she'd been grateful for his help in vanquishing her mental issues. Uncertain of her own abilities, and willing to follow anything he'd told her to do. With a less scrupulous master, that willingness could have been a recipe for the kind of exploitative relationship that some mages fell into with their charges, and could have done irreparable harm to her. As she'd grown in power and knowledge, though, their relationship had changed. Now she was a confident young woman, proud of her abilities and how far she'd come. She had no qualms about pushing back when she disagreed with something Stone tried to teach her, or didn't know the reasons for it. She stood up to him and to her brother, and, Stone had no doubt, to any romantic partners she might find. This time, he'd gotten it right. Unlike his disastrous last attempt at taking on an apprentice, the one that had left him wondering if he would ever be fit to do it again. You see those two guys behind the car, right? Verity murmured to him. Yes, and the one over there by the dumpster. Just keep walking. They'd almost reached the building now. It did indeed look like it had been a supermarket sometime in its distant past. Its wide display windows were long gone, replaced by sheets of plywood. No graffiti, Stone observed. That was odd in itself. Such huge canvases should have been irresistible temptation to every tagger in the area. A bank of doors stretched across the center part of the building, 8 in all. However, all but 2 were blocked from behind with more plywood, boxes, and other stacked items. Of the 2 that weren't, one stood open and the other was closed. Wards? Stone asked. Verity paused a moment to look. Yeah, she said. There's one on the open door. Doesn't look like much, though. This could be a problem. If they'd keyed the wards to only allow the magically talented inside, then Stone's cover would be blown before they started. Still, that sort of ward was difficult to produce, and beyond the talent of all but the most potent black mages. Kolinsky could do it, he knew, but he doubted any mages of Kolinsky's caliber hung out at blasted-out supermarkets in the bad ends of Las Vegas. Then again, Kolinsky's own shop didn't look much better from the outside. Let's try it, he said. You go first. She squared her shoulders and stepped through the open doorway. She didn't disappear, which was a good sign. Stone took a deep breath and followed her. Nothing happened. He didn't feel a buzz, and nothing hindered his progress or tried to zap him. Probably just the magical equivalent of a cowbell on the door, he said. Come on. Inside, the place no longer resembled anything close to a supermarket. The vast, open space had been carefully compartmentalized like some kind of open-air marketplace, with wooden stalls, areas masked off with massive hanging tapestries, and even the occasional plywood cubicle. The area smelled of dust, smoke, and a heavy overlay of incense. I think we found Vegas's Magimart, Verity observed. A figure drifted out of one of the stalls a short distance ahead. They couldn't see it clearly in the dim light, but it looked like a heavy woman dressed in a long, flowing robe or gown of some sort. She made no move to approach them, but simply leaned against the edge of her stall, crossed her arms over her ample chest, and regarded them in silence. Here goes. Stone strode forward, projecting the confidence he felt when at the height of his power. Good morning. The woman had skin the color of dark chocolate, stark white hair, and eyes so pale she almost looked blind. We don't usually get customers so early, she said, in a lilting African accent. She lowered her arms, revealing a brightly printed kaftan. Yes, well, we're only in the area for a short time, Stone said. We need a few things, and you came highly recommended. The woman looked Stone and Verity up and down, not even trying to disguise the fact that she was using magical sight. Stone hoped his aura, which apparently remained impressive even after the loss of his magic, would fool her into taking him at face value. What kind of things? She asked at last. Stone looked around. How does it work here? He asked. I've never been in a shop like this before. You can take a look around if you like, she said. Not many here now, though. Too early. Tell me what you need. Maybe I can help you. Maybe not. Stone pulled his list from his coat pocket and handed it over. She held it in her ring-bedecked hand, her gaze flicking back and forth over the lines. Then she looked up at Stone. These not your standard ritual supplies, she said. What you building with all this? Stone smiled. Now, honestly, you don't expect us to answer that, do you? She chuckled. You never know. She looked at the list again. Gonna cost you, though. Some of this stuff hard to get. But you've got it? Stone asked. Oh, sure, somewhere. We're in a bit of a hurry, he said. There's a premium in it for you if you can locate it quickly.
He handed her a $25 chip, a quarter, apparently, in Vegas parlance, from another pocket in his coat. A deposit to show we're here in good faith. She took it and squirreled it away in one of the pockets in her caftan. You go down that way, she said, pointing down a narrow aisle running through the middle of the space, flanked on both sides by booths and draped tapestries. Take your first right, and go to the second booth on the left. Talk to Waldo, he maybe can help you. She handed the list back. Thank you, Stone said, and passed it off to Verity. The woman nodded toward her. Who's that pretty one? She yours? She's my apprentice, he said, emphasizing the last word. She's the one who needs the supplies for a class project. Too bad, she said. You might be able to get Waldo to lower his prices. You give him a little alone time with her, you know. He felt rather than saw Verity stiffen next to him. We're just here to buy, Stone said evenly. Come on, let's go, he said to Verity. They started off down the aisle the woman had indicated, past booths and cubicles draped with colorful fabric and lettered with mystical symbols. Most of them were closed and empty. When they got far enough that the woman couldn't hear them, Stone said under his breath, Still all right? Yeah, she said, and snorted. I'd like to see the little perv try anything. My lightning bolts need a little refining. Let's try to keep things civil, Stone said. I will if he does. That's all I can ask. They continued deeper into the cavernous building, following the woman's instructions. Can you read any of these signs? Verity asked, pointing at one to their right. They're warnings mostly, and lists of what each place sells. I'd imagine if you look at them magically, you'd see more. She tried it and nodded. Yeah, still can't read it, though. Probably more dire warnings. I wouldn't mind spending some time here just looking around, but we need to hurry if we don't want to miss our ride. When they made the last turn, things were a bit livelier. 3 of the 6 stalls along both sides of the narrow aisles had light shining from them. The second on the left, larger than the others, was one of them. As they approached, Stone studied the sign above it. It was fancier than some of the others, and bore the legend, Professor Waldo's Emporium of Oddities, written in large gold text, along with several other brief notations in the strange magical script. What's it say? Verity whispered. He's got general supplies, Stone said, but also some fairly nasty black magic stuff, and offers other services. Stay close and keep your wits about you. They stepped inside. Stone didn't feel any wards this time. Likely they'd been deactivated for business hours. The double-sized stall looked like a cross between a Middle Eastern bazaar booth and something out of a flea market. Tables lined most of the walls, each covered with a different color cloth and arrayed with various items. Crystals, books, candles, bottles of all shapes and sizes. A large glass case near the center contained an array of gemstones and jewelry, and a rack off to the side hung with various cloaks and other clothing. 2 scantily clad women lounged on a sofa along the right side wall, both studying the newcomers with languid interest. Neither spoke. Verity touched Stone's arm and pointed. He followed her gaze to another table, set back from the others and draped with a black silk cloth. It was spread with a more grisly selection of objects, everything from what looked like mummified animal body parts to what uncomfortably resembled human bones etched with magical sigils. A curtain at the back of the stall opened, and a man entered. Good morning, he said cheerfully, but his eyes were anything but cheerful. Short, stocky, and balding, he had a bushy mustache and was dressed in a black silk shirt and dove-gray trousers. His gaze quickly took in Stone, and then slid over to examine Verity with more interest.
His smile turned to a leer. "And what can my humble shop do for you fine folks today?" As they had agreed, Verity took point. "I need some supplies for a project I'm working on." "Oh, indeed, indeed," he said, his head bobbing up and down as she spoke. "And what might those be?" She pulled the list from her pocket and offered it to him, then snatched her hand back as the man's fingers brushed hers when he took it. He tittered as if he'd gotten away with something, and leered at her again before bending his head to examine the list. He said. Interesting, interesting indeed. This must be quite a project you're working on." "Do you have the items?" she asked. "Oh, yes. Of course we do." He looked up again, first at Verity, then at Stone. "Why don't you come with me into the back and we'll see what we can find?" He tittered again. "You can leave your friend out here." Verity glared at him. "I don't think so. We're kind of a package deal." The man, presumably Waldo, glanced at Stone again. "Oh, really? That's unfortunate." Then the smile was back. "But then," he added, addressing Stone directly, "I'm sure we could find something to interest you as well." He nodded toward the two women on the couch, and both of them flowed gracefully to their feet and glided over. One took hold of Stone's arm and lounged against him, her eyes full of sensual invitation. "Our services are top-notch." "Thank you, no," Stone said. He extricated his arm from the woman's grasp. "Please get the items my apprentice is looking for. We're in a bit of a hurry." "Your apprentice?" The man's eyebrows rose. "Ah, then it's you I should be speaking to." His gaze cut sideways again, toward Verity. "No," Stone said. "This is her project. This is part of her training." "Yes, of course, her training." The way he said it, it sounded like something dirty. "All right, then. Let me see what I can find. Wait here, please." He disappeared back through the curtains. Stone stepped away from the two women, who were still eyeing him with their strange, hopeful expressions. "Thank you," he told them, "but we're just here for the supplies." They looked disappointed, but slunk back over to the sofa and sat back down like a couple of annoyed cats. "I need a shower," Verity muttered under her breath. "Are all black mages that creepy?" "Just hold it together," he muttered back. "You're doing fine. We'll be out of here before you know it." Waldo, if he was in fact Waldo, took his time returning. By the time he came back, carrying an oversized black tote bag in one hand and a metal cauldron the size of a football helmet in the other, they only had 10 minutes left in the 30 before the cab would return. Here we are," he said. He waved his hand, and a folding table flew away from the wall, unfolded itself, and settled on the floor. He pulled a black silk cloth from the bag, spread it over the table, then set the bag down and began pulling the items out. Stone examined each one of them in turn. On the surface, they looked like exactly what he'd asked for. A bizarre collection of crystals, rolls of delicate wire, feathers, various colors of chalk, candles, several hunks of different-colored and sized rock and metal, and, strangest of all, a sealed jar full of liquid in which a pair of what looked like eyeballs floated. "Do they meet your approval?" Waldo asked. "Only the finest components, of course." Stone nodded at Verity. "Apprentice?" To Waldo he said, "This is part of her training as well. I want her to learn to differentiate quality in magical components." He stepped aside to give Verity the best view. She moved into position, studying each item in turn. Waldo, meanwhile, studied Verity, an unwholesome smile slipping back onto his pudgy face. Stone glared at him. "Interesting shop you've got here," he said, in an effort to direct Waldo's attention away from his apprentice. "Yes, it is," he agreed.
You're lucky I was open. Most of the shopkeepers only open at night or by appointment. I was only here because I happened to be examining a new shipment."
He didn't specify what sort of shipment it was. His smile widened.
"Are you sure you won't take advantage of any of our other services? Our ladies know exactly what it takes to satisfy the—"
He glanced over at the two women on the couch.
"magically gifted gentlemen."
"No," Stone said. "Thank you. How much do we owe you, then?"
"Oh, well,"
he said, his gaze meeting Stone's and then skittering away.
"This does represent some of my best stock. These especially," he pointed at several of the rocks and hunks of metal, "were quite difficult to acquire, and will take me some time to replace."
"How much?" Stone asked again.
"Say 2,000 for the lot."
The price was exorbitant, and Stone knew it. He was sure Waldo knew he knew it. But before he haggled over it, he needed to know if Waldo was trying to cheat them in other ways. To Verity he asked, "What do you think of the quality?" She moved her hand over the hunks of rock, then stopped, hovering it over one of the larger ones. "I think that piece there doesn't look right." Waldo's brow furrowed, and he frowned.
"That's impossible," he said. "As I told you, I offer nothing but the finest quality."
Verity shook her head. "That's not quality, that's crap, and you know it." She pointed. "And so is that one there." Stone noticed that she still had the telltale glazed-over look that indicated she was viewing the world through magical sight. Waldo's creepy leer shifted to a more dangerous expression, and his eyes got hard.
"You shouldn't allow your apprentice to give such insult," he said,
his jaw set. "It's not insult if it's true," Stone said. He had to take the chance that Verity knew what she was talking about. If he accused the man of trying to cheat them and was wrong, the two of them could be in for trouble. Verity nudged him ever so slightly and flicked her gaze to the side. Stone took a quick look behind them. Two other men lounged in the doorway, watching the proceedings. They wore old-fashioned suits, one blue, one gray, filled out with muscle. "What's this about?" Stone asked.
Waldo shrugged. "You can't begrudge a man a bit of security."
"We're not here to cause any trouble," Stone said. "Just sell us the items at a reasonable price given their quality, and we'll be on our way."
"First your apprentice insults me by questioning my wares," Waldo said, "and now you add to the insult. I think maybe you should make your purchases and then go before I'm forced to do something I might regret."
He smiled.
"Of course, if you can't afford my prices, there are, other ways you might pay."
He leered at Verity again.
"Your type. The little goth girl is very popular with my customers here. You could easily make thousands in a week."
"Fuck off," she said, her face twisting in disgust. "Come on, Doc, let's—" Stone put a hand on her shoulder, but he was looking at Waldo. "Not your best choice," he said to the man, his voice calm, his eyes still.
"Oh? And what is my best choice?"
Waldo's smile hid a sneer. "Well, that's obvious, isn't it? Sell us what we've come for, and let us leave here peacefully."
"Or what?"
Waldo asked. He nodded past Stone, and the two men in the doorway moved closer, taking positions flanking Stone and Verity a few feet back.
"It appears that you're outnumbered."
Stone shook his head. "No, I don't think we are."
"I don't see anyone else,"
Waldo said, making a show of looking around.
"Unless you're hiding them with an invisibility spell, and that never would have made it past my wards."
"We don't need anyone else," Stone said, still calmly. This was one of those bluffs that you had to run through to the end. He had no idea if he retained any conscious control over his aura in his mundane state, so he called on his natural willpower to help him remain calm, despite the pounding of his heart. If he screwed this up, he could get both himself and Verity killed.
"Indeed?"
Waldo tilted his head.
I'm not hearing anything to impress me, I'm afraid.
I'm surprised, Stone said. I'd have thought you more knowledgeable about the magical community.
I don't know what you mean, Waldo said.
Stone shrugged.
Come on, Waldo, do yourself a favor.
I'll give you 600 for the components. That's a fair price, even if those 2 pieces weren't substandard. You know it is. No need to escalate things. Waldo crossed his arms over his chest.
You seem to be implying a threat, but I'm not seeing what you're basing it on. Care to enlighten me, Mr.
Ah, right. Forgive me. I didn't introduce myself. Frightfully bad manners. He offered his hand. Alastair Stone. He paused and raised an eyebrow. Surely you checked the aura. He was taking a chance, though the bluff could still work either way, regardless of whether Waldo had heard of him. It wasn't mere ego that he thought it a good possibility that the little man had. Although the magical community was not tight-knit, and black and white mages generally didn't interact much, it was still fairly small, and word got around. Stone knew, without any particular conceit, that he was among the top 5 most formidable practitioners, black or white, in the western United States. He was also one of the most visible. Those like Madame Juan and Stefan Kalinsky were much more reclusive, and thus less likely by choice to have their names recognized. Mages didn't have rock stars per se, but if they did, Stone was certainly one of them. Whether that meant anything to this slimy magic shop proprietor was another thing entirely. Even if it didn't, though, Stone hoped his confidence convinced the little man that it wasn't worth the risk of messing with him. Waldo's expression told him everything he needed to know. He stuck out his hand and shook Stone's, then pulled back quickly, swallowed, and flashed a tobacco-stained smile. This time it was almost genuine, though it still didn't make it as far as his eyes.
Dr. Stone, it's a pleasure.
Indeed, Stone said. He glanced pointedly at Waldo's enforcers, first one, and then the other.
It's all right,
Waldo said hastily to them, waving them off. When they slunk back to wherever they'd come from, he spread his hands.
You'll have to forgive my excess concern. We get all kinds around here, he said, from all over the world.
Of course, Stone said. I understand completely. He glanced at his watch. They were cutting it very short. The cab might already be outside. About the items, then. For a moment, Waldo looked like he'd try to haggle again, but then sighed.
600 is acceptable, he said. Do we have a deal?
Stone was already pulling chips from the inner pockets of his coat. He put 6 black ones on the silk cover, then added a green one. We'll have the bag, too.
Of course.
Waldo shoveled items into the tote bag as fast as he could manage without appearing careless.
A pleasure doing business with you, Dr. Stone. And you, too, he added to Verity.
His leer had changed to a look of disappointment.
It's a shame, he said. You really could have made thousands working for me.
Verity was about to say something, but Stone nudged her and picked up the bag, motioning for her to grab the cauldron. Come on, apprentice. We need to be on our way. Good day, he said, nodding to Waldo and the 2 women. Neither of them said anything until they were outside. Stone strode purposely forward until they were halfway across the parking lot, and then he slowed down and let his breath out.
That, he said, is not a performance I care to repeat.
You were great, Doc, Verity said, grinning. Did you see his face when you told him who you were? I had no idea my master was such a badass.
Your master was a bit petrified, Stone admitted. If they'd called my bluff.
Her grin widened and she punched his arm lightly. I could have taken him, she said. And hey, look, there's the cab. Stone looked up the street. It was just coming around the block and heading toward them. Tell me, he said, did you really see something wrong with those 2 pieces? Nah, she said. I just figured a guy as sleazy as that, he's gonna try something. So I watched his aura when I moved my hand around. When it perked up, I took a chance. Well done, Stone said, impressed. Hey, if he's gonna be a sleazeball and underestimate me because I'm just a girl, you're damn right I'm gonna take advantage of his ass, she said. Stone chuckled. You frighten me sometimes. Just keeping you on your toes, Doc, she said. Come on, let's hurry up before this guy spooks out and bolts. I don't want to wait here another half hour, do you? Chapter 24. Their first inkling that something was wrong came when they arrived at the rendezvous point and no one was there to meet them. Verity looked around, then at her watch. 2 o'clock, right? Stone nodded. Let's wait a few minutes. I get the impression they're not always the best about punctuality. When 15 minutes passed and still nobody showed up, Stone began to pace. When half an hour passed, he stopped pacing. Come on, he said grimly. Something's wrong. Keep your magical sight up and let me know if you see any auras. He slung the bag of components over his shoulder and pulled out a flashlight. Verity pulled another one out of her own bag, and they set off down the tunnel toward the Forgotten's area. The walk normally took 10 minutes. With the care they observed, it took them double that before they approached the big central room. They could hear the yelling voices halfway up the passageway. Verity glanced at Stone, her eyes questioning. No guard? She said under her breath. Stay alert, he said, and be ready with a shield. She nodded, and they continued toward the entrance. The Forgotten were in turmoil. They crowded around in a loose circle, all of them facing inward, where Malcolm and his new lieutenant Zena stood. It was hard to tell, but it seemed there were fewer of them. Got to move, a grizzled man in a heavy plaid coat was saying, shaking his fist for emphasis. We can't stay here no more. Yeah, yelled a woman. What you gonna do, Malcolm? How many of us they gonna have to take before you see it ain't working? Luke would have moved us by now, a young man said. A general murmur of assent rippled through the crowd. Wow, Verity said. They're really agitated. Their auras are all crazy. What's going on? Stone called, projecting to get over the din. What's happened? Most of the crowd ignored him, but Malcolm glanced up and noticed him and Verity standing there. Look, he yelled, his voice booming even louder than Stone's. Look! They're back. Come on, we gotta give them a chance. The crowd muttered and rumbled. They ain't gonna help us, a woman yelled. He ain't got no magic no more, and the girl's just a kid. More approving rumbles. Move aside, Malcolm yelled above her. Come on, let 'em up here. At least let's hear 'em out. Stone motioned for Verity to get behind him, and did his best to bull his way through the crowd toward where Malcolm and Zena were. Usually he left such work for Jason, who was much more physically suited for it, but the muttering group reluctantly moved aside and let them through until they stood in front of the Forgotten's 2 leaders. What's happened? Stone asked again. That thing came for us, that's what happened, the man in the plaid coat yelled. It came right in here and attacked us. And we couldn't do nothing about it, a woman shouted. Everybody be quiet, Malcolm yelled. Let me talk to him. Just settle down a minute. You'll all get to say your piece. He turned toward Stone and Verity, and his face was grim. They're right, though. It came in here, Stone demanded. It was horrible, Zena said. Her face was ashen gray under her golden tan, her eyes big and full of terror. Huge, with fangs and scales and... She shuddered. Stone let his breath out. If the mage had grown bold enough to attack the Forgotten in the heart of their lair, it meant only 2 things. He was no longer content to pick off stragglers for power, and was now coming to get it. Or else he wanted the Forgotten out so he could claim their territory. Possibly both. How many did it kill? He asked.
5, Malcolm said. Everybody scattered when it showed up. Couple who were closest and had guns tried to fight it, but it didn't work, so they tried to run too. 5 dead, 3 more hurt.
Hurt? Stone asked. That's not its usual tactic, is it? Did the ones it killed disappear, only clothes and ashes left?
Malcolm nodded. Yeah, but 3 more got slashed up like with knives. We're taking care of them now.
They ought to be in hospital, Zena said. But we don't trust hospitals. They got a lot of evil there, too. I'll help them, Verity said, stepping up alongside Stone. Show me where they are. She glanced at him in question. Go, Stone said. When Zena waved for Verity to follow her and they faded into the crowd, he turned back to Malcolm. It's up to you. I can't tell you to stay if you want to go, but how do you know they won't follow you wherever you end up? And for that matter, where will you go? You said the other areas of the underground are already occupied. Malcolm sighed, clenching his fists.
I know, he said. Believe me, I know. That's what I'm trying to tell 'em, but they ain't listening.
He looked at Stone with hope in his eyes.
Did you find what you were looking for? Can you do what you were trying to do?
I did, and I can, Stone said. With Verity's help, I can do it, but the decision isn't mine to make. You tell me what you want us to do. If you want to stay here, we'll help you. We'll track him down and deal with him. Malcolm scanned the crowd of his fellow Forgotten. He looked like he wanted to believe Stone, but fear showed in his dark eyes.
I think we should try it, he said, if you two are willing. But I don't know if I can convince everybody else.
See if you can get them to let me talk to them, Stone said.
Dunno if it'll do any good, but okay.
Malcolm turned to face the crowd.
Listen up, everybody. Doc Stone wants to talk to you. He's already helped us out, and his friend's fixing up our wounded. Will you listen to him?
There was more muttering and shuffling, but after a moment it died down until it was much quieter.
Yeah, okay. But not for long,
the man in the plaid coat said.
We gotta get to packing up our stuff.
He focused on Stone.
Say what you got to say.
Stone took a deep breath. He didn't miss all the suspicious faces among the fearful, bedraggled crowd. He didn't miss how easy it would be for them to turn on him or panic and bolt if he said the wrong thing. It's just like lecturing your classes, he told himself. Hell, some of these people dress better than some of your students. Right then, he said. You've got a choice, as Malcolm here has no doubt pointed out to you. You can stay and fight, or you can run. I know it's tempting to run. I've seen this thing. I know how frightening it is, and how dangerous. I watched it kill Luke, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do to stop it, so I understand your fear. If you can't stop it, somebody yelled from the back, then why are you even talking to us? We gotta go before it comes back. Stone held up a hand, trying to quiet them before the crowd got up a head of steam again. I said there wasn't anything I could do. That was then. Things are different now. So you can fight that thing? Somebody else demanded. You can take out the monster? I thought you ain't got no magic. Stone pulled himself up taller and projected a confidence he didn't entirely feel. First of all, he said, let's get something straight. That thing that's been attacking your people is not a monster, not in the general sense of the word. Murmuring again.
It sure as hell is,
the man in the plaid jacket said.
We all saw it. It was huge with fucking enormous teeth and big red eyes and scales and things waving around under its mouth.
Stone nodded. This guy was definitely emerging as the leader of the opposition, so he turned his focus on him. I know what you saw, he said. I saw it too, but it's not real. That thing is nothing but a powerful illusion, and do you know what's behind it? A mage. That's what. The murmurs were getting louder.
How come we didn't see no mage? The man asked. And even if you right, how you gonna stop a mage when you ain't one no more?
A couple days ago, those words would have cut to Stone's core. Now, he barely noticed them. I don't have magic powers anymore, true, he said. but that doesn't mean I've forgotten everything I know about magic." His words took on an edge of anger. "And believe me, I know more about magic than just about anyone around, certainly more than this punk kid embarrassment to the art." He paused a moment, sweeping his gaze around the group just like he did in his lecture hall when challenging his students to refute what he was saying. When nobody spoke above the general muttering, he continued. "This kid is an insult to the magical community. He needs to be dealt with, and regardless of whether you lot decide to tuck your tails between your legs and run from your home, I'm staying here. Verity is staying here. We'll find this punk and we'll take care of him. It would be a lot easier if we had your help, though."
"But can you do it?" another voice yelled. "How do you know you can do it?"
"I'll tell you," Stone said. "I'll tell you all. But first I need to know, are you staying or are you running? Because if you're running, I don't have time to explain the whole thing to you, and you don't have time to stay and listen." He pitched his voice louder still. "So what's it going to be, Forgotten? Will you defend your home or not?" The muttering grew even louder. The crowd turned away from him and to each other, breaking their discussions into little groups. Stone couldn't hear any intelligible words, but was surprised to discover he was a lot better at reading crowds without the ability to see auras than he thought he was. They were coming around. He could see it. They weren't quite there yet, but anything could tip them over the edge. "Can you guarantee none of us will get killed?" a woman asked. "Of course not," Stone said. "Nobody can guarantee that. You'd be fools to trust me if I did. I won't lie. It's possible that some of you will get hurt or killed. It's possible I might. But I know what I'm doing. I have a plan. If you'll join us and follow it, you won't have to worry about the monster any more." He paused to let that sink in, then, "Are you in or out? Decision time, ladies and gentlemen."
"I'm in," Malcolm said, and turned toward the crowd. "I'm your leader now, Luke's dead. I trust Doc Stone. I'd rather fight than run, even if I end up dead. You with us?"
There was a long silence when even the murmuring died down to a nearly inaudible level. Stone watched the man in the plaid jacket silently. There was nothing more he could say now. Either they'd follow or they wouldn't. Finally the man sighed and shrugged.
"Yeah, okay. I'm in. I just hope you really do know what you're doing."
His words broke the floodgate, and the others started yelling. It was hard to pick out individual words, but Stone didn't need to. He'd been right about the man and his influence. One domino falls and the rest follow. He just hoped he could suit actions to his confident words. "All right then," he said. "Let me explain my plan to you, and then I have some work to do." Chapter 25. When Verity came to check on him a couple hours later, Stone was lying on the floor in Luke's room, his stocking-clad feet propped up on the bed and his hands clasped behind his head. She said, setting down the paper bag she carried. "You okay?" He swung around and leapt to his feet, full of manic energy as he always was when he was working on a problem. "It's going slower than I hoped," he said, "but it's going." He gestured toward where he'd covered every flat surface in the room, including the bed, with a mishmash of twisted wires, assemblies of crystals, and other bizarre bits. The toolkit he'd bought during a stop at a mundane hardware store on the way back lay open on the table next to part of it, with pliers, screwdrivers, and coils of solder strewn haphazardly around. She frowned. "What is all that?" she asked. "I know we never really studied this stuff, but I don't see how this is going to catch a mage." "It's not going to catch a mage," he told her. "You missed the bit where I explained the plan. It will neutralize the illusion so the Forgotten can see the mage." He sighed, running his hand through his hair. He'd done that so often in the last couple hours that he felt like it might have finally achieved a permanent spiked state. "The whole thing's still a bit of a dog's breakfast, honestly. I won't know for sure whether it works until you've put some power into it, but we can't do that until I've hooked everything together.
"What's with the cauldron out in the hall?" she asked. "It smells like burning ass. The fire's just about gone out, by the way, if you care." "I do," he said. He tossed her a couple logs from a pile near the table. "Put those out there when you go, will you? I'll be needing some more molten lead soon. Bloody hard to work without any electricity." He dropped into the chair and shifted the lantern for a better look at one section of his contraption. "Everything all right out there? You get everyone healed up?" "Yeah." She hurried out and returned a moment later with empty hands. Couple of them were in pretty bad shape, knife slashes, but I fixed them. She sighed. "It just bugs me so much that they're stuck down here and can't even go to the hospital because they're afraid the evil will get them." Stone shrugged. "That we can't do much about. We've done about all we can with the evil. Taking on the infrastructure of an entire town isn't something I'm keen to do, even if I did still have my magic." "Yeah, I know." She didn't sound happy about it. "Anyway, I went out with a couple of the guys and did a food run at the McDonald's down the street. It's no $27 obsidian cheeseburger, but I figured you might be hungry." She indicated the bag. "Might need you to reimburse me a little for stuff. Between the plane ticket and buying McFood for 50 people, my credit card's starting to whimper a little." "No problem," Stone said, without looking up. Focused on his work again, he'd barely heard what she'd said. "Talk to me when we get home." Sure, okay. Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go catch a catnap." "Good idea," he said, still without shifting focus. "Be reachable, though. I'll want to give this thing a test run in an hour or two." "How can you make sure it works?" "I can't. The test run's to make sure it doesn't blow up." "Oh, nice," she said. "Can't wait." Stone lost track of time after she left. When he finally leaned back in his chair, stretching his cramped back and letting his eyes recover from focusing on tiny, badly lit sections of his contraption, he had no idea if 1 hour had passed, or 2, or a day. It must have been a while, though, because he devoured the contents of the bag Verity had brought him, and he was hungry again. The peculiar jury-rigged construct he'd been building was all on the table now, its serpentine sections twisted and coiled so it all fit. He wondered where Verity was. All that was left to do was hook up the last connections and then have her feed small amounts of magic into it, just enough to confirm that he'd put everything together correctly. If it passed the test, the whole thing would work like an electrical circuit attached to a battery, humming with low-grade power. If it didn't pass, the whole thing would blow up in his face. He'd been a bit facetious with Verity before. The thing wasn't powerful enough to cause any damage, but the resulting flare-up would certainly destroy the fragile structure, requiring him to start over. Since he didn't have enough materials to do that and had no desire to go back and try his luck with Waldo again, he had to make sure he'd gotten everything right the first time. He flipped the pages in his notebook for what had to be the 10th time, checking over the sections, verifying he'd used the proper crystal here, the proper connector there, until the whole thing started swimming in his vision. He sighed. If he were smart, he'd follow Verity's lead and take a nap now. No time, though. He was sure it had to be getting dark by now, and they'd only have one shot at this. He'd stalled long enough. Either he'd done it right, or he hadn't. He was about to get up and go in search of Verity, so he could perform the test, when it occurred to him that it had been many hours since he tried to see if there was any sign of his magic returning. In fact, he realized as he thought back over the previous couple days, his once-an-hour checks had gradually dwindled to once every couple hours, and then 2 or 3 times a day. Each time the answer came back negative, it drove another nail into his certainty that it wasn't coming back, that he was a fool for continuing to try. Each attempt felt more and more like probing at an open wound that would never heal. He didn't think it was possible, especially not this soon, but was he actually getting used to the idea of not having magic?
Just let it go, he thought. You don't have time for this. You've got things to do.
Still, it would only take a moment or two. Just another disappointing data point to add to his ever-growing list, and then he could go off and find Verity with a clear mind, albeit with a slightly heavier heart. He sat back down, propped his right elbow on the table, and held his hand up with the palm facing him. He closed his eyes, taking a few slow, deep breaths to center his mind and drive off outside influences. The smell of the place, the ache in his back from sitting too long, the far-off sound of dripping water. He stayed like that for over a minute, a part of him reluctant to open his eyes, to face the same mundane, colorless result he'd experienced in every other attempt. At some point, he'd just have to stop doing it. At some point, but not yet. He concentrated, as always, on shifting to magical sight, and then he opened his eyes. Most of the room looked as it had before, dim, grimy, the only splashes of color being a few small personal items of Luke's spread around it. A t-shirt here, a beer can there. And then his gaze fell on his outstretched hand, and he nearly gasped. His hand began to shake, first mildly and then enough that the entire table and the delicate construct upon it quivered. It was hard to see, which was why he hadn't noticed it instantly, but when he looked directly at his hand, he could just make out the dimmest of nimbuses around it, barely brighter than the surrounding air. Closest in, touching his hand, the glow shone a faint violet, stretching out nearly a foot. At the edge of this was a second, narrower stripe, this one a shining gold, and almost as dim as the violet. He could see no sign of the extra silver bit Madame Juan had told him about. If it was there at all, it was overshadowed by the gold, and too faint for him to see. But the violet and gold were there, and he was seeing them. He let his breath out, afraid to move his trembling hand, afraid to blink, afraid that any second now he would awaken, slumped over the table, and discover the whole thing had been nothing but a cruel dream. But none of that happened. The faint glow continued shining, showing no sign of switching off as long as he stared at it. It took him a long time to regain enough awareness to tell that tears were streaming down his face. Chapter 26. "All right," Stone said, projecting once again to reach everyone in the crowd gathered around him in the main room. "That's the plan, then. Does anyone have any questions? Last chance before showtime. If you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, say so now." The crowd mumbled and murmured, but no questions arose. Stone wasn't surprised. He'd made an extra effort to explain things in easy-to-digest chunks, reiterating it all again now, questioning each key person to make sure they knew their job. There weren't that many he was depending on, mostly Malcolm, Zena, and two others Malcolm had identified as the group's best and steadiest shots. Each of the four of these Forgotten now held a new hunting rifle and carried a box of ammo, courtesy of another stop Stone and Verity had made on their way back from Waldo's. Nevada, as it turned out, had no restriction on the purchase of firearms. This fact had surprised Stone, who'd gone from England to California and was used to restrictive gun laws, but he hadn't been averse to taking advantage of it. He himself carried a brand-new Smith & Wesson revolver in a holster, which he'd promised to Malcolm if they were successful, and which he hoped very much he wouldn't have to use. Verity stood next to him. He'd found her an hour earlier, and had her test his construct, which, to his relief, had not blown up and seemed to be performing as expected. That didn't guarantee it would continue to do so when put under full load, but it was an encouraging sign. "Are you ready for this?" he asked her. "You'll be doing a fair bit of the heavy lifting." She nodded. He noticed that some of her cocky bravado had deserted her, but he knew her well enough after a year's association to see that it wasn't fear, not entirely at least, that fueled her more somber demeanor, but simply that she knew she had an important responsibility and took it seriously. "I'm ready," she said. "I don't have the dangerous job, though. Are you ready?" "Ready as I'll get," he said. He hadn't told her, or any of the rest of the Forgotten, about the nascent return of his magic. He hadn't, in fact, even tested it any further, beyond his small experiment in aura reading. Though he was confident his ability to partially perceive auras heralded the eventual return of his magic, he had no idea how long it would take before it was fully restored, or even if it would be fully restored. Terrified that any attempt to use it while it was still healing might irreparably damage its fragile spark, he planned to continue operating as a mundane until such time as he could once again see the incandescent glory of his aura in full flower. If that didn't happen, well, some magic was better than no magic, but he needed to allow time for those questions to resolve themselves. Verity nodded. She didn't speak for a moment, then pulled him into a hug. "You be careful." "I will, don't you worry. I have no desire to be eaten by an illusionary monster. Just be ready when I come running back. I'm counting on you, apprentice." "Got it under control." She pulled back. "I'd better go get into position." As he watched her go, he was tempted to call up his power again and take a look at her aura, just to see if he could. But he didn't. He refused to allow any of the Forgotten to go with him when he went in search of the punk mage and his manufactured monster. "I won't get lost this time," he said, when Malcolm tried to protest. "I've been studying the map Zena gave me, and I don't plan to go out very far. But I won't have any more deaths on my conscience. I can't protect anyone else from the illusions. I proved that with Luke." Malcolm hadn't liked it, but he finally acquiesced. "If you don't come back in a half hour, though, I'm sending out a group to look for you." "If I don't come back in a half hour, something's gone very wrong," he said. He pocketed the extra battery for the lantern he carried, along with the map, and set off. He'd borrowed Verity's watch because his was broken, and he'd forgotten to replace it. He glanced at it now, buckled around the belt loop of his jeans. 9:25 p.m. He stopped at the entrance to the main room to examine the construct he'd set up earlier. It didn't look like much, but that was part of its design. The coiled wire looped over the curved tunnel entrance, held in place with duct tape he'd scrounged from one of the residents, and then disappeared behind a fortification disguised as a pile of trash. Verity gave him the thumbs up from behind the pile as he walked by. Zena and one of the other Forgotten crouched with their rifles behind a similar fortification on the other side. Attached to the wires at intervals were elaborate arrangements of crystals and small mirrors, carefully calibrated so the pointed ends of the crystals faced down toward the floor. The theory, and it was only a theory because Stone had never built or even seen anything like this before, was that when the illusionary monster passed under the construct, the magic that Verity had fed into it would counteract the illusion, leaving the mage and whatever friends he'd brought with them exposed and unprotected. Stone doubted that the mage had much else in the way of protection, as all his experience with wild talents pointed to them being one-trick ponies. This mage might have a few other spells he could do, which still made him dangerous, but without his big gun he'd be surprised and disoriented, and easier for the armed Forgotten to take down. He hoped. As he continued walking, keeping the lantern in front of him, and trying not to think too hard about his ordeal where he'd been lost in the dark tunnels less than a day earlier, he wondered if he should be concerned about his cold-blooded pronouncement regarding the punk mage's fate. The kid probably didn't know any better. Likely he'd grown up on the street, discovered his magic in some traumatic way, and had either discovered his talents by trial and error, or been trained by an unscrupulous master who probably used him to commit crimes. Mages who indiscriminately killed people for power were exceedingly rare, and generally came from one of two backgrounds. Either spoiled wealth and privilege, which could lend itself to a certain callousness about the value of life, or deep poverty and deprivation, which often led to the disregard of rules in favor of immediate gratification. Most black mages were content to gain their power by taking it gradually from donors, willing or otherwise. Most mundanes had no idea that the sudden sensations of tiredness many of them experienced often resulted from an involuntary energy donation to a black mage in a crowded place like a mall or nightclub. Regardless of this mage's background, though, Stone didn't feel any particular qualms about his likely fate. The kid had murdered several of the Forgotten just since Stone had arrived, and several more underground residents, both Forgotten and otherwise, before he'd shown up. Sure, maybe the majority of Las Vegas society barely considered those living in the underground to be human, but the fact remained that this kid was a mass murderer, and one that the mundane cops, even if they weren't crawling with evil, would find difficult to deal with. All it would take was one shot at casting an illusion, and the kid could have everything from his freedom to a bloodbath as he spurred the cops to shoot each other as they tried to take out the monster. He kept going, trying to put the mage's future out of his mind. Before they could implement their plan, they needed to find the kid, and that was by no means a certainty. If he had killed several of the Forgotten today during his earlier raid, that might mean that he could afford to sit back and rest for a while, or to go off and do whatever it is he used the power for when he wasn't creating monsters in sewers. He'd almost reached the T intersection where he and Luke had encountered the mage before. One good thing he realized as he stopped before the tunnel split. The path back to the Forgotten's area wasn't as complex as he'd thought it was when he was bumbling along in the dark. He saw now that he'd taken a wrong turn that had led him in a direction that had actually taken him further away from the Forgotten. He wouldn't make that mistake this time. In addition to the lantern he carried, he also had a tough flashlight and a spare set of batteries in his coat pocket. Things would have to go catastrophically wrong for him to be left in the dark again. And there was always the gun. He trailed his hand over its unfamiliar grip. He didn't like guns and had, in fact, never held one before today, let alone fired one. He'd had to ask the man at the gun store to show him how to load and fire it, on the pretense of wanting it for home defense. It felt strange hanging there in its holster attached to his belt. Strange and heavy and completely out of place. He was certain that if he had to use it, he'd botch the job somehow and end up shooting either himself or someone on his own side. Don't think about that either. If things go as planned, he won't even have to draw the damn thing. He shone his lantern around the intersection's corner and glanced both ways. The blocked tunnel was still blocked, the open tunnel was still open, and the metal door was still stubbornly closed and locked. There was no sign of Luke's clothes or the ash that had been his body. Either the mage had taken the clothes with him, or Malcolm had sent out a party to retrieve them after they found Stone. That was the insidious thing about black mages. They could kill essentially without a trace. Couple that with the fact that Stone had never encountered a police organization that knew anything about magic, and pinning a crime on a mage would be nearly impossible. He wondered, if the kid managed to get the drop on him, if he'd end up as a pile of ash. Mages were harder to ash than mundanes, but he wasn't sure yet which team he was playing for, or whether a mundane who used to be a mage retained his standard magical protections. He won't get the drop on me, he told himself sternly. He had to keep moving. He had no doubt that Malcolm would keep his word and send out a search party after a half hour had passed, and that could complicate matters if the mage and his illusion showed up then. He turned back the way he'd come,
with the plan to take the passageway he'd run down before when he'd lost his light.
"Man, you're pretty stupid," a drawling voice said from nowhere, somewhere behind him. A low, rumbling growl from the passageway he'd just come from added emphasis to the words.
Chapter 27. Stone spun, trying to look everywhere at once. The hallway behind him was still clear, though the sound of disembodied laughter echoed around the right side of the T-passageway. The roar behind him grew louder. He whirled again. The monster was there now, filling the hallway leading back toward the Forgotten's base, its wide, scaly shoulders brushing the walls, its gaping, tentacled mouth wide open, rotten fish stink rolling off it in waves. For a moment, it looked, sounded, and smelled so lifelike Stone caught himself wondering where it could have come from. The side passageway? Had it been following him all along? But no, of course it wasn't. It wasn't even really there. He forced himself to concentrate again as it leapt toward him, then ducked and, hoping he hadn't made a fatal miscalculation, launched himself straight at the thing. For a second he was inside its mouth, viewing its sharp, yellowed teeth from the vantage point of someone it was in the process of swallowing. And then he was through, pelting down the hallway. He got a brief impression of two startled figures behind the monster, and felt something slash wildly at his arm. But then he was past, his lantern light bobbing and darting in crazy patterns around the dark tunnel. "Get him, you morons!" a voice yelled, the one that had first spoken. "Don't let him get away!" Stone ran, dodging and weaving from side to side, leaping over piles of trash, trying his best not to let them get a bead on him if they had guns of their own. His arm burned, and he felt warm wetness soaking the sleeve of his coat, but he couldn't worry about that now. He heard footsteps behind him, and the monster's loud, bellows-like breath huffing along with his own. He kept a tight grip on the lantern and kept going, grateful that, despite his recent lack of exercise, his legs were still in good shape from all his long-distance runs around Palo Alto. He thought for a second about trying to draw his pistol and fire a wild shot behind him to try to scare them back, but didn't. The odds were far greater that he'd drop it, giving his assailants a new weapon. Better to rely on what he was good at. And right now, in the absence of magic, that was running. Apparently, they didn't have guns, or they'd have shot him by now. He was already nearly halfway back to the edge of the Forgotten's territory. He wouldn't have to lead them much farther before his trap kicked in. Or, at least, he hoped it would kick in. After that, it would be up to Verity and the Forgotten. Just like last time, something hard slammed into him. But this time, it was two somethings. One hit the center of his back, the other his right arm, the one that was already bleeding. He bit back a cry as he went down, crashing to his outstretched hands, trying to get his legs back under him so he could keep going. They were so close now. A hand fell on his back, yanking him up by the collar of his coat and smashing him into the wall. His lantern dropped to the ground and rolled away. Suddenly, there were three faces clustered around him. Behind them, the monster hovered, shifting from foot to foot as if it were impatient to be off. "Kill him!" yelled one of the figures. "Come on, Blitz! Waste him and let's get the hell out of here!" He punctuated it with another slam against the curved tunnel. Stone managed to bend his head far enough forward that it didn't smack into the hard concrete. This time, anyway. He got a brief look at the three of them. Young, ragged, with sneering faces full of confidence. The one in the middle, Blitz, was a little older. Late teens, 20 at most, tall and gangly. He wore a leather biker jacket that was too big for him, and it took Stone only a moment to recognize it as Luke's. Blitz's eyes were fixed on Stone. "You're the guy from before," he said. "The one that saw through my monster." He took a step back and looked Stone up and down.
You ain't one of these bums down here. You ain't dressed like 'em."
He pushed the edge of Stone's long coat aside, revealing the revolver in its holster. "And look what we got here," he said, motioning to one of his cronies. The kid slipped the gun out and stared at it like he'd just found a bag of gold. The leader patted Stone's cheek, hard, more like a slap. "You wasn't gonna shoot us, now was you, man?" "Not unless it was necessary," Stone said.
"Listen to him," the crony with the gun said in a sing-song. "Like fucking Prince Charles or something."
"Prince Charles in the sewers," the other one said with a giggle. His eyes were strange, wandering, like he wasn't all there. "You don't have to do this," Stone said. "You don't have to kill people." Blitz grinned.
"That's what you know, your highness, which ain't shit."
"Kill him, Blitz," the crazy one said. "I like to watch you turn him into little dust piles. Can I have his coat?"
"Wait,"
Stone said, as Blitz appeared to be considering it. He hated what he was going to have to do, but he didn't see another way out of this.
"What?"
Stone called up all the acting ability he could manage, and did his best to look terrified. "Don't kill me," he begged. "I can help you. Why kill me when you can have so much more?" Blitz considered. "What you mean?" Behind him, the monster seemed to be straining at an invisible leash, making mini lunges toward Stone. Even with the ability to see through the illusion, Stone still found the thing uncomfortably realistic-looking, and smelling. Its breath was making him dizzy. "Look," he said in a pleading tone, "I'm helping them out. If you take me hostage, they won't shoot you. They can't see through your monster anyway. I don't know why I can, but none of the rest of them can. I can get you into their hidden areas, the part you can't find. They've got more people there, women, kids, old people. Please, just don't kill me and I'll show you." Blitz's eyes narrowed.
"Why'd you do that?"
"Because I don't want to die," he said, checking himself at the last second before adding, "You idiot." No sense in antagonizing the unstable people, especially when one of them was waving a loaded gun around. "You keep me alive. Pretend I'm a hostage. Pretend you want to talk to them. Once you're in, you can kill them. I don't care. I'll show you their secret hideouts."
"Hey," said the one with the gun. "What you thinking, Blitz? You can power up and we can hit that place over by Bonneville later after they all dead."
Blitz looked back and forth between Stone and his two cronies. Then he glared at Stone and got back in his face again.
"You fuck with us, man, I'll kill you. Just like that."
He snapped his fingers.
"Just like I did with your friend before."
He hooked a thumb toward himself.
"See? This is Jackie, your friend. You don't need it no more."
"I want his coat, Blitz," the crazy one whined. "That thing's sick. Let me have it, okay?"
"Yeah, whatever,"
Blitz said. Then, to Stone, "Hand over the coat." Stone, still pretending, well, mostly pretending, to be frightened, slid out of his coat and held it out. Blood dripped from his arm where one of them had slashed him, but the coat had provided armor against most of it. The crazy kid snatched it and shrugged into it, grinning.
"Okay," Blitz said. "Let's go. But I'm warning ya. You even make me think you're gonna make a funny move, you're gonna be a pile of ashes. Got it, Prince Charles?"
Stone nodded. They started back down the passageway toward the Forgotten's area. Blitz walked next to Stone, and the kid with the gun was behind him, with the barrel digging into the small of his back. The one who'd stolen his coat stalked around up ahead. Behind all of them, the monster slunk along, its vile breath wafting over everyone in front of it. How do you do that?" Stone asked, continuing to make his voice shaky. "That thing's not real. I can tell, but it smells real." Blitz laughed. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you, man. Is it some sort of image projector or something?"
"Shut up,"
the kid with the gun said, and prodded Stone with it for emphasis. But Blitz seemed in a talkative mood. "It's magic, man," he said. "You mean some sort of trick, like David Copperfield or something?" Blitz snorted.
"Them guys is fakes. The whole lot of 'em. Copperfield, Siegfried, and Roy and their fucking tigers, Tarkasian. All posers. All except me. I'm the real deal. Come on, Stone said, rolling his eyes. You needn't insult my intelligence. I ain't, Blitz said. He grinned. See, I'm evolved. From what? Stone's mind offered. But he didn't share that particular insight. You're telling me that thing is magic? Oh, that's absurd. There's no such thing as magic. That's how come you got caught, Blitz said. You normies just don't know how to expand your minds, you know. The one in Stone's coat giggled. Expand your mind, he repeated. Then something seemed to occur to him, and he began feeling around in the coat pockets. Hey, where'd my joints go? He scrabbled more frantically. I had a whole, 6 joints. Did you lift them, Randy? It's not your coat, dumbass, the one with the gun said. Oh, right. He redirected his search to his jeans pockets. Not now, Blitz ordered. Save it till after, and shut up. They were getting closer now. Blitz seemed to realize it, because he put a finger to his lips and started moving slower. The monster faded to near invisibility. Remember, Blitz said to Stone, you do what you're supposed to do or you're dead. Stone nodded, widening his eyes. You're not going to kill me, are you? He asked in his shaky voice. Not if you're a good boy, Blitz said. Even without risking the use of his ability to see auras, Stone could see he was lying. He hoped Verity and the others were ready, and that his apprentice at least was quick enough to pick up on the updated situation. The unpredictable factors would be the other forgotten. If they started shooting, things could get ugly. Uglier. Hang on to him, Blitz ordered, pointing at Stone. The one with the gun, Randy, grabbed his arm, mercifully the uninjured one, and took a tight grip. He raised the gun and pointed it at Stone's head. Give me a reason. Stone didn't move, but was that a bit of a quaver he detected in the kid's voice? Was that a bit of a shake in his gun hand? That could be good, but it could also be bad, depending on where his trigger finger was. Blitz prodded him in the back. Go! The monster was back again. It lumbered forward, passing through all 4 of them, and took up its position at the front of the group. They rounded the last corner. Up ahead, Stone could see the faint forms of the construct he'd rigged, the wires and the crystals and the mirrors. They were nearly invisible in the dim light. Any minute now he'd know whether he'd done the job right. The monster roared and launched itself forward. Go, go, go! Blitz yelled, shoving Stone. Randy dragged him forward by his arm, keeping the gun raised. The monster passed beneath the archway. The construct let out a sound like an angry electrical appliance. It flashed and popped, and part of it pulled free of the concrete and sagged down a couple feet from the ceiling. It flashed one last time, bright like a camera flash, and then went still and quiet. For one terrifying moment, Stone thought he'd failed. The thing hadn't worked. He'd let the Forgotten down a second time. Then, the monster disappeared. Chapter 28. To his credit, the shocked Blitz reacted faster than Stone hoped he would. What the hell? He shouted, taking a step back, waving his arms around. What the fuck? His voice pitched higher, taking on a crazed edge. Next to him, Randy gripped Stone's arm so hard it hurt and ducked behind him. Nobody move, or I'll blow this guy's head off, he screamed. Stone froze, feeling the gun barrel shoved against his temple. He didn't dare try to rip his arm from the kid's grasp, since he didn't know if he was strong enough to do it cleanly. Come on, Blitz yelled. Everybody out here where I can see him. Do it or he dies. Do it, Malcolm called, holding up his hand. His voice shook a little, but he sounded mostly calm.
Slowly, the group of Forgotten milling around at the back of the room moved closer. Stone forced himself not to look at the piles of trash behind which the rifleman and Verity hid. None of them had stood up.
"Everybody get your hands in the air! Show me you ain't got no guns!"
The Forgotten did as they were told.
"What the fuck did you bums do to my monster?" Blitz yelled. "What did you do?"
"Just walk away," Malcolm said. "Just walk away now, man. There's enough room down here for all of us. Let the doc go."
Blitz laughed.
"Oh, fuck! That's a good one, old man. You think a bunch of smelly old bums gonna scare us off? We the new order, man. You listen to us, or you die."
"You ain't fit to wear that jacket," Malcolm said. "You stole that off somebody who could have whipped all your asses in a fair fight."
"Shut up!"
Blitz ordered. The gun barrel dug in a bit harder against Stone's head. "You all right, Doc?" Malcolm asked. "Had better days," Stone said through clenched teeth, trying not to move his head as he spoke. He was wondering why Blitz hadn't reformed his illusionary monster. Perhaps such a realistic working required time and concentration. If he'd killed the other Forgotten earlier, he must be brimming with stored power, unless he'd used it for something else earlier in the day.
"Go on, Blitz," the crazy kid urged. "Kill the bums. Do it. I like to watch them go poof. I want to know who killed my monster first."
Blitz glanced up, finally appearing to notice the remains of Stone's magical contraption. He reached up and yanked at the part hanging down, pulling the whole thing loose.
"What the fuck's this?"
"These so-called bums are a bit more than you think they are, aren't they?" Stone asked.
"Shut up!"
Randy yelled, and hit him in the gut with his gun-free hand. Stone doubled over, the wind knocked from him. But for just a second, Randy wasn't pointing the gun at his head. That was all the time Verity needed to make her move. Randy's arm shot up, and he screeched as an unseen force yanked the gun toward the ceiling. Stone dived forward, rolling toward cover as Verity popped up from behind the pile of trash and launched an impressive lightning bolt at Blitz and his two buddies. It hit an invisible shield and dissipated, and then all three of them winked out.
"Fuck!"
Malcolm yelled.
"Don't let him get away."
"They're trying to go back the way they came,"
Verity yelled back, leaping over the pile. Zena, next to her, raised her rifle and fired at the spot where they'd been, but there was no way to tell if she'd hit anything. 2 shots sounded from where the 3 guys had been, deafening in the enclosed space, and one of the Forgotten shouted and went down. A commotion sounded farther back up the hallway, and suddenly 2 more Forgotten were there, bullying their way in, pushing hard as if the air was resisting them. They went down in a heap, and then Blitz and his friends winked back in again, untangling themselves from the 2 tackling Forgotten.
"Don't shoot our guys!"
Zena yelled, swinging her rifle barrel around, trying to get a clean shot. With a roar, Blitz grabbed hold of the closest downed Forgotten. The man screamed and tried to wrench himself free, but it was too late. His scream stopped abruptly, and his body disappeared. His clothing fluttered to the ground. Blitz disappeared again, and so did his friends. The other Forgotten man in the pile, eyes wide with terror, flung himself away.
"There he is!"
someone shouted, pointing. Blitz was on the far side of the room now, running full tilt for another exit. One of the other riflemen popped up from behind cover and took aim.
"Wait!"
Stone yelled.
"It's an illusion!"
The man squeezed off a shot before he could finish. Blitz threw himself forward, executed a perfect forward roll, and continued toward the exit. And then he, the real version of him, appeared behind the rifleman, who screamed and dropped his rifle as he too was consumed. Blitz roared in triumph and winked out again before the others could get a shot off.
"Watch the auras!"
Stone yelled, hurrying toward Verity.
"It's the only way to know for sure."
The Blitz on the other side of the room had disappeared.
"He's there!"
Verity yelled, pointing at empty air near a grouping of ragged furniture.
"They're all there! Look out!"
She waved her hand, and the terrified and confused Forgotten Woman standing nearby lifted off the ground and flew to the other side of the room, screaming. Xena took a wild shot toward the furniture, and was rewarded with a disembodied, "Fuck!" The kid wearing Stone's coat flashed back in, clutching his arm. Before anyone could get another shot at him, though, he too shrieked in agony, his back arching as if he'd stepped on a live wire, and then disappeared. Stone's coat hung there in the air for a second, then drifted down. The area behind where the guy had been standing was empty. "He's killing his own guys!" Verity shouted. Then, quieter, to Stone, "His aura looks weird. What's going on?" "Weird how?" Like the Forgotten, Stone was looking around constantly, trying to get eyes on Blitz when he popped back in. He cursed his lack of magic, and was almost tempted to try looking for auras again, but the fear of burning himself out stopped him. Verity had it under control, however. She was doing great. This is what he trained her for. Much as he hated to do it, he had to let her handle this one on her own. He gripped his arm, trying to stop the bleeding, and kept scanning. "Too bright," she said, "like oversaturated." "Where is he now?" She pointed. "Both of them are over there, hiding behind that chair. I think they have to stay together or he can't keep the other one invisible." Stone nodded, then ducked low and ran toward where Xena was crouched behind cover with another of the remaining riflemen. He pointed below the line of trash in the direction Verity had indicated. "Concentrate your fire there," he told them, "on that green-flowered chair." Xena and the other man did as they were told. The ratty green chair bucked and jumped, emitting little clouds of stuffing from its rear cushion. Someone yelped. "They're moving again," Verity yelled. "Toward the back! Look out!" 2 more disembodied gunshots, and another Forgotten, an old woman this time, cried out and fell. Verity popped up and flung a concussion beam in that direction, but dropped back down, frustrated and panting when it didn't appear to hit anything. Even from where he was now, Stone could tell she wouldn't be able to throw too many more like that. Offensive magic was harder for white mages, and Verity wasn't trained for protracted magical combat. He wondered how long Blitz would be able to keep going. Even if he specialized in illusions and invisibility, the spell by its nature was difficult to maintain. He must be burning through a lot of power to keep it going while running around as much as he was. And what had Verity meant about his aura being weird and oversaturated? The Forgotten were getting restless now. The ones with rifles, including a new one who'd picked up the one the downed one had dropped, were swiveling the barrels around, looking for anything to fire at while simultaneously swiveling their heads around, looking for threats. It made sense. The very real possibility of being obliterated without warning turned to nothing but a pile of ash had to be terrifying. Hell, Stone himself was a bit nervous about it, even though he was fairly sure it would be a lot harder to do to him. But the fact remained that the longer this went on, the more chance that one of the Forgotten would freak out at a sudden movement and fire on one of their own. He glanced over toward Verity, but she wasn't looking at him. Instead, she scanned the area in front of her intently. She looked troubled. After a moment, she turned toward Stone and shrugged, her expression confused. Had she lost sight of them? Had they left? He didn't have time to consider that for long as something behind Verity caught his eye, something moving. "Verity!" he yelled. "Look out!" She jerked down, but wasn't fast enough to completely avoid the chunk of concrete flying toward her. The good news was it didn't hit her head, which was where it had been aimed. The bad news was that it crashed hard into her right shoulder. She cried out and went down to her hands and knees, stunned. Stone was about to leap up and run toward her when Blitz and Randy appeared behind her. Blitz had the gun now. He pulled her up in front of him and put the barrel to her head. "All right," he yelled. "This is it. Every last fucking one of you bums drop your guns and get the hell out here, or I blow this chick's head off. Now!" Stone didn't stop to think. He didn't consider the effect his action might have on him in the future. The only thing consuming his mind was rage at this two-bit punk of a wild talent who was threatening his apprentice. He gathered every bit of energy he could pull to him, focused it, and before any of the Forgotten even had a chance to move, flung it at the kid's gun hand. It wasn't much magic. It wasn't a fraction of what he could summon up at the height of his power, but a sense of exultation filled him as his body sang once again with the power, as it coursed through him and flew unerringly to where he directed it. There was pain, too. He'd overtaxed his barely restored skills, and he felt blood trickling from his nose. But he didn't care. At this particular moment, none of that mattered to him in the slightest. The concussion bolt slammed into Blitz's hand just as Stone had meant it to. Blitz shrieked, the gun flying out of his hand and clattering to the ground several feet away. Verity, stunned but still conscious, wrenched herself from his grasp and threw herself sideways, skittering back behind cover, over toward Stone. Blitz let out a stream of profanity and grabbed Randy. Before any of the Forgotten could react, he clamped his hands on his friend's shoulders and yelled something unintelligible toward the ceiling. Randy's eyes bulged as his fate dawned on him only a fraction of a second before he was nothing but ashes on the breeze. The Forgotten opened fire, but Blitz had already put up a glowing shield. The bullets hit it and bounced off, though thankfully for the Forgotten, the shield's surface wasn't hard enough to cause ricochets. "That's it!" Blitz screamed. "That's it! You all gonna die now! You all gonna feed my power!" Stone stared at him. Even without being able to see his aura, he could tell that something was wrong with the kid. It wasn't just the manic expression, the wild eyes, the jerking motions of his limbs. There was something else he couldn't put his finger on. "Too much," Verity got out. She was on her knees next to Stone, still dazed from the hit she'd taken. Blitz winked out again, then popped back in behind another small group of Forgotten. He grabbed one with each hand and let loose with a scream that turned into a maniacal laugh. The two Forgotten died like the rest. "What?" Stone demanded. "What do you mean?" He didn't think he'd be able to summon up enough magic power to hit Blitz again, and the Forgotten seemed to be frozen in place by the young mage's insane actions. "Too much," she rasped again. "Looks like he's gonna explode." Shock gripped Stone as he realized what she meant, and what he hadn't been considering. "Stop!" he yelled at Blitz. "You don't know what you're doing!" The laughter continued, even though Blitz had popped out again. He reappeared in front of Stone, reaching out to grab him, still laughing. "Stop!" Stone yelled again. "Don't do this! You'll kill yourself!" Blitz didn't stop laughing. His shaking hands reached out for Stone, who took a step back, watching in horror. "Don't shoot him!" he yelled. "What you mean?" Malcolm yelled back. "He killed our guys. He killed Luke, man." "Don't shoot him!" Stone ordered. "You don't need to be murderers. He's done already." He was sure he'd hear guns going off any second, but he didn't. He watched Blitz as he stood there, shaking, eyes popping, his face full of terror. "What's happening?" he moaned. "Oh, God, what is this?" He clamped his hands to his head as his knees began to buckle. My head's exploding!" Stone lunged forward and grabbed him, gripping his shoulders. In spite of everything, in spite of all the people Blitz had killed, this was hard for him to watch. "Oh, God, his aura," Verity said, her voice shaking. "Help me!" Blitz begged, his frightened eyes meeting Stone's. "Help me, man! I'm burning up!" His whole body vibrated under Stone's hands, growing hotter. Sweat sprang out on his face, his hands, his neck. He began to glow. For a moment, Stone thought he'd inadvertently switched to magical sight, but all around him the Forgotten gasped. They saw it, too. Blitz's eyes opened wider, obscured by a brighter version of the glow. Energy radiated from them like beams as he threw his head back, sending small shards of concrete clattering down. And then he screamed, high and terrified, and sagged in Stone's arms. Stone held him for a moment, his own arm shaking as he finally became aware that blood was still running down its length from the knife slash, then lowered him to the ground. "It's all right," he called, his voice raspy. "It's over." He dropped to his knees next to Blitz. Slowly, one by one, the remaining Forgotten emerged from hiding. "Is he dead?" Zena asked. She kept her rifle pointed at him, as if expecting him to pop up again. Stone felt for his pulse. "Alive," he said, "but barely." Verity staggered over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "Let me fix that arm for you," she said. He shook his head. "See to the others if you feel up to it. This is minor." She crouched down and looked into his eyes, her gaze searching. "Doc, was I crazy, or did you—" "Later," he said. "Go. Help them." She swallowed and nodded. "Yeah," she said. "Later." She left him there, sitting next to the pale form of Blitz, who showed no sign of awakening. He didn't move for a long time and was barely aware of the Forgotten swirling around him, dealing with their wounded and their dead, cleaning up the remains of the battle. He had a lot to think about. Chapter 29. Verity found Stone back in Luke's alcove an hour later. "Hey." He looked up from where he'd been staring down at his notes without seeing them. "Ah, how are you?" His apprentice stood in the doorway, his coat draped over her arm. She looked exhausted but satisfied. He got up and waved her toward his chair. It was a testament to how tired she was that she didn't protest. She dropped into the chair, glanced at the notes, and then looked up at him. "I'm okay," she said. "Feel like I could sleep for about a year, but okay." Stone felt a bit that way himself. "Were you able to sort any of them out?" "Yeah, those guys were lousy shots. All the ones they shot were healable, so I took care of it. The other ones, though." She looked away. Stone nodded. "I know," he said soberly. "It's not an easy thing to watch." She sighed. "You just hanging out back here because you couldn't take being around people for a while?" "Mostly. Not much I could do to help anymore. I'd just be in the way." When it looked like she was about to ask him something, he added quickly, "How is our illusionist? They didn't kill him, did they?" She shook her head. "They've got him handcuffed to a pipe over to the side of the big room, with a couple of guys with rifles guarding him. They wouldn't believe me when I told them he won't be doing any damage anytime soon. Maybe never." She frowned at him. "What happened out there, Doc? You seem like you knew. Did you? And sit down, okay? Let me take care of that arm." He sat down on Luke's bed and allowed her to pull off the makeshift bandage he'd wrapped around it. For a long time, he didn't say anything as his mind replayed the events he'd witnessed. Finally, he said, "You know, of course, that black mages draw their power from other people." "Sure," she said. "And you know they sometimes kill people." "Yeah, not often though, right?" "No, not often." "Do you know why?" She shrugged. "Because it's hard to kill people? Most people wouldn't do it even if it was easy." "That's part of it," he said. He winced as she probed at his arm. "But the other reason is because it's not necessary. A black mage can perform most normal magic using the amount of power siphoned from donors, just a little bit from each person, enough to make them tired, but not enough to do irreparable damage. So what do they get from killing people then? An order of magnitude more energy. The sort of thing that white mages can't really equal, because there's a limit to the amount of energy one can generate within one's own body, or by using enchanted objects.
But what they get from killing someone can keep the mage going for weeks of normal casting if they're careful. It will fuel the kinds of powerful spells black mages like to cast. Quick, combat-oriented magic. She considered that and nodded. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Killing someone, Stone said, can give a mediocre mage the kind of power to stand up to an accomplished one, but only briefly. Holding that kind of power inside one's body is a tricky thing. Takes practice, and even the best ones can't do it indefinitely. That's why the vast majority of black mages don't kill their batteries, and why virtually all of them don't kill indiscriminately to draw power. He shifted on the bed as the deep-down itchy feeling grew in his arm while Verity healed it. "Hold still," she said, "and be quiet for a sec, okay?" Stone nodded. He closed his eyes and tried not to think about the fact that his arm was itching like a bad sunburn. After a few moments, Verity pulled back. "There, you might have a little scar, but it's not bleeding anymore." She went over and sat back down in the chair. "So, are you telling me Blitz screwed himself over by taking in too much power?" "That's exactly what I'm telling you. Wild talents generally don't have much training, if any at all. They discover their abilities by accident and hone them through trial and error. I'm sure he had to be using a massive amount of power to keep that multi-sensory illusion going. That thing was better than most fully trained mages I know could manage, myself included." "So that's maybe why he didn't just summon it again once he got past your trap?" "Almost certainly." "So once he started killing all those people—" "He didn't know what to do with the power," Stone said, nodding. "Without that illusion to bleed some of it off, I think he might have gotten to the point where he couldn't release it all. If he had, it probably would have caved in a good section of the underground and killed us all, so it's probably best that he didn't. Best for everyone but him, at least." "So what'll happen to him?" she asked. He shrugged. "I don't know. Perhaps I'll go and see if he's awake and have a little chat with him. Care to come along and help me with the aura reading?" "Sure," she said. "But, Doc—" "Let's go, then," he said briskly, cutting her off. She gripped his arm. "Doc!" Her tone was firmer that time. "What?" "You got your magic back." He didn't meet her gaze. "Sort of." "No sort of about it. I saw what you did. If you hadn't hit him with that spell, I'd be dead now." "Well, then it's good that I did, isn't it?" She took hold of his other arm and pulled him around to face her. "What aren't you telling me?" "What do you mean?" She studied him for a moment. "How long have you known it was back?" "Verity, how long?" she asked, more firmly. "Not long. When I was building the construct. I hadn't checked in a while, been a bit busy, so I did." He shrugged. "It was back." "But—" She took a breath. "If it was back, why didn't you use it in the fight? Did you let yourself get caught?" "No." "I don't get it," she said. She backed away from him and began to pace in fair imitation of his own habit. "Why, then?" Stone thought about just walking out of the room. She didn't need to know the details. Everything had turned out all right. But he owed her the truth, or at least some subset of it. Because it wasn't fully back yet, not even close. She stopped, turned back. "So, you mean it was like healing? Just starting to come back?" "Yes." She was silent for a long time. "So," she said slowly, carefully, as if each word were delicate and she didn't want to break it. "You didn't use it because you were afraid if you strained it, it might not heal." "Verity, that's it, isn't it?" She came over and stood in front of him. "So you risked losing your magic again, maybe for good this time, to save me?" "It wasn't like that," he said quickly. "Things were moving fast. I didn't have much time to make a decision. And that was the one you made, when you didn't have time to think." Her mouth worked, and she swallowed twice in quick succession. "Dr. Stone, enough," Stone said firmly, turning away. We have things to do and people to see." He picked up his coat and shook it, scattering a light dusting of ashes. "And tailors to visit, since somehow I don't think even a good cleaning will make me ever want to wear this again." Verity nodded. "Yeah," she said, but her voice shook a little. She strode over to him in 3 quick steps and flung her arms around him, squeezed tight, then broke off just as quickly and headed for the tunnel. "Come on, then. If we hurry, we can get back to the Bay Area before Jason gets home. Maybe he won't kill us both." She stopped abruptly and turned back. "Doc?" "Yes?" "It is still back, right? You didn't—" He nodded. "Yes, it's still back, and no, I didn't." "Cool," she said, and hurried out. The Forgotten had Blitz under tight guard. As Verity had said, he lay on a sleeping bag near a wall, his right wrist handcuffed to a pipe. He no longer wore Luke's leather jacket. Somebody had wrapped a rag around his eyes as a crude blindfold. It was impossible to tell if he was asleep, unconscious, or simply not moving because he didn't have a reason to. 2 Forgotten, Zena and a young man, sat nearby on milk crates, rifles cradled in their laps. "What's this?" Stone asked. "We're not taking any chances," Zena said. "I already told him. He makes any kind of funny move, he's getting it." She waved the rifle for emphasis. "Wish he'd give me an excuse." "Would you mind if we talked to him for a few minutes?" Stone asked, indicating himself and Verity. "Sure, go ahead. Alone, I mean." She looked suspicious, but shrugged. "I guess so, but we're still going to keep him covered." She levered herself off her milk crate and stumped off, waving for her companion to join her. Stone dragged the crate closer to Blitz and sat down. "Can you hear me?" he asked. Blitz moaned. "Do you want me to take that blindfold off?" "Just a warning. My Forgotten friends have very twitchy trigger fingers, and they're not terribly pleased with you right now, so I wouldn't try anything if I were you. Do you understand?" Blitz moaned again and nodded. Stone stepped forward, with a glance toward Verity to make sure she was paying attention, bent down and slipped the blindfold from Blitz's face. Verity gasped softly from behind him. Gone was the cocky, arrogant expression the young mage had previously worn. In its place were wandering eyes and a general slackness around his face. He didn't look frightened or angry or even bored. He looked blank. "What's his aura look like?" Stone asked Verity. "Dull," she said. "Not like before. When he was pulling in power, it looked crazy, all flashing and changing colors. Now it's just kind of drab." Blitz giggled. "Drab," he muttered. "That's a funny word." Stone frowned. "Blitz, can you hear me?" "Yeah." "Please watch his aura," he said to Verity. Then to Blitz, "Do you remember what's happened to you?" "My arm hurts," he said, rattling the handcuff. "Yes, well, I can't do anything about that at present. Do you remember what happened to you?" He rolled his head back and forth. "I remember some lights and a lot of people yelling." He giggled again. "Nice lights. Really cool, all kinds of colors." Stone looked back at Verity. "Is he faking?" She shook her head soberly. "Nope, his aura isn't moving an inch." She dropped her voice to a near whisper. "Did he mess up his mind?" "It appears so." "What about his magic?" "Quite probably channeling that sort of power. He could have done what I did." "So his power might come back too?" "It might. If I knew that, I wouldn't have reacted so strongly to my own case. But the way he is now, it won't matter. He won't be able to use it like that. Keep an eye on him till I get back, will you?" He got up and looked around for Malcolm. Eventually he spotted the Forgotten Group's leader talking to a couple of others.
"Hey," Malcolm said as he approached. "How you doing? You okay?"
Stone nodded.
"Listen, I need to talk to you about him."
He hooked a thumb back over his shoulder toward Blitz.
He fucked himself up, didn't he?
Stone raised an eyebrow.
"You know already?" "Oh, hell yeah. You don't live down here without seeing too damn many people with their brains addled. You don't fake that man. Trust me. Anybody who knows can tell."
"So what will you do with him, then?" Stone asked.
Malcolm shrugged. "Been talking to some folks about that. You think he's gonna be trouble? You know, with the magic?"
"No." Stone shook his head. "I don't think he will."
"Then, old man," he said, looking at his feet. "He killed Luke. He killed a bunch of our other folks. He even killed his own people. That's fucked up right there. But he ain't that same guy no more. Seems like it'd be wrong to just kill him or hand him over to the evil, don't you think?"
"So what, you'd take him in?" Again, Malcolm shrugged.
"Maybe. We let him go, he gonna get killed. Seems pretty chicken shit. If he was gonna do that, we should just kill him ourselves, you know? Nice and quick. Or we could just keep him round, you know?"
"I guess that's up to you, isn't it?" Stone's mind went back to his conversation with Luke in the tunnels, when the Forgotten's former leader had told him his people would take care of him if he was incapacitated or unable to fend for himself. He sighed. "Be well, Malcolm. All of you." Malcolm nodded.
"Yeah. Thanks for everything, Doc. You didn't need to stay here to help us out, but you did. We'll remember that."
"With any luck, you won't need to," Stone said. "Take care. I think we can find our own way out now." Chapter 30. "You're quiet," Verity said. "What are you thinking about?" The plane to San Francisco had taken off 20 minutes ago. Stone sat back in the aisle seat, long legs stretched out as far as he could manage, eyes closed. "Blitz," he said, without opening his eyes. There was a pause. "You actually feel sorry for him, don't you?" He considered her words. Did he? He'd spent a fair bit of time over the past few hours speculating about what the young mage's life must have been like to bring him to where he'd ended up, killing people indiscriminately for power because he didn't know any better. "I just wonder how many more there are out there like him," he said. "Wild talents. People who might do something useful with their abilities if only they'd been taught properly instead of left to work it out on their own." She chuckled. "You're gonna go all Professor Xavier on me, Doc? Run around looking for mage kids to train? Dr. Stone's school for the magically gifted?" "Gods, no." He opened his eyes and tilted forward. "I can't imagine me trying to herd mundane children, let alone ones with magic." She patted his knee. "It's okay. Sorry to give you nightmares there." "I'll have enough of those already, I think," he said, his amusement at the thought of a house full of pint-sized mages fleeing as his mind returned once again to the last few days. Verity said nothing. "He never even had the chance to work it out," Stone said softly. "And now he never will, even if his magic comes back." He shuddered. He'd thought just a few days before that losing his magic would be the worst thing that could ever happen to him. He pictured Blitz's slack face, his wandering eyes, and wondered how he could have been so wrong. She touched his hand. "It's okay, Doc," she said softly. "It's not okay for him." "Maybe it will be," she said. "Maybe the Forgotten will help him." "Maybe they will." She stared out the window for a long time, long enough that he thought she might just want to be alone with her thoughts for a while, so he leaned back again and closed his eyes. "Doc?" Her voice was soft. "Yes?" "I know you don't want to hear it, but what you did—" "You're right, I don't want to hear it. But Enough, apprentice, it's done. You'd have done the same for me. Of course I would have, but nothing. He paused, then opened his eyes and twisted in his seat to look at her. Are you planning to tell Jason about this? She considered. I don't think so, she said. Are you? No. Probably for the best, she said, almost as if trying to convince herself, and then settled back against the window and resumed staring out into the beautiful blue morning. Stone leaned back again. He turned his head a little and looked at his apprentice, curled up in her seat like a relaxed cat, the sun glinting off her dark hair. He shifted his concentration just a bit, and was rewarded by the sight of a faintly glowing nimbus around her body, pulsing with power and vitality. He smiled, remembering that he'd have to get her those books he promised her when they got back. Everything all right, sir? The flight attendant had stopped next to their row. He rolled his head toward her and smiled. Everything's brilliant. This has been Core of Stone, Alastair Stone Chronicles Volume 5. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Copyright 2016 by R.L. King. Production copyright 2017 by R.L. King. The music is Interloper by Kevin MacLeod at Incompetech.com. Licensed under a Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. creativecommons.org/licenses/by/3.0.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed